Okay, calling to order the Town of Edgewood Planning and Zoning Commission regular meeting for Thursday, July 16th, and it is 6 p.m. Roll call. And Commissioner Hutchinson,
Present.
Commissioner Reeves,
Present.
Commissioner Rush,
Here.
and I, as Chair, Commissioner Williams, am here. Commissioner West is absent, and Commissioner Holmes, our alternate, is also absent. We're moving on to the approval of tonight's agenda. So commissioners, if you'll review the agenda, and then we'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I
Sorry.
motion we approve tonight's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting agenda this day, July 16th, 2026.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And Commissioner Reeves, second. And all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nay? Please indicate by saying nay. Okay, agenda passes. Item number 3 is the approval of the minutes, and these were the meeting minutes from June 18th, 2026.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves,
I'm going to abstain from that vote since I was not present at this meeting.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson.
I would also abstain since I was not present as well for the meeting minutes.
Okay. That would not leave us a quorum for the approval of the minutes. So we will need to postpone the minutes until the next meeting in August to review the meeting minutes from July 6th, June 18th. And because we don't have a quorum, we can't do a motion, no vote, so. Okay, item number 4 is general public comments. General public comment is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding questions, comments, concerns, or matters of interest that are not related to any public hearing items or planning and zoning projects listed on tonight's agenda. Speakers will be called in the order in which they sign the public comment sign-in sheet located at the front entrance. Each speaker will be limited to a maximum of 2 minutes, and the commission may listen and ask clarifying questions, but may not discuss nor take action on items not listed on the agenda. Thank you. Okay, the first name on our general public comment is Catherine Laguna. And if you'll introduce yourself and your address, or just simply Edgewood, and then you have 2 minutes, and our clock is on the wall. So please go ahead.
My name's Catherine Laguna. Is that working? My name's Catherine Laguna, and I live in Edgewood. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. And I'd like to speak about the town's comprehensive plan. So in January 2025, this town adopted a comprehensive plan after considerable public input, and I think it's worth remembering what it commits us to, because a plan only matters if we actually follow through. The plan is clear about our commercial corridors. It observes that much of Edgewood's commercial zoned land along New Mexico 333, Historic Route 66, sits vacant today. And it doesn't just note that. Goal 2 sets an objective of increasing the utilization and productive use of that existing vacant land. Goal 3 commits the town to facilitate new commercial development along that corridor. The plan even spells out how Land Use Strategy 2.3 directs the town to create incentives for commercial development along New Mexico 333, and it names them reductions or waivers in utility extensions and expedited approval processes. And this reflects what residents asked for. In the community survey that shaped the plan, a majority said Edgewood does not have adequate commercial services. So my request is simple. When a commission weighs the matters before it, I'd ask that it hold true to the plan the community adopted, a plan that welcomes productive use of our vacant commercial land and favors moving such development forward efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson,
may I respond to that real quickly?
do you have questions for?
No, I don't have a question. I was just going to encourage Ms. Laguna to reach out to the town manager for that. I've sent a similar email just yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Thank you. Okay, next on the list is, I believe it's Patty Alexander. Okay, all right. Next one is Kevin Hill.
Name is Kevin Hill. I kind of split my time between Texas and New Mexico, specifically Edgewood, New Mexico. I stand as a land and water owner here in Edgewood. And actually, I would piggyback on Ms. Laguna to point out that the comprehensive plan doesn't necessarily reflect well all the commercial property because the master plans, like the Hillcrest Master Plan, which I represent and control, actually has 60 acres designated, approved by the town for commercial, so just basically right across the street. But I stand today to actually discuss the P&Z procedures, specifically as it relates to the 5-minute limit that is apparently imposed upon affected parties. And I guess I would, my concern is that I'm not sure that that's compatible with state law because, you know, these aren't just comments, it's testimony. And I don't think you can actually limit testimony as long as it's not duplicative and it's productive. Otherwise, the facts don't come out. So, you know, limiting that is, I think, a problem. It's also incompatible with the early notification ordinance, which my laptop just turned off, but I think it's 2006-2. And there's a conflict with that in that if you don't have, it's a disincentive for the purpose and objective of that ordinance, which is early notification, so that your concerns or your perceived concerns can be addressed in addition, which respects the time of the community and the commission. If you limit the testimony to 5 minutes and people are trying to not deal with those issues, then it's an opposite incentive against that purpose of that town ordinance, because if they don't talk to you, all your issues have to come out in public, and you're limited to 5 minutes. Does that make sense? I mean, did I make that clear?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheryl Hubbards.
Cheryl Hubbards, Edgewood, New Mexico. Thank you, each of you, for serving on this commission. And I wanted to second what he said, that we've never limited it to 5 minutes for testimony unless it's repetitive, so I don't think you guys should do that. I did want to ask, and you've heard me before, but I'm going to keep coming. I really think P&Z needs to be meeting more often than once a month. People get held up sometimes because there's a problem with their application, so it gets put off another month, or meeting you all cancel sometimes. And then they have to have finding in fact. You know, that puts it 2 to 3 months away, and if people are trying to sell land particularly, it really puts a burden on the people coming here for your approval or a disapproval of applications. So I just highly, highly suggest that you consider meeting more often. You know, I've have an application on it, so I've been studying, had to look at some stuff in the planning and zoning, subdivisions and the zoning. And no matter how many times you think you have that thing written well, there's still always problems in it. So any extra time that you have at these meetings, if you don't have applicants, can certainly be working on improving the wording of our ordinances. So please, please consider that as a possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that didn't sign the general public comment that was just to come up and do a general public comment? No? Okay, we'll close the general public comment. Okay, moving on. During this portion of the meeting, the planning and zoning staff will present each of the planning and zoning projects listed on the agenda for commission review and consideration. Staff will introduce each project individually into the official record. As we begin each of the hearings, commissioners will disclose any ex parte communications related to the project and identify any potential conflicts of interest prior to proceeding. Following the staff presentation, commissioners will have an opportunity to ask questions and seek clarification regarding the project. The project applicant and/or authorized representative will then be given the opportunity to present the proposal and respond to questions from the commission. Any individual wishing to provide testimony regarding a project, including affected parties, must first be sworn in prior to speaking. Affected parties, defined as individuals or property owners located within 500 feet of the project site, will be provided with a maximum of 5 minutes for testimony. All other members of the public will be provided with a maximum of 2 minutes to address the commission regarding the project. So quasi-judicial matters. Quasi-judicial procedures are certification that public notice of this meeting has been posted as required. These cases being heard under provisions required by the New Mexico Court of Appeals intended to protect the rights of all parties and their witnesses and the swearing in of all parties giving testimony. The applicant, the affected parties, and zoning official and commissioners will have the right to cross-examine persons giving testimony. Commissioners will provide confirmation of no conflict of interest or ex parte communication. So we'll begin with item number 6, which is application for a preliminary plat subdivision. And we'll have interim manager, planning and zoning manager Taylor introduce this for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant and agent is BSN Santa Fe Enterprises, Inc., doing business as East Mountain Survey. Fernando Telly is the owner. Request is for review and decision of a preliminary plat for an 8-lot subdivision and will be subject to conditions identified in zoning ordinance number 2024-017, section 5, subdivision ordinance number 2019-04, and any further conditions determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Location of the subject property is 103 East Venus Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Parcel number is 910003059. The legal description is Township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 11. Property is fully located within the town of Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. Total acreage is 13.63 acres. The property is currently zoned as R1.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, this is for the opportunity to do any disclosure of ex parte communications and conflict of interest on this particular agenda item. So we'll start with Commissioner Hutchinson.
I have no ex parte communication regarding this project.
And Commissioner Reeves.
I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest regarding number 6 on tonight's agenda.
And Commissioner Rush?
I, Commissioner Rush, have no conflict of interest or ex parte communications regarding this quasi judicial matter before this commission tonight.
Thank you. And I, as Commissioner Williams, have had no ex parte communication or conflicts of interest on item number 6 on the agenda. So we'll move on to the acknowledgement of public notice for this particular item.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson?
does that have to be acknowledged individually or,
Yes, we acknowledge individually.
okay. Can I go?
So yes, when you're ready, you can acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. I acknowledge that all public notices have been given and done properly.
Thank you. And Commissioner Reeves?
I acknowledge public notice has been given properly and posted in the Santa Fe, New Mexican properly in regard to Mr. Fernando Telly's application this evening.
Commissioner Rush?
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Manager Taylor a question. So I acknowledge that there were 23 certified mailings. Is 23 the correct affected?
Yes, sir.
correct number? Okay, thank you. So I acknowledge that I did see 23 certified notifications that were mailed. The letter looked correct to me. I acknowledge the publishing in the Santa Fe New Mexican that was published on July 1st, and I acknowledge that there was 2 posted signs.
Thank you, Commissioner Rush. I also, Commissioner Williams, acknowledge that the posting has been correctly done with letters, site posting, and public posting in the Santa Fe New Mexican. Okay, at this point, we're going to do the identification and swearing in of participants and witnesses. So do we have Fernando Telly or his agent? And do we also have any affected parties? Please stand and we will swear all of you in at the same time. Any affected parties on this particular item? Okay, we have 2. Any others? 3? Okay. This, and I want to clarify that this means that you're affected parties, you received the letter, and you have property that is within the area that we had indicated, and you'll be giving testimony. Okay. All right. So if Interim Manager Taylor will go ahead and swear you in.
If you all could please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I do.
Yes.
And if you'll introduce yourself.
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Schimpf. I'm an employee of BSN Santa Fe, DBA East Mountain Survey.
Okay, thank you. And go ahead and present your proposal.
All right. So as Ms. Taylor described already, we are performing a subdivision of 103 East Venus Road, splitting one parcel into 8. We're providing an easement along the east side of the property leading up into the final parcel on the, we're providing an easement on the western side of the parcel leading up into the far eastern parcel that is culminating in a cul-de-sac. According to the previous survey that we are referencing performed by Lorenzo Dominguez, we are assigning the drainage easement as was authorized and approved in that particular previous plat. And aside from that, we have nothing else to represent.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have questions for the applicant, and it's Schimpf?
Schimpf.
Schimpf, Mr. Schimpf.
Could you spell that for us, please, so I have it correctly?
Yes, absolutely. It's S as in Sarah, C as in Carl, H as in Harold, I as in Isabel, M as in Mary, P as in Peter, FF like French fries.
I was one F off. Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I've got quite a few, a list of questions, so I'll go through these. First question is verification of ownership of property. So within the application, there was a warranty deed provided. I see in the warranty deed that there had been some errors, and so then there was a Scrivener's effort to correct it, error affidavit. But all I saw on it was that it corrected the applicant's address, mailing address. And I don't remember off the top of my head, maybe that was a physical address as well. I see in the Santa Fe New Mexican that the owner, as we're told right now, Fernando Telly, does match with the Santa Fe County Tax Partial Viewer, which is not, the valid form to provide proof. Within that warranty deed, it refers to a Tract A, and we don't have that plan, don't have that documentation. So what do you have that shows to us that Fernando is the true owner of this? Because I don't see the link.
If you're taking a look at the warranty deed itself, you'll note that in the original warranty deed, the only part that was left out was Mr. Fernandez's address, and that was the part that was corrected in the addendum that was posted by the Santa Fe County Clerk. In addition, in the reference documents on the plat itself, it does have a reference to a book and page of a plat that was performed by Lorenzo Dominguez for Fernando Telly. I believe that might also establish that Fernando Telly is the proper owner of the parcel.
Do you have that with you tonight?
I do not. I was not asked to bring it.
Okay, but we do need to show proof of ownership, and if I don't have anything that was supplied to me that shows proof of ownership.
It's our understanding that the warranty deed, even being edited and corrected by the Santa Fe County, should provide sufficient proof of ownership for the parcel.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I solicit input from my fellow commissioners to see if they have found what I could very well be missing.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Commissioner Rush, on the warranty deed, it does indicate Fernando Telly as an unmarried man and lists his address, or not a complete address. It left out the number, but it does indicate his name on there, as well as some of the other documents that were provided.
Manager Hutchison, I agree that his name is on there, but I don't see reference to the property.
The property address reference is, are you saying that's not
I don't
it?
see the legal name reference, and I don't see the 103 East Venus on the warranty deed.
If I may interrupt, is IT able to call up the warranty deed on the projector?
Do you have that? In the package?
It's in the town, if you look at the meeting agenda
The
packet.
agenda packet, yes. There we go.
Packet number 1. will be one of the-
I'm not denying that it's not there, I just,
Yeah.
I don't see the proof of it.
Sure.
It's actually it's the first one, I believe, that
Yeah,
you were
it's
on
the first
originally.
one.
And then scroll down. Further, keep going. And keep going. Okay, oops, okay, let's see, we're back up here. Oh, sorry, that's a statement of posting. Yeah. Keep going. Okay, here we are. Oops, scroll, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Rush, are you specifying that the warranty deed does not list the number 103?
Yeah, so I'm looking for 103 East Venus, or more specifically, the legal name as Township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 11, Track A-1.
Technology, could you scroll down a little bit?
Yeah, it's on the next page.
On the,
There you
right
go.
there.
Does this satisfy?
It's southwest of Section 11, Township 10, 7, Range 7 East. I don't see any track number.
Is this the amended or the original?
That's the amended. The original's a couple more pages down.
Commissioners, do we have anything else on the error affidavit that would help us to determine?
Madam Chair,
If-
I have not found anything. The closest I can find is the, yes, I see Fernando Telly's name on this warranty deed, but I don't see any reference to the land that we're looking at. It does reference, I think, I thought I saw somewhere it references maybe Tract A, but I didn't see Tract A1. And so I was assuming I was going to have to find Tract A to be able to verify it for sure. The address that's provided and the parcel number, if you look at the Santa Fe County tax parcel number, you know, it does show him as the owner, but I don't, you know, I was just reluctant to take that as at full face value as ownership. So I just bring up the discrepancy, and I'm open to, you know, being convinced otherwise.
On the replat of Tract A1, on the lower right, the indexing information for county clerk has Fernando Tully. It does not have the tract. The tract is up at the top, Tract A1. And
Right,
then
so-
down at the lower right, we have the indexing information for county clerk indicating owner Fernando Telly, with the same section, township, and range listed. And this is the surveyor's replat of the tract, so I
There's-
would,
There's certainly implications.
yes.
And so
That's what I would say,
is-
there's indication that we have another document that actually shows.
Right, but this isn't a legal document yet. This is just another
Right.
piece of paper. That's the reason why I was saying I was looking for Tract A
Yeah,
plat, but I'm willing to go ahead if we can make sure that we haven't created an issue,
mhm,
because I see the discrepancy or the hole
mhm.
in the presentation of ownership.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson?
might I recommend that we proceed with the hearing of this and as a condition of approval or denial that it be labeled to update the warranty deed and have that on record?
Madam Chair, I could support that as a path forward.
Okay, and Commissioner Reeves, do you also have any other questions on that?
I don't have
Okay. All right.
Sorry, I
Okay.
apologize.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rush?
So if we agree we can proceed, we'll make that a condition of approval for the preliminary plat. I would like to proceed with my questions. I do see that there's a notarized authorization form for, as an agent. Have you actually been physically out and seen the property?
I have not, no.
Okay. Okay, my next question, on the plat, I'm trying to determine some information, and I found some measurement errors at the cul-de-sac for the turnaround in both tract A1G and tract A1D. There's a measurement defined as 112.27 feet.
Technology, could you please pull up the plat? I don't know if I'm allowed to say that.
I don't know that we have,
It's in there.
is the enlarged, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
keep scrolling.
So I know we have hopefully when we enlarge it, it'll be okay.
Oh, I think, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, can you enlarge around this spot, this location here? There you
That's
go,
good,
that'll
right
work.
there. Thank you.
Okay, see this 112.27?
Yes,
Okay, so that's from edge of this property to the center of that circle, right?
that is what that indicates, yes.
Okay, what's the radius of that circle?
Zoom
Right here.
in, oh, it looks to be 50.
Okay, so from this point to this edge is 50?
From the center line to the eastern edge is what you're asking.
Yeah, from the center of the turnaround to that eastern line.
No, that's not correct. There is a slight overlap. We expanded the circle to have a 30-foot access point for that tract A13. If you're able to zoom in more, it essentially indicates that there is a portion of overlap on that boundary on the circle itself that is 30 feet. You can actually see it indicated there where it says 30-foot minimum access.
Correct.
So it is not precisely 50 feet from the center of the circle to the boundary line.
Okay, so the boundary line comes into the circle.
That's correct.
Okay, so how far into the circle does it come?
It creates a line 30 feet in width.
Okay, you said 30 feet in this width, but see,
North to south.
okay, so there's a requirement on this radius for turnarounds for a fire truck.
Sure.
And off the top of my head, I don't remember what that is, but you just told me you encroached upon that 50-foot. I think it was, is it 45 or something? So I can't determine if you're gonna satisfy the fire truck turnaround dimension because you've just told me you've eaten into that by putting in that straight line, right?
So you're asking for dimensioning on the center of the circle to that boundary line.
Yes, no, you created another question now. And so, because we'll need to know, because see, now you may not meet the requirement for a turnaround.
If that's true, that's a simple correction for the plat.
Yes, we'll have to know that before we could approve that. We could make it a condition.
Sure.
So if we could document that one real quick. Okay, so that helps me understand why, I was taking, if this is 160 and I have 112 plus 50, that was 162. And so I didn't understand the discrepancy.
Sure.
So I have two questions about the cul-de-sac dimensions. One, how long is this, could we scroll down just a little bit but keep this circled? Okay, so, I guess not. Okay, so what's the dimension of the cul-de-sac, and I guess to the center of that turnaround?
You're asking for the entire length?
Yes,
We don't have that listed.
correct. Okay, so
Is that a requirement?
yes, sir, there's two different requirements. There's subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 19.I.1, cul-de-sacs, dead end or roads shall not be longer than 1,000 feet. Okay, so that's the reason why I was asking about what that length is. Now, I will tell you, so somebody mentioned earlier about problems with the subdivision ordinance. And so one problem with the subdivision ordinance, it specifies that there's a maximum length, but it does not specify how you're supposed to measure it. So do we measure it to the center of the circle? Do we measure it to the end of the circle? Do we measure it to the end of the cul-de-sac, or do we measure it to the middle of Venus Road?
Sure.
So standard, best I can tell, is that you're supposed to measure to the center of the road, to the center of the turnaround, which is kind of standard. But, so, if I give you the benefit of the doubt and just say I go to the end of, this cul-de-sac road and not to the middle of the road, I measured 974 feet. To be precise, 974.2 feet. If you measure the middle of Venus Road, I get 989.15 feet. So I think you're okay, but I needed you to determine that because I'm trying to interpret your measurements, because there's not a full measurement here. I have to, I can add, subtract, and
Sure.
and take into account that and so I stayed in the middle of this radius. So, I found the distance to here, I found the distance to this arc, and then the distance across to here. And that's how I measured that.
All right.
And so I would like for you to validate that measurement when you get a chance. Let me add that to my notes.
We can certainly do that.
There's a lot of notes. Okay. The other issue with the length of the cul-de-sac is let me get back to that note. So the town of Edgewood has adopted the 2015 International Fire Code Appendix D within their section D 103.4, and there's a table with the same number. So it's the table D 103.4. In my electronic copy, it's page 515. And so any in the dead-end roads or cul-de-sacs over 750 feet acquire special approval. And so I assume the special approval is from the fire marshal, and that's special approval for the width and the turnaround provisions. Okay, so you'll need to acquire, that's my interpretation of the International Fire Code 2015, International Fire Code. And so you'll have to have that updated information of how you've encroached into that radius. And then they didn't, the code doesn't specify what the numbers are. It just says you have to have special approval. And that's all the information I have, and I don't have any more information to give you, to help you out.
That's no problem. Can we take a look on the left side of the plat, please? I believe there's a signature block. Or it should be. Up.
There was one further up.
So
Oh,
a little further down, there we go. Okay, so we will be sure to include the fire marshal in the approvals signatures, and that way they'll have a chance to review this plat as well.
Right, yeah, I would make sure that I was specific and point that out or ask them that specific question. I've got one other question that we'll have to ask of the fire marshal as well. Madam Chair, if I may proceed with additional questions.
Yes, Commissioner Rush.
I have additional concerns about your easement placement. I was not aware that it was an existing easement because I didn't have any documentation that showed that, which kind of changes things a little bit. I thought this was an easement that you guys were actually putting together. But in addition to that, because it all kind of runs together with the easement placement for the all the easement placements, the adequate fire protection requirement, and a possible need for fire hydrants. And so I want to talk about those subjects. And so some of these requirements, kind of occur between a preliminary and a final plat that you guys would take care of. But I think that some of these decisions that would occur further in the process would impact what you might decide to do on the preliminary plat. Given some of the new information, some of that may change. So I noticed that you have a will-serve letter from EPCOR. And so that satisfies one of the ordinance requirements in 7.c.6.i.1. Unfortunately, I see that they require the developer to provide adequate water rights, and that and they weren't real clear about what they were covering in their letter. But we received that same verbiage before. I think they just picked up a previous will-serve letter that hadn't been updated. But I do want to point that out. And I don't think, it says that you have to provide them with water rights, but I don't think you do. And so I assume that the water supply, since they've said that they will provide service, and I think it's to the new subdivision, that they provide enough water, the necessary flow for fire hydrants. And that's an assumption. Madam Chair, if I may ask, Manager Taylor, did you by chance have any feedback from EPCOR on an assumption about water flow and fire hydrants? Do you have any clarification on that?
I have not, sir.
Okay. And so I think that's something that we need to work on to acquire that information as to, does the I know that EPCOR is going to be the one that installs fire hydrants, but I don't know how those are determined for placement, and I'll go through that in a minute, and if there's enough water flow. Given the fact that we live in the area that we do and the problems with fire, I think it's very important for us to pay attention to fire requirements and addressing those issues.
I know, Commissioner Rush, that in previous subdivision requests, we have had Mr. Torres from EPCOR here, and fire flow has come up in the past. And EPCOR, in what he had indicated during that time, is that EPCOR can determine fire flow, because at one point that's part of their letter. It doesn't say fire flow, but it is part of their determining that there's adequate water for a subdivision.
I agree, that's what I recalled, but I didn't have anything to support that argument.
Yeah.
And so I was hoping that we could get clarification, and that's the reason why I asked. But I'm going with the assumption that they did receive a well flow letter. They didn't deny coverage, and so I assume that fire hydrants is a possible option for adequate fire protection. So I'm going so I was going to proceed with that discussion. But thanks for the support. Okay, so one thing that I noticed at this point, I did not see, I saw easements, but I didn't see where EPCOR water line is relative to your property. And so if we can, Mr. James, could we scroll down to the bottom of the plat where it shows the subdivision? To the right. You can scroll up from there and to the left a little. Okay, so I assume one of the requirements is, and I'll get to that in a moment, is that you show utilities on and adjacent. Adjacent, I think, and I'll get to that number. I can give you that in a minute. But I'd like to see where's the water line on this plat? And where is it relative to your subdivision?
All right.
Do you know that answer?
I do not.
Okay, so we'll need to figure that out. Now, I'm going to go through my notes so I don't get out of order. So I'm going to assume that water line is somewhere here on Venus Road.
All
And
right.
s- And so I'm gonna proceed with that assumption. And then I also want to point out that, somebody may ask, okay, why is the commissioner going down his path and talking about easements and where the water lines are, and what authority does he have to say that? So I'm going to cut to the chase and say, okay, if you look at subdivision ordinance 2019-04, and you look at section 9.q, and I'm going to read this for you because it's going to apply for later on, and maybe we'll get tired of hearing me read this. So easements of at least 10 feet in width shall be located such that each lot can be served by the proposed utilities. Easements will be centered on the lot lines. And easements shall be located according to a plan that is approved by the appropriate utility company and the Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, so there needs to be a plan for where you're gonna put easements, and then the Planning and Zoning Commission, in addition to the utility company, approves that plan. I know that this is early in the process, and, because this is a concept, it's a preliminary plat, so, so don't fall on your sword, and it's not the end of the world. And so I have to ask you, do you have an approved location plan for the appropriate utility companies?
We do not.
Okay, so we'll need to try that. Somebody could help me with some of these, that'd be appreciated. So why, at first, so you have an easement on the, here's the okay, can we scroll up just a little bit, please, Mr. James? Okay, that'll work fine. So here's your lots, and you access the lots coming in up this cul-de-sac.
Yes.
And you've got your easement for here. Now, I'm assuming this is where you're gonna put your water to serve the residences on this property line. And you have another easement up here at the top.
Sure.
Okay, and I assume that you're gonna run water off of Venus, up this easement, and then up these easements here. Is that a correct assumption?
That would depend on engineering, essentially. We're mostly focusing on just splitting the lots here at the moment, but we do have that access to create those, answer those questions if required.
Okay, so that requires an engineering. Who's engineering?
That hasn't been acquired yet, or that hasn't been engaged yet.
Okay, good, because I do recommend that you do that. Let me make sure I'm following through my okay, so my concern is we have a requirement, and I'll get to that one, that we provide adequate, that a subdivision has to require adequate fire protection.
Mhm.
Now, that's a problem because as we've already discussed, we've got problems with the subdivision ordinance. That requirement is stated, and I'll go ahead and jump ahead. The subdivision ordinance, section 9T, requires all subdivisions to have adequate fire protection. Okay, the problem is it doesn't say what adequate fire protection is. The other problem is that the town of Edgewood did not adopt Appendix C of the 2015 International Fire Code to say where fire hydrants are to be placed. And so the best I can determine, the only way to determine where fire hydrants are to be placed and/or what is adequate fire protection has to be determined by the Santa Fe County Fire Chief, because I have no other information or source of information that I can reference. So we're gonna have to contact the Santa Fe County Fire Chief and find out what is adequate fire protection. And so that means, but I'm assuming, since we've already discussed that you have water service, that he's gonna require you to have fire hydrants. And I think that's a good requirement to actually be imposed upon you. And so my question is if your easements are at the back of the lots, and somebody has a fire here, and they're gonna come down this road, and they're gonna try to get to their fire hydrants, they're not gonna be able to get to them. Now what you could do is you could run a line up one of these property lines and put a fire hydrant out here so the fire company could get to it. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe the fire chief will say, well, put a fire hydrant down here and we'll be happy. I don't know. But but when I look at your easements in the back of this property, and I look at fire hydrants and what we need for fire safety in this community, this is a bad plan, in my opinion. And so I would advocate that you move these easements along the cul-de-sac. And then you don't have that problem. And if you do put a water line in here to bring the fire hydrants up to the front, now you're gonna have to add another easement. Okay, so you can see my arguments and everything and where I'm going. Does that make sense?
Perfect.
Do you disagree?
I'm not in a place to disagree. I'm not the Santa Fe County Fire Marshal.
Okay, and I'm just trying to just apply logical sense to this, right?
Certainly.
Okay, now the other problem with where you've located the easements, you've located these easements inside the drainage easement. Okay, I have no information about this drainage easement, but what is that gonna do to any of the utilities when you've got water flowing down this drainage easement? Is that gonna be a problem? You know, now, the other thing is let's say everybody just, the fire chief says, yeah, we'll just put the fire hydrants on this easement here in the back of people's property. Well, if we're in the middle of a rainstorm, and you got water flowing down here, how are they gonna get to the easement? You know, so I apologize if I'm getting excited and a little bit emotional and a little bit loud, but I'm just saying, I think it's a bit of an issue having your easements inside the drainage easement. You know, I don't know if it's a power pole that the water's gonna wash out. Now, one thing you've got going in your favor is that the slope is in the center of this, so this is higher than it is here. So that kind of protects the problem. It might even be a moot point, but that's the reason why you have a plan that has to be authorized by the utility company, right? So that's the reason why we'll get that. So that's the reason, that's another justification to take a better look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now in my set of questions, I'm to the point to ask about adequate fire protection. Did any of that make sense, or do you need me to go through that again?
No, I think we're pretty straightforward here.
Okay. So my next question is about drainage easements. And so and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in talking about an existing drainage easement, but I looked at this from the point of view that you were creating this easement. I'm a bit, well, first of all, I don't know what kind of drainage easement this is, so then I don't know what the requirements are, and I don't have access, now that you tell me that it's already been defined, so there's the Santa Fe County book defines what it is. I don't know if this is for a water course, a natural drainage, a floodway, and so those things get treated differently. The other issue I have with this subdivision is if I can't put a septic system in here, if I can't disturb this drainage easement, how much property, I've got this little bitty, what is it, 60 foot across? Maybe, if this is 30, that's 60. I gotta build a house and a septic tank in here and not disturb this drainage easement? It seems like this drainage easement is eating up all the usable property for a house and a septic.
And I think Commissioner Rush, you might, because in our ordinance it says the preparation of the drainage plan should be done by a registered professional engineer and shall conform to the Town of Edgewood drainage ordinances, regulations, procedures, standards, and may be prescribed by state and federal laws. So, because we don't have that detail, and they have to have in their development plan a professional engineer doing the drainage, I think that the Commissioner's pointing out obviously some areas that he feels probably are going to be, needed to be tended to.
Mm-hmm.
But some of these are also going to be where we don't really have the knowledge or the ability to make those judgments because we don't have the data. And that's going to be in the professional area with regard to a development plan.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the bottom line conclusion is we need an engineer to look at this. But I was not aware of the fact that there was, and that's where I was going, is that there needs to be an engineer. You alluded to that you were going to bring an engineer on board, and so I think all of that may change, it may impact how you want to, the subdivision, because I don't know how, what, this is an awful small area. I've got concerns about this.
As a quick correction, I alluded to the fact that we had engineers we have the capability of bringing on board. The final decision of that is based on your findings as well as our client.
So as we move into the deliberation later on and the motions, part of that can be included as obviously following all the ordinances, ensuring that all the ordinances are followed with regard to easements, drainage, fire requirements, all of those items.
I agree, but there's more issues with the drainage easements that we need to point out according to the subdivision ordinance. I'll try to get to these more quickly. So the bottom line is the development cannot increase the flow down. So we have a drainage easement. As you do development, you're going to probably add more water that's not going to be absorbed. And so you can't increase the flow off the property than currently exists.
Mhm.
And so you have to have an engineer to look at that, because you may, the way some people look at this is that they may look at it as, okay, well, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to put the subdivision together, and then somebody's going to buy this plot, and then they're going to have to deal with the added runoff. But the way I look at it is you got to look at it now when you have an opportunity, because you might have to add a holding pond or something, depending upon what this drainage easement is, and some estimate of how much development you put on the property. So you have to have an engineer look at this and see if you're going to have a drainage. You have to look and find out what kind of the drainage easement requirements are, and then whether or not you have to have add structure to that. So if you were looking for support, that's the grading and drainage ordinance 2002-1, and that's section 19.A.3. The other issue I want to point out, so you're providing this plat. I'm looking at, I buy this property and I want to know where this line is, because I can't put a septic tank there. Well, you gave me a distance and a bearing, but where does this line start? It's not on there. You can't determine. There's no information on this plat to tell me where any of these interior lines start and begin. You give me, like I said, bearings and distances. Now, I'm not a surveyor. I'm not trying to be a better person to be able to read these plats, but it's my conclusion that this plat needs to have what they call the points of beginning. And so I'd also like to ask, are there any stormwater drainage improvements?
Are you asking if there are existing stormwater drainage improvements?
Yeah, will you guys be doing any that you're aware of, any stormwater drainage improvements?
As this is a preliminary plat, I don't believe we've gotten that far in our
Okay.
estimates.
Fair enough. Are any of these easements public easements? Anything that would be transferred to the town of Edgewood that you're aware of?
Technology, would you mind scrolling over to take a look at the descriptions for the easements themselves? They should be down to the left. A little further to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Your other left. No, on the actual drawing of the map itself, I apologize. So we have a 30-foot road easement specified, and I believe a 10-foot utility easement specified, or 15-foot utility easement specified. We can change those to be private designated.
Yeah, I was just more asking for the town. I didn't want to impose upon the town without them knowing and considering that they're going to have more cost to add to their. in those easements, yeah, I think, so these easements are the ones that you're developing. You'll have to get utility approval for the plan, but I think we're still looking for grantor, grantee, what you can do in those locations. All of the easements, I've been trying to get us to better understand easements and what we need to add, so I need you to look at that. And so for the sake of the speed, and as long as it's taken, I'm going to continue on. The section on this legal section is section 11, but if you scroll up, it says section 1, so you need to update your plat.
I believe we updated the plat about a day after we sent this to Edgewood, so that has been corrected.
Okay, thank you. Then, if you want to, Mr. James, you can scroll over to the right, and everybody can see what, just slowly to the right. And you can see where it says subdivision, section 1.
Yeah.
And that needs to be 11. If you would, Mr. James, could you scroll down to the bottom of it, show the subdivision? Okay, that's fine. Scroll up just a little bit more. Scroll up. I'm sorry if I meant, yeah, scroll down, but, okay. It's required that you, so this is your plat. You need to show the houses. If we can look at Google, we can take the time to look at Google Earth or the Santa Fe County tax viewer, but there's houses all in here that are not shown, and those need to be shown.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson.
I would like to add to that, if I may. Some of the items that I identified as maybe missing on this would be the setbacks. I understand they have a general setback box on the drawing.
That's correct. On the bottom left of the plat, we have a typical setback.
Yeah, well, those setbacks are also going to limit access to where you can locate your house or the septic system, if that's indeed what you're proposing to do. So I would like to see those on the drawing, the setbacks.
You want to see the drawing, or the setbacks on each individual parcel?
Yes,
Okay.
and just ensure that there's no variances. Ensure with planning and zoning staff that there's no variances required for those.
And I'll add to that the surrounding adjacent properties, the zoning needs to be specified. You have the zoning on to the west is master plan, but I didn't see any zoning elsewhere. And so the zoning and setbacks of those is also an ordinance requirement.
I believe one of the notes on the plat itself specifies what all the zonings are, with the exception of what is noted on the master plan. I think it's on the left side of the plat.
Yes, it is, yeah. But I think it also specifies that the setbacks had to be shown, and so I missed that in the notes. I apologize.
No problem.
Just another question. Do you know if this land is stable for housing development? Is there any land issues, or are there going to be any special?
We haven't performed that kind of analysis, no.
Okay. Okay, so I find the following additional information missing off of the plat. You need to define that BSN Santa Fe Enterprises is the actual applicant and agent. That's the requirement of section 7.c.6.a. So I think I've got a note here that says that the address was actually included, but it's not as defined as the applicant and the agent. You're also missing the benchmark. That's the physical survey point tied to the datum. You're missing the utilities on and adjacent to the site, such as, we didn't see where the water was. So all utilities on and adjacent is anything within 300 feet. In zoning, on and adjacent, that requirement, I can give you the number if you're interested. And given you showed a general setback detail that Commissioner Hutchison alluded to, but I think I had a note here saying that a corner lot, is 20 feet on the side, so I didn't know if you wanted to try to deal with that, but I was okay with the conservative number. And so then also, you're missing the ground elevation based on mean sea level datum with U.S. Coast Guard Geodetic Survey contour lines. The contour lines depends upon your slope, and I was estimating at around 3%, 2.6%.
There is a second page to the submittal that does have contour lines, a second sheet.
Did I already forget about that? Maybe I did. Thank you. Let me see. I did, yeah. There's a lot of applications, a lot of information that had already slipped my mind. Thank you.
No worries.
So we can, now the only thing I will add to that, yes, you've got the contour lines, but you don't specify what are the heights? What's the, is that mean sea level or is that just GPS heights? I don't know. It's not specified on there. Okay.
Oh, is that what that is?
We don't see too many of those, do we? Okay. Wrong spot. Okay, so now I have a list of conditions that since I have not been there, I can't answer these questions. And so there are requirements that they need to be on the plat. So the best I can do is ask you the question. But the problem is you haven't been out to the property, so I don't think you know either. So I'm gonna go through these fairly quick, and each question I have has a section number that I can reference. So I'm gonna skip that for the sake of time unless you want me to give you the number.
As a quick question, we do have the property owner here. Would he be able to substitute to answer those questions for you?
Well, if he knows, yeah, if he's here.
Would you mind if he stepped forward?
We would need to swear him in. Mr. Tully?
Is that right?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Nan Winter. I have a question regarding the commissioner's questions. Are you going to go through the list of what is required for a final plat?
I will, when we have a final plat. This
Okay.
is a preliminary plat.
Right, this is a preliminary plat, so I'm,
Now, tonight, we have an expedited, combined final and preliminary plat, and so yes, I will go through those
Okay.
questions because I would say this is normally what should occur in our planning and zoning office before it gets to the commission, and I don't mean that in any kind of a slight. It is what it is, and that's where we're at. And so we have to go through this to make sure that this gets done properly. And that's the approach I've taken. If there's, the plats have to, they're supposed to meet the ordinance, and I'm just trying to make sure they meet the ordinance. If I need to do otherwise,
right.
I'll accept that guidance.
I'm just looking at the agenda and it just says preliminary plat.
Yes, and so I'm just going through the preliminary plat issues.
Okay.
And I'm almost through for this application.
And when you say you're looking at the preliminary plat sections, you're looking at in particular section
7.
7, and so you're not going to go through the section,
10.
correct?
Now, pretty much, I'd say 2/3 of what's in 7 is in 10, and so they're duplicates.
Okay, just confirming. I just want to make sure we're both looking at the same section.
Mr. Telly, we need to swear you in?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Go ahead and raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Telly, I'll go through this pretty quick. If I need to slow down, just slow down. I'm assuming the answer is going to be no, but I think we have to cover this to make sure that it's something we don't need to add. So are there, I think I asked this question before, but there's no existing storm drainage facilities on or adjacent property?
No.
Okay, thank you. Are there any significant conditions such as trees, structures, well, we've already addressed the structures that we need to add.
Yeah.
So those are missing. Any major outcroppings or anything that's significant that we need to note on the plat?
Nothing whatsoever. It's vacant.
Okay. Is there any conditions adjacent to the property that would affect the design of the subdivision?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Are there any water wells nearby, reservoirs, pump stations?
No.
Okay. And then I saw in the application, Mr. Tully, I think that's all I had for you to ask for the existing conditions. And my next question, I think I saw where septic tank was TBD. Are you going to use septic system for waste disposal? Water waste disposal? I thought I saw TBD somewhere, and that's what I had in my notes.
If we have it listed as TBD, that means it was not located on the survey and, well, for the subdivision itself.
Right.
Obviously.
So I'm assuming that each property owner would have their own septic system.
That would be a question for the development side of things, I imagine.
Okay.
And that would be falling under the New Mexico state law for the septic system.
Correct. I just wanted to understand what TBD meant for septic systems.
It just means that there are none on site currently.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
I have no further questions for this applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry.
It's no Bernally, I'll tell you that.
Other questions for the applicant's agent prior to moving on to where we would have a public comment in favor of the project?
Madam Chair, I have no
No
further
questions?
questions for
Okay.
this agent.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right.
Commissioner.
So if you'll go ahead and take a seat, we'll actually have some public comment. We're going to call for public comment in favor of the project. And so if you want to take a seat, we'll go ahead and go through that.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay. So this is a time for public comment, and we're going to call for anyone in the audience that has public comment in favor of the project to come up to the podium, if you will, and state your name, and you can go ahead and make your comments. Okay. For the record, there's no one coming up for public comment in favor of the project. So we'll move on to testimony from affected parties. So I believe we had 3 affected parties that we swore in. And so we will go ahead and call for those. And I don't believe. Okay, we did not indicate each separate one, so I'm just going to call for those parties that were sworn in as affected parties. If you'll raise your hand. There were 3 of you. And we'll start with this gentleman here, just as you're closer to the podium. And we do have the 5-minute time frame for your presentation of affected party, and then we, as commissioners, can also ask questions.
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
And your name, I'm sorry.
My name is Kevin Hill.
Kevin Hill.
I'm
Thank you,
requesting
Mr.
a
Hill.
point of order, please.
And your point of order?
I respectfully request a ruling from the commission regarding the imposition of this 5-minute time limit on affected party testimony, specifically related with regard to compliance with state law as it relates to the valid testimony during quasi-judicial proceedings, and also the compatibility with ordinance 2006-2, which is your early neighborhood notification and recognition. My position is that valid, non-duplicative testimony, not merely comment, should not and cannot be legally limited. Therefore, my request as an affected party is that my testimony not be limited because of the volume of unresolved issues with this subdivision. These simply cannot be properly presented within a 5-minute time frame with equivalence of time and everything else. Look how far we've gone, and the list isn't even started yet. There's absolutely no way to get all the testimony out in 5 minutes.
And I'll ask counsel, since we've published a 5-minute time frame, about leeway for us.
Chair, Commission members, the Batter Shell requirements of due process do allow a reasonable limitation on testimony. However, if in your discretion you think there is more that you would like to hear, or the gentleman makes a compelling case for additional time, you can certainly reconsider the 5 minutes. But the batter shall requirements do give you the opportunity to set a reasonable amount of time. And given the agenda, given the issues, again, use your discretion.
Okay. And I would like to ask the commissioners to consider giving additional time for testimony on affected parties.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Hill a question.
Yes, Mr. Rush, or Commissioner Rush?
Mr. Hill, you referenced state statute and you also referenced the neighborhood ordinance. I just did a quick scan looking for time and I didn't see anything in there limiting or what you're referencing for justification for more time. Could you also give me the state statute that you're referencing that you think gives you more time? And how much more time are you asking?
Well, I think your attorney has already addressed it. I'm not an attorney, but I just know from general experience that there's got to be equal representation in a judicial setting, right?
Okay.
In 5 minutes. I mean, as you know, if you were limited to 5 minutes, how could you do it, sir?
It's a difficult, but you get to the point. I'm trying to make it right, and yes, I understand. I've been in your position, and so how much more time are you asking, Mr. Hill?
Well, you've covered several items that were on my list, and I won't, belabor. I want to be courteous of the time of everyone here, but there is a wash list of issues on this plat, the application. I think it's easier to say which property, which planning laws and ordinances are in compliance rather than which ones are not.
Well, I understand. It took a while to get through them, and you saw the issues that I've addressed.
Yes,
I
sir.
understand. We have to limit the time because it gets out of hand. And so what I'm asking you is how much time do you need, and how can we manage that best?
I would say balance it. The gentleman was up here with his presentation. The gentleman was basically answering questions for a certain amount of time. I think it ought to at least be reasonably reciprocal.
I can't argue. I can't agree to argue with that much time for you to present.
Well, if I can't get the testimony out, if you quash my testimony, certainly that's a basis for appeal right off the bat.
So without-
Madam Chair, might I suggest, I think the applicant's testimony really lasted about 5 to 10 minutes, and Commissioner Rush's questions lasted about 35 minutes. If applicant was given 10 minutes to make his case, it would be fair to give any other person the same amount of time.
And then the time for commissioners to question.
Well, I also have the right to cross-examine witnesses.
Yes.
And so if you limit me to 10 minutes, but I will spend the rest of the time on cross-examination for 35 minutes. Or up to. I mean, they're just a watch list, folks. It's a
So-
matter of public safety and welfare.
So we absolutely can make the reasonable limitations, and we'll start with 10 minutes for you to go ahead and present.
Okay.
Does that feel like it's adequate time for you? And then
I
we'll
got
go
a
into
Texas
the
tongue, but I'll
questions?
speak as fast as I can, all right?
Okay.
But I mean, I'm gonna have to roll through it so fast, okay?
Madam Chair, you asked for input, and I could support 10 minutes.
Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, since I'm not sure that I will get done, I would like to have entered into the record in anticipation if this does actually get approved, but so that I have more time to make my case. I'd like to, compliance with the entirety of the following ordinances: the Early Neighborhood Notification Ordinance 2006-2, Subdivision Ordinance 19-04, the Zoning Ordinance, and the Ordinance number 2023-03 regarding nuisance. I also like to enter into the record the compliance with the entirety of the following state laws and regulations: the New Mexico Engineering and Surveying Practice Act, the minimum standards for surveying, and the administrative code as it relates to surveying. And I'll start by just pointing out that the large majority of this proposed subdivision is drainage and roads, and that the proposed preliminary plat does not sufficiently safeguard the public health, safety, and welfare regarding significant drainage. I've been told that there is an unresolved notice of violation related to this property, related to the previous subdivision that was previously referenced. I did not come to address, this is the first ever that I've ever had to stand up against a subdivision. I'm a project guy, I'm an engineer, I'm a professional engineer with a company that's registered in the state of Texas. I'm not currently, I'm just currently working on the paperwork to get registered here in New Mexico. So starting with the Early Neighborhood Notification and Recognition Ordinance 2006-2, I'll just reference the part of the purpose. Early notification will help ensure the applicants pursue early and effective citizen participation in conjunction with their applications, giving citizens the opportunity to understand and try to mitigate any real or perceived impacts their application may have on the community. Now, I will testify that I reached out, 4 months ago? How long has this been going on? I reached out as a courtesy, as a professional courtesy from an engineer, although not registered in this state, to a licensed surveyor to address some of the issues that we've touched, basically just touched the surface on, all right? That courtesy was not received. I was denied, even upon pressing, I was denied that courtesy of that phone call. So the whole purpose of 2006-2 is to resolve this, and out of respect for you, the commission, the public, the affected parties, I've had to prepare for this month after month after month because I can't get this resolved up front. The answer that I got from the gentleman who's represented tonight was that, well, we just want to see what the commission is going to say. All right, that is discourteous, in my opinion. All right, so going on to the application, I have, there are issues, so I'm going to run through these very fast, and then I'm going to try to watch the time. Can somebody give me a 1-minute warning at least?
Okay.
Maybe a 2-minute warning.
Yeah, if you'll go ahead and get it, go
Okay,
ahead and start with
because
10 minutes.
I'll
and
stop
we'll
what
go
I've
from there.
got, and I will jump to the plat, but I'm going to reference all the problems, and then I'm going to tie them into the plat, okay? So starting with the application, Section 7, the infrastructure and services. You specifically say it's important for road access, wastewater services, TBD doesn't cut it, drainage and stormwater, that doesn't cut it, utilities, that doesn't cut it. Site planning and plat requirements, okay, property boundaries and dimensions, we've already established they're not sufficient. Existing and proposed structures, they're not covered on the plat. Lot layout for subdivisions, it's kind of there, but the stakes aren't there. You can't tell what you can do and where. The setbacks and easements, he did take a couple of my notes because I gave him my list over the phone. He picked up a few of them, and that's why he had now, if you look at the history of the plat, there's that typical, okay, but we'll find out that's not suitable. Open space and landscaping, see nothing about landscaping. Utilities and drainage systems, highly deficient. Item 9, consistency and planning considerations. This, in my opinion, and of course this is subjective, but it's not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Item 10, required submittal documents, the core supporting documents, existing conditions maps. Actually, I think you changed the application again, so maybe that's not on the current one. But anyway, it's reasonable to know, and it's supported by law and ordinance, that there's site features, constraints, utilities, et cetera. All right, as applicable, you're supposed to have a utility plan. You're supposed to have a roadway design plans, engineering and technical reports, drainage report, stormwater plan, grading plan. Okay, I'll move on to the subdivision ordinance 2019-04. Section 3 for the purpose, and again, I'm not trying to belabor, I know you know the ordinances, but these tie in, and they're specifically for that reason. This ordinance is intended to create an orderly and harmonious development of the town to establish conditions favorable to the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of the citizens of the town in the areas of its jurisdiction. More specifically, and again, I'm quoting, provisions of this ordinance are designed to achieve adequate provisions for drainage, sanitation, including septic and sewer facilities, accurate and complete surveying, that's gonna be a big one, and preparation and recording of the plats thereof. This is, again, this is right out of your ordinance. Safety and suitability of land for contemplated development, that's a problem, it's not suitable. Coordination of land development in accordance with orderly physical patterns as stated in official plans, policies, and such ordinances and codes. All right, so section 4, a little blurb out of that. The provisions of this ordinance are intended to be minimum requirements to carry out the purposes stated herein and are not intended to interfere with any other laws, covenants, or ordinances. Whenever any of the provisions of this ordinance is more or less restrictive than other laws, covenants, and ordinances, then whichever is more restrictive shall govern. Section 5, every person who desires to subdivide land into 2 or more lots shall furnish a plat of the proposed subdivision prepared by a surveyor, registered and licensed by the state, and shall comply with the requirements of this ordinance. Specific to subsection A, consideration for subdivision platting. The following matters are fundamental matters for acceptable proposed plats. That's not, I'm not opining, that's out of the code ordinance. Now, it does not do well, under sub-item 1, it does not do well to maintain the town character atmosphere. It's all clustered up, it's all tight, creates tight clusters, and the vast majority of the land is drainage and roadway. With bullet 2, section 2, under A, it is not suitable. I think that's becoming clear. This is a primary point, that the adequate investigations have not occurred for the P&Z to safely assume that it is not contrary to the best interest in public health, safety, or welfare, which is the goal. As to geography, I believe the land is subject to flooding, which would indeed increase danger to health, safety, and welfare and flood hazard. And with respect to services, this proposal does not provide any of the availability of adequate surface streets for many of the considerations delineated thereof. All right, and we already established that they really don't know what they're doing around the sewer. We know when we have a sewer system, it's going to be septic. The geography is going to be a problem. All right, I've got 10 definitions that are relevant. So again, I'm not trying to, do anything other than just highlight the things that are very relevant. But the easement, the definition of an easement, an unimproved easement shall not be considered a legal roadway for purpose of a subdivision in the town of Edgewood. Item 32 is improvements, changes to the land and facilities necessary to prepare it for building sites, including but not limited to grading, filling, streets, sidewalks, sanitary sewer, water system facilities, lines, appurtenances, irrigation, drainage, and flood control facilities, street lighting, and other facilities used by the public or in common. Okay, those are all improvements which tie in. So they reference improvements later on, right? So that's a whole list of improvements that should be on that plat. A lot is just defined, a tract or parcel of land exclusive of the public right-of-way, which means we have a lot size issue. Lot area gross, I'll skip that one. It's the total land, but the net is what's important. A measurement of the total area contained in the boundaries of a lot expressed in square feet, acreage, or other appropriate units after the deduction of areas for streets, easements, or other public spaces. A preliminary plat, a plat preliminary. Item 42, a map of a subdivision of land conforming to the requirements stated herein that is submitted to the proper review authorities for the purpose of preliminary consideration and approval. The applicant achieves vested rights, and that's important. When you approve a preliminary plat, they now have vested rights. Okay, vested rights to subdivision upon preliminary approval. So if you don't know the answers, you're still giving them vested rights. Roadway, street, doesn't matter what you call it. Item 50 clarifies that basically an unimproved, this is a repeat again about an unimproved easement shall not be considered a legal roadway for the person approving a subdivision in the town of Edgewood. 57 is the definition of a street. And that basically says you can call it anything you want, but anytime, you know, you can call it boulevard, thoroughfare, road, highway, express, lane, driveway, alley, or other public way. That's street. So anytime you can call it a private whatever, it's still a street in the ordinance. So anytime you see that, it's going to apply. A waiver, you can waiver this stuff, and I'm suggesting that this is not one to waiver on. And I'm clearly going to run out of time here. Procedures and submissions required for plats, the preliminary plat, it's gonna, the listing is there. That some of them are optional, this one's not optional. I'm gonna run out of time, so I'm gonna go and say that next door, we've done all kinds of work on that master plan. It's heavy, okay? And I don't know, I'm just eyeballing it, but there's probably about 140, 160 acres of acreage that flows, that drains through there. So right now, we can walk across Bachelor Draw, but I don't know how many people in here have been through any of these 20-year, 50-year rain events. It turns into a torrential river, okay? And so I'm concerned that I put one shovel in the ground to start developing this property that I've been in litigation in for the last 8 years, which, you know, we were sued, we countersued, and we've prevailed handily. But I'm going to go ahead and jump over to the plat since I'm out. If you look at the plat, can you bring up the plat and go to the far bottom, and we're going to have to go fast. Go to the top, zoom in right there on that bottom left. This is a survey plat. This is a boundary survey plat. Okay, there's minimum requirements that I referenced and entered into the record. Okay, that says what a boundary survey plat must be. Now, the administrative code and the other code says you can't have a stamp without a signature. This is not a legal survey. Okay? So that's the other things that I don't have time to cover. Now, let's real quick. Even though I called and told him, the title still says Section 1. I told him it was Section 11. You already picked out, you know, the disagreement between the legend and the boundaries here. You can't tell the basis. You can't tell the, you know, I'm not a surveyor, so the basis of bearing is not clear. You've got misspelled words. You're missing all kinds of references for datums. You already covered some of it. There's a lot more. Okay, the road easement. You can't have two roads coming right out next to each other. That, again, check your ordinances. You don't have all the zoning. You already brought up zoning. You know, the subdivision's not residential, okay? And that's across the street, so they don't have the zoning shown right. I've got 14 items here, and I'm out. But I would suggest that it does not meet safety, and I will expand on this in cross-examination, and I'll ask the questions to say, do you have this covered? Do you have this covered? Just like Commissioner Rush did, I guess, to get the rest of my information out, unless you've heard enough. Or can I continue? I've not been duplicative, have I?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I would say it seemed like about 75, 90% of what you were saying is I already covered, I thought. And if it's helpful, none of that any of the answers that were, I don't know, would be conditions on approval of a preliminary plat. If I'm just trying to provide some input back to you. But I think I covered, you know, a large portion of what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying. You brought up a few things I didn't understand. And I will also say that this is a residential lot, so it's R1. So easements do not count towards the lot size. It does for an R2, but not R1. Just to help clarify.
Yeah. So look at lot number. What is it? 1B1.
Well, yeah. And so I just was trying to be helpful, and that's
Okay.
the information I have. Thank you.
Yeah, and there's a 30-foot side easement on that because it's a side road, right? I mean, you think I mean, it's tiny, right? You know, they're more, I'm sorry if you think it's duplicative, I did not intend to be. But, you know, my primary concern is the drainage. Okay? You know, I don't believe it was conveyed to the owner that, you know, unless you, the P&Z, are waiving some of the requirements, which you have the latitude to do, right? You go down your list And some of them you have the right to waive, okay? But the amount of water that drains through there, this is not one, and, you know, you got page 1 of 2s. That other one, this does not meet a boundary survey requirement.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Rush.
So my assumption, and correct me if I'm wrong, because, you know, I'm always still learning all this myself, is that's the reason why I require a engineer to do a study on this to see how this would add and how that fits, whether or not, you know, I would expect that engineer to say whether or not it's safe to put a subdivision, you know, in this drainage easement area and combine that. That should be all, I assume that should be all part of an engineering report that would be required, and I thought I'd made that clear in our discussion earlier.
Okay, but you're given invested rights without the requirements of that. If you look at your preliminary plat requirements, it's required unless you waive it. And I'm suggesting this is not one to waive in concern of health, welfare, and safety. Okay, this is one that needs the lot, you know, the survey, I mean, the surveyor presumably prepared this. Those lot lines, you can't, I mean, he's got another page 2. It does not meet survey requirements. Okay, but you know, if I continue to expand, you know, I can sit there and quote chapter and verse where it does not meet the survey minimum requirements. It does not meet the administrative code requirements.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Commissioner Rush, I think maybe a good way to approach this would be to request an additional grading and drainage plan by a professional engineer, and they can assess what, you know, the floods and the runoffs would be, easements, all of that kind of stuff.
And to address the safety of it, of the subdivision in this location.
Yes.
We have about 1,000 acres that we'll eventually develop. So, you know, if you go on record saying that we can actually include roads into our acreage, hey, I'm for that, because that's gonna basically make a whole lot more lots for us out there. You know, if you're saying that we don't have to have any of this stuff done for a preliminary plat, including all the drainage and all these important safety issues, because you basically conditionally,
I just said that.
I'm sorry, I thought you were saying you're gonna approve the plat or, you know, and make it conditional between, okay, if you're saying, if you're agreeing that needs to be done for preliminary plat, I'm sorry,
Yes.
I misunderstood.
Okay, maybe I didn't explain myself clearly. Thank you.
So you're saying that this is actually in a flood hazard area?
It is not technically a federal floodplain,
Okay.
but what I am telling you, my own personal knowledge is, okay, and so we have about 750 acres right next door, okay? And so we have information, I think our you know, the information that we have in a file is maybe on 2 foot, you know, two foot elevation, you know, so we can see the contours and everything else. There's been a very elaborate drainage study that was done, that was commissioned, that does have an engineering stamp, that the town actually went back and forth. I mean, the first pass, there was about this many flaws with it as it was provided. It was shrunk down, but it was basically made to be a good drainage plan. It has an engineer's stamp on it, and the town approved it. Okay, and so that study alone will tell you the kind of significant drainage. So I'm not saying that it's a floodplain. Now, you know, they are now referencing different people. There was a buyout of the previous company, as I understand it. So it looks like it's the same company, but it's different people running it. I remember this subdivision, okay? With the properties that I have, there's been a handful of subdivisions that have been done. You know, I get these, you know, the notifications semi-regularly. You've never heard me speak. Now, I can tell you that each of those, including the one that was referenced, had flaws. You know, they weren't hills to die on. I support people. I support development, and I don't want to make people sit there and want to protest me later on. Right, so, you know, I've got a vested interest not to be up here. This is a health, safety, and welfare issue. You know, I'm a registered professional engineer. I have a public duty to speak up.
Mr. Hill,
Yes, ma'am.
how old is that grading and drainage plan that you have on your property?
Probably about,
20
I'm going to say about probably 2009, 2010. But I mean, the ground hadn't moved, right? I mean, it's,
Well, development has happened around your property.
I'm sorry?
There's been development around,
No development on the Hillcrest Master Plan.
not on the master plan, but
Yes,
in the
ma'am.
town proper.
Yeah, I mean, it calls for drainage basins and, stormwater management. And actually, there's 2 small basins that are adjacent to this property. Okay, and so, yeah, the mention of, managing stormwater runoff. What we don't want to see is, you get one of these huge gully washers and somebody's got water in their house. And I'm not saying that that necessarily will happen. What I am saying is we don't have enough information to know that. And my suspicion is problematic, okay? It warrants, Commissioner Hutchinson, it warrants what you're suggesting. They need that engineering as part of the preliminary plat approval, so they understand that they're gonna have to have 16-inch culverts on that road. You also have the problem that you got 2 roads right together. You don't have enough room. It doesn't meet the requirement for acreage. It's got numerous flaws.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
I have a question for legal counsel. Because I am still learning, always, right? I hope. Does Mr. Hill's credentials give him, what is the word I'm looking for? Give him credibility to testify for the drainage
No.
on the property? I would not think it does, but I would just wanted clarification on that.
I think you're asking whether he's an expert witness.
Yes, that's
Correct.
exactly what I'm asking. Thank you,
Madam
Ms.
Chair,
Gray.
Commissioners, Mr. Hill has admitted that he is not registered professional engineer in New Mexico,
Right.
so not licensed. And if he were to take the stand, he would be impeached probably for not being a registered professional engineer in New Mexico.
Okay.
bad.
I just needed clarification for myself on all. Okay.
If I failed to make that perfectly clear, I apologize, because I do not represent myself as an engineer in this state. I cannot legally do that.
Understood. I just
Okay.
wanted additional clarification.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions for Mr. Hill prior to him being able to ask questions of the applicant?
I do not, Madam Chair, I do not.
Madam Chair, I apologize for the sake of time, but I have to ask this question. Mr. Hill, you said you made a statement about the plat. There's an,
Yes, sir.
or the survey, there was an error in the survey. Very quick, brief. I wish I better understood, I could go back to what you said, but you kind of raised my awareness. I'm trying to understand what it is.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, that's all, yeah. go
The
ahead.
main thing is this plat is represented as a boundary survey plat. Okay, so that is a meaningful description of what this plat is, because there's different types of plats.
Okay,
So when you say boundary survey plat, you can go to the laws in the regulations that I referenced at the beginning to put into the record. And just like your ordinance does, where you say you gotta have these things checked off, basically. I mean, when you see me, you can be assured that I will have already checked all those things off even before it gets to the P&Z, which is supposed to make sure that's right before it gets to you, right? So that we don't waste each other's time, we don't waste the public's time, we don't waste, parties' time, affected parties' time. So there's a very defined list of requirements when you represent this as a boundary survey plat,
and what's missing, and briefly?
okay?
Give me the top 3.
Top 3, okay? I'm sorry, let me get down to that, my notes in that area. Minimum standard, that's not a top 3. I've got about 7, so By the time I read them, I could read them to you, to give you the top three, right?
Go ahead.
Okay. Boundary survey is 12.8.2.9, boundary surveys. Okay, J says, prepare a plat for the survey. It's got to have a description of all monuments found and set. Check the link, the legend, check all the dots on the pages. There's a mismatch. I guess in the professional world, we'll call that an error omission, right? Maybe. Not for me to decide. Item 6 under that, the basis of bearings used in the survey. To me, it's not clear. You were asking the same question. Item 8, the boundary being surveyed include the dimensions as measurements on the ground and the record dimensions. Again, you can't tell where the survey, where the easements are. The utility plan is probably the worst I've ever seen. Item 11 under that, item 10, the location and description of any evidence of a boundary or line of occupation, including such things as fence, buildings, walls. Okay, and I can represent to you, I have seen the site. I've got pictures of the site. There are fences that are not shown. There are paths that are not shown. Okay, so the location and description of all easements known or disclosed to the surveyor, you don't have those. Item 12, the radius, central angle, length, and chord dimensions for all curves. You don't see that. Item 14, the relationship of the boundaries of the survey property. Okay, you asked the same thing. You can't tell where the dimensions are. And by the way, if you scale it, your ordinance says there's a certain size, and this size doesn't comply. I'm trying to blow this thing up because it's a 24 by 36. I think your ordinance says, I didn't get to it, but it's like a 18 by
2 or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the wrong size paper to begin with.
That's a maximum size.
And then when they make it into a PDF, if you zoom in so you can see it, you can't hardly read it because they didn't make the PDF to the right, so where you can actually see the details. The relationship of the boundaries and the survey property. Okay, the 35 easement, again, you got the two roads right together. That's a design, not a survey thing.
Madam Chair, Mr. Hill, I think that satisfies my question. Thank you.
Okay.
I know you got a long list. I apologize, but we've got to find a way to continue.
No, I respect that.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
I would really like to hear from the other affected parties as well and give them the time that they need.
Mr. Hill, did you, questions to the affected, from the affected parties to the applicant. Do you feel that we've given you an adequate amount of time to voice the most concerns that you have with regard to this, or should, I want to make sure we're fair and balanced here, or do you want to have some additional time to question the applicant?
Well, if I knew which way you guys were going to go, that'd make my answer easy, right? But, I mean, if this gets approved, it must be appealed. I mean, I've got this significant investment next door, substantial investment next door. I can't allow I'm not even convinced that it's suitable for its purpose, okay? And so I think it would be a mistake to approve this with this long list of details. If you're going to approve it with a long list of details, then I need to continue because that list needs to be about this long.
Okay, so let's do this because the applicant does have a chance to respond.
Yes, ma'am.
So that, well, let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and have the applicant and/or agent come forward, and we will have some cross-examination, and that way we can have that portion with a complete and balanced fairness. So I'm going to go ahead and allow you to answer, and then do we have another microphone that works over here?
And I'm sorry, is he
He's the
examining,
agent.
cross-examining me, or am I cross-examining him?
You can ask questions of the applicant, since you're testifying now and you did your presentation, ask questions of the applicant at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try to just summarize it into very few, because again, I try to be respectful of
We
the time.
appreciate that
And I
very
don't feel
much.
like you're respectful of our time.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And in the interest of everyone, actually, even in the meeting, we appreciate that.
Okay.
So if you.
My first question, are you a surveyor?
I'm not a surveyor.
Okay, so you're not representing yourself as a surveyor?
I have not represented myself as a surveyor. I've represented myself as an employee of BSN Santa Fe.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
We're going to get
I-
him a microphone here. There we go. So that,
Thank you very much.
it's difficult to hear on the recording if you don't have the microphone.
Not a problem.
Oh,
Check. Hello?
is that good? Or is there
Check,
a volume?
check.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Gains all the way up on that one? Okay.
You have to hold it close to your mouth.
Yeah.
You've answered it sufficiently, thank you. You're not a surveyor, you're not representing yourself as one.
Yeah, I feel like I should read into the record. I am not a surveyor. I'm not representing myself as a surveyor. I'm representing myself as an employee of BSN Santa Fe.
All right, thank you. Would you, can you confirm that we actually spoke on the phone maybe, 4 months ago?
I'd also like to clarify that you mentioned that you were blocked from conversing with us in your first statement, but yes, we did have a conversation.
No, I wasn't blocked from talking to you, I was blocked from talking to the surveyor. You specifically responded that he didn't want to hear this, that you wanted to see what the town of Edgewood was just gonna say.
I believe I said that I had a responsibility to my client to present our survey to the town of Edgewood.
And I would expand that to say, I took careful notes. I had notes before with my
Madam
phone
Chair?
call.
Madam Chair, we need to stay on topic with respect to the application, and conversations about who was allowed to speak to who aren't really relevant to the application.
Thank you, thank you.
Fair enough. I was intending for it to tie back into the notification ordinance, but I accept that. So the survey itself, does it show anywhere on the survey that there's a 30-foot side easement other than the typical setback? So does the typical setback apply to each lot? That's my question.
My understanding is that according to the county code, that the setback should apply to every lot, and that's why we created a typical.
Well, actually, that's another question. So my question, and maybe it's to the commission, but I'll ask you, has the town indicated that they have, what's the word I'm looking for, deferred their authority to the county? And I reference the paragraph, if you could show, I don't know, scroll up and down always gets confused, but I'm looking for the paragraph that's, look, you passed it. So there's a note there that talks about approval of the county, not the town. So I was curious if the town has indicated that they have given that authority to the county rather than reserved it for themselves.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so would that be an inaccuracy on the plat in your opinion?
I did not draw the plat, so if the commission determines that it is an accuracy, then I will accept that.
Okay. I know you're not a surveyor, but can you explain the basis of the bearings there? Or are you not prepared to show that?
I'm not a surveyor, so I do not have explanation about the basis of bearings.
Okay. Up in the title, it says Section 1. I know I gave that information to you, and it still says Section 1. I believe this is Section 11. So would you agree that the title of this plat is inaccurate?
That is correct. The title on this version of the plat is accurate. It has been since corrected.
Since when?
The day that we submitted the application, we also submitted a corrected plat, but I believe this one also went out before that.
Okay, well, from the internet, what's in the packet that's on the internet still says Section 1. So you're saying so the intended plat did not get presented to the commission is what you're saying?
I'm saying the intended plat was presented, and then we had a revised version that was also submitted.
I guess I'm confused with that answer, so let me make a follow-up there.
Mr. Hill,
Yes, ma'am?
Can we continue with the next question? We've already established there's several flaws within the
Yes, ma'am. We can.
drawing.
All right, one, two. Well, I guess I would just conclude to say, do you feel that you have adequate representation to answer the question, since we don't have a surveyor here and there's a lot of surveying questions?
I believe I'm able to answer general questions about the plat itself. If there are more extended questions, those can be addressed. We're also happy to take submissions of lists of notes and complaints. And that way we can more accurately adhere to the comments either presented by the commissioners or by any general member of the public.
Okay, I think out of respect for time, I'll conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. So
Or is anybody gonna cross me?
are there any other questions for Mr. Hill?
Madam Chair, I do not have any more questions.
Can I ask one quick question of the
Commissioner Rush?
agent?
Of the agent, yes.
I also noticed, I meant to ask this question before, and I skipped it, but your dedication affidavit says easements are hereby granted for all existing utilities. So so I read that as, any existing utilities, this plat, grants those through dedication, but what about the new easements?
In terms of the new easements, those would be a note that we would take on the plat itself to address those, essentially.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What?
My apologies. We're happy to address those. We're happy to address that comment about the new easements and utilities.
Okay, that you'll change the dedication on the plat, is what you're telling me?
Yes, we can revise that note.
Thank you. And Mr. Hill, if you look above Lot 2 on the Venus Ridge subdivision, it defines where the basis of the bearing is. If that helps.
Well, you can't tell which ones.
True, but two points on a line is still a line.
No, sir.
Well, okay, it's art on the earth, I understand. Okay, sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay. Any other questions for affected party or applicant before we move on to the next affected party?
Madam Chair, I suggest we move on to the next affected party, please.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Schimpf.
You got it.
Thank you. Okay, we have two more affected parties. I believe you are one back there. Yes, the lady in the back. If you'll come up and state your name and your address.
Sydney Sanchez, Edgewood.
And what is your address in relation to the applicant's land?
An adjacent property.
Thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Sydney Sanchez, and my family lives directly adjacent to the property at 103 East Venus Road. My husband and I are raising 3 young children in our home, and our back fence borders the proposed development. I respect the property owner's right to request development of the land, and I am not here because I oppose housing or manufactured homes. My concern is whether this particular property has been shown to be suitable for an 8-lot residential subdivision. I understand the Commission's responsibility is to determine whether this subdivision complies with the town's ordinances and whether the land is suitable for the development being proposed. My comments tonight are offered in that spirit. My understanding is that this property contains and is burdened by a drainage easement and functions as part of the natural drainage system for this area. Before approving a preliminary plat, I respectfully ask the Commission to hold the applicant to the standards established by the town's subdivision ordinances and require that those standards be demonstrated through competent engineering and planning evidence. As neighboring property owners, we should not have to prove that this project will create problems. The applicant should have to demonstrate that it will not. My primary concern is drainage. I respectfully ask the Commission to consider whether the applicant has demonstrated where the drainage easement is located and whether it affects any proposed lots. that grading, roads, and home sites will not increase runoff into neighboring properties, that stormwater will continue to be safely managed after the development, that a complete drainage analysis has been prepared by a professional engineer and independently reviewed on behalf of the town. I also asked the commission to consider whether there are truly 8 safe and usable building sites after accounting for drainage easements, required setbacks, roads, utilities, and septic requirements. While the property is approximately 13.6 acres, acreage alone does not establish that all of that land is suitable for residential development. Because these homes will likely rely on individual septic systems, I also ask whether site-specific soils and septic evaluations have demonstrated that each lot can safely support both a primary and replacement septic system, and whether the cumulative impact on nearby groundwater has been evaluated. Finally, I asked the commission to consider whether adequate infrastructure has been demonstrated. Have water service commitments been finalized? Can emergency vehicles safely access every lot during heavy rainfall? I don't expect the commission to answer these questions tonight. My concern is whether the applicant has answered them with sufficient evidence to justify approval of this preliminary plat. If the applicant has not demonstrated where the drainage easement lies, how stormwater will be managed, whether groundwater will still be protected, and whether each lot can safely accommodate a home and septic systems, then I respectfully question whether there is sufficient information before the commission approve this application. My family will live with the consequences of this decision every day. We will be directly affected by changes to drainage, traffic, construction, wildlife displacement, and the overall use of the land immediately behind our home. I'm not asking the commission to disregard the applicant's property rights. I am simply asking that the approval be based on complete, reliable, and publicly available evidence. If those standards have not yet been demonstrated, I respectfully ask that the commission deny the preliminary plat or continue the matter until the necessary engineering and planning information has been completed, independently reviewed, and made available for public consideration. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service to the town of Edgewood.
Thank you.
Thank you, that was well put together.
Ms. Sanchez, I want to give you the opportunity to, as an affected party, to ask the applicant any questions if you wish.
No, ma'am.
No? Applicant, did you have any questions for the affected party? Oh, is Mr. Telly?
Madam Chair, Mr. Tully will need a microphone. I apologize for
Thank you,
not
thank
waiting.
you. Yes, if you'll come up to the microphone to address it.
So I can answer that question. Since you're in the back of it, if you could bring up the plot again. Go down a little bit. The other way, sorry. Up, apologize. So in the back, we're not touching the easement whatsoever. So that wouldn't affect that easement at all. As you see, the homes are gonna be on top of the hill in the middle. So you live up here, that drainage easement is not gonna be touched whatsoever. So there's no affecting that side of it.
Madam Chair, yeah, I don't know who's.
So, yeah,
Her home is up here, we're building here. On the lot, that's gonna affect it. That easement is not touched, getting touched whatsoever. The road's gonna be on this side, so her house, this road here, to go to her home. The back will not be touched whatsoever.
okay. Does that answer your question?
It does not, because I believe compacting the soil for any lot is going to affect a drainage easement. So I would like
any response?
engineering, professional engineering documents to prove that.
Okay, all right. Anything else? Okay. Okay, thank you. And I believe you had one more affected party. And there, here we are.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
while this affected party is coming up, I would like to say I thought that was a very well put together argument. Thank you, ma'am.
And if you'll state your name and your location based in accordance to this particular property.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Name first.
John Bassett,
Okay, thank you.
Edgewood. On the left there of the screen, you see that private easement. That's us. and I've heard enough of the discussion here tonight. I think this subdivision is premature at this time. And the road situation, if you'll scroll up a little bit, no, the other way. You see, a little bit more so you can see Venus. Okay, you see they've got the two driveways. That's a section line where our private easement is, and then he's got his road that serves this section, or his subdivision, right in there, right, coming right hard together.
So you're talking
You're
about, yeah, that road.
right down there at Venus.
At Venus, yeah.
Laser pointer, there's a green button on that remote right there. Got a green mark on it. Oh, cool. So anyway, it's right here. And so you've got two driveways. Now, the one is just a raw section line at this time. But that's why we kept the easement in there, is in the anticipation that someday it would be opened into a road. And the way he's got that, your primary directive is public health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the ordinance contains separation distances for driveways. This does not meet that. It does say in there, non-residential, and it doesn't speak specifically to this, but you do have an obligation to not create a problem. And that's also at the corner of 4 sections come together there. You can figure in the future that you would have a situation with an intersection there, and you've got somebody's driveway basically coming into that intersection. He needs to go back and redo this and try to plan for putting the road somehow in that section line. And Mr. Hill has made a good point. You can't do that. He needs to dump that out into the section line and then come up there. You see the ones on the right there, they empty onto that collector road and then they empty onto East Venus. Having a little driveway like that, that creates danger. You guys can't do that. You're bound to stop something like this and make them reconsider a different way of doing it. So I would suggest that you ask the applicant if they would be willing to withdraw, and if they don't want to do that, then my recommendation to the commission would be to deny this application due to the public health, safety, and welfare. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for the applicant?
No, I don't.
Okay, applicant, do you have any questions for the affected party? No? Okay. Thank you, thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question?
Oh, Commissioner Rush, I believe, has a question.
Mr. Bassett, thank you. That's twice I've heard reference to can't have 2 driveways together. I'm not debating that that's not true. I'm just trying to find that actual section so I could reference it. I've searched for it, I haven't found that. Do you by chance have any idea which ordinance?
You got your ordinance with you?
Yes.
Let me come up there and point it out.
It's in the subdivision ordinance?
I've got the book.
Can we do this? I don't mind this, but.
Okay. You want to do the book?
It's just that I haven't found it. Certainly appreciate the help. Can he take this one? Get back to us with it?
It's up to the chair.
Right here. Okay. It's on non-residential development. So this is residential, what he's proposing, but here's your stuff about separations. Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, so at this point, we only had 3 affected parties sworn in. And so the last item we're going to do is the general public comment that is opposed to the project. Those that have not spoken, but it's general public comment. You don't have to be an affected party, but we're opening up to those that are affected or that want to comment in opposition to the project. So if there's anyone, you want to raise your hand? Okay, we have a gentleman over here. You'll come up to the podium and just state your name and your comment.
Hi, my name's Chad Fincher. I live at 20 Half Moon. And I would like to say that on this application, there's been a lot of things left off, such as the trailers that are located on the property. And he stated earlier that there was no septic tanks. If there's 4 trailers over there, they have to have 4 septic tanks for the property.
Thank you. There was another person that raised their hand. Mr. Hill?
Yeah, Brad Hill, town of Edgewood. There was a quick comment made by the other Mr. Hill that kind of went unacknowledged, that there is an unresolved violation on this property, and it has to do with the drainage easement. So this property owner violated the grading and drainage ordinance by altering the terrain of that drainage ordinance. He was given a letter of noncompliance and no response to that complaint.
Do you have a time frame on that, Mr. Hill, that you could generally
I'm going to say
reference?
probably about 2 years ago. I will say just anecdotally, the code enforcement officer at the time noticed that there was a lot of dust blowing across the road where that drainage easement is. When we went and investigated, it was determined that he had devegetated the entire area of the grading of the drainage easement, which is in violation of the grading and drainage ordinance. No permit was required. If he had requested a permit, engineering would have been required.
Thank you. And we had another person that raised their hand. Yes, the gentleman in the back. And your name?
John Arens, I'm a resident of Edgewood. Mr. Rush covered what I was concerned about. I did not realize that Edgewood had not adopted the entire 2015 International Fire Code. So I was going to cite distances to fire hydrants, and I might say that the 4 homes that are already in place on the property greatly exceed by 4 to 6 times the recommended distance to fire hydrants.
Thank you.
And the proposed subdivision would be about 10 times 2,500 feet instead of 250 feet, specified in Section 6, but apparently Edgewood didn't adopt Section 6.
They didn't adopt Appendix C. But in this, the ordinance 2020-02 is where they adopted the 2015 International Fire Code.
Okay,
If that's
and
helpful to you.
in that fire code, in table C 102.1, that's where it specifies maximum distance from a dwelling to a fire hydrant should be 250 feet.
Is that in Appendix C?
I don't know.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
You've addressed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any others? Okay, now we're going to give the applicant the opportunity for a rebuttal to the public comments.
This is just a quick rebuttal, and it's based on the verbiage of the actual application itself. I apologize, I don't remember the gentleman's name about the septic systems. He was asking about existing septic on the property itself to be developed, and there are none. There's septic on the properties that have been developed, which are not part of this platting action. Sorry, a little dry in here.
Okay,
But in any case, that's our response.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've given all parties the opportunities to respond and cross-examine. So we are now going to close the hearing, and we are going to move into deliberation from the commission on this application.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
From my point of view, I think there's been a lot of deliberation already, so I have nothing more.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
do we want to have a staff report presentation, or is there no staff report?
That will
presentation?
be, we actually need to have that before that. It's not according to our agenda, but we might have to,
Because we just closed public hearing, is that H?
yes.
So I is commission
I is
deliberation?
commission deliberation,
So
and
I
then
is staff report?
a staff report presentation, so we can still deliberate and then have staff report,
Oh, okay. Either way.
because staff report is in our packet. So we can deliberate and include staff report at the same time.
Madam Chair, I apologize for spending so much time going on what I saw, checking against the ordinances. My thought was is that this is a preliminary plat, it's a concept, but we've got such a long list of things that would have to be added to a condition. I don't even know that I think I caught all those and don't have them documented to even repeat them. I feel like there's some things that have been brought up that seems issues that need further investigation before we proceed. There was nothing on the plat or the application that indicated to me that that drainage easement was not new and was existing. I would like to understand more about where that drainage easement is. There's been a lot of testimony about drainage is an issue. I didn't know what kind of drainage easement that is, whether it's a water course or, so we'd have to do things differently. I think there's a lot of things to be considered that need to be changed in the subdivision. I referenced that there's a report that needs to be done to see how the subdivision would add to the flow downstream so that it can't increase. I think there's enough issues at this point that I don't think that I could support the preliminary plat at this time.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
I agree with Commissioner Hutchinson that there's already been a lot of deliberation on this particular application, and I also agree with what Mr. Rush has just said. And I think we've proven this evening several issues. I think that we should move forward with a vote on this, and I think that we should keep those issues in consideration.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hutchinson. Oh, Commissioner Rush.
Commissioner Reeves, could you clarify your last statement? You said we should keep the conditions in consideration. What does that mean?
Said we should keep the issues that we've already stated in consideration, and previously I said we should go ahead and go to vote on this. Do you want me to keep going? I'll clarify a little bit. Meaning, I am in agreement with what you just stated to the chair. I'm in agreement with Ms. Hutchinson that we've already deliberated a lot, and I would like to see us go ahead and vote.
Can we have a motion without all the conditions?
Well, a motion first. I'd like to add that I think that the applicant was very accepting of a lot of the affected parties' comments and concerns, and the applicant agent did show some indication that they are willing to do more work, I believe. I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, but I believe that that's what I kind of took from it. I agree with the concerns that the affected parties brought up about the grading and drainage. I will say that I believe the affected parties, and this is something that I was interested to see, but the affected parties that presented have really done a lot of review of the ordinances, and which was what we like to have all applicants and affected parties really delve deeply into the ordinances. They're available online. Those are the items that are going to, we as the commission are bound by. So with that in mind, the chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
let me clarify for Mr. Rush. My statement that confused you was, I am in agreement with what you said, that I think that there's a lot of issues with this plat, and I'm having trouble supporting it. And I'm not sure that, since there is such a long list of issues, and the agent said that they, how did you state it?
Would be willing to,
Is taking that into consideration of what we have said
of
here
what,
this evening.
of what they had heard, yes.
I don't know that we should put any conditions on this, and it should just go to vote.
Okay. Madam Chair?
Commissioner Rush.
Is that helpful?
Yes, ma'am. I would say yes, this is a preliminary plat. It's conceptual, but I think the concept needs to be improved. And with that said, I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay, we'll entertain your motion. Commissioner Rush.
Madam Chair, a motion we approve the BSN Santa Fe Enterprise Incorporated as agent for Fernando Telly as owner application for preliminary plat to divide one lot into 8 lots referenced as parcel number 91003059 within section 11, township 10, range 7 east, Venus Ridge subdivision, tract A1, 13.63 acres, at address 103 East Venus Road. Property is fully located within Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, 87015.
Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson?
was that motion in the positive, like?
It was in the
you're-
affirmative.
So can you please restate the first part of that? Not the legal, but just the first part?
Madam Chair, I motion we approve the BSN Santa Fe Enterprises Incorporated as agent for Fernando Telly as owner applicant for preliminary plat to divide one lot into 8 lots.
Thank you.
Do you need clarification on when a motion is done in the affirmative?
I always get confused with the, yeah, it's hard to state that way.
Motions are always to be done in the affirmative. And if you agree with the motion, you vote aye. If you do not agree with the motion, you vote nay.
Yes.
Does that, okay.
No,
Okay, thank you.
We're looking for a second.
Yes, we are looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Rush?
Nay. No.
Okay, one second here. Commissioner Reeves?
Nay.
Commissioner Hutchinson?
Nay. There's too many issues with this
Okay.
currently.
And I, as Commissioner Williams, will also vote nay. So this particular applicant is not approved at this point. And there is an appeal process if you wish. And you can contact the Planning and Zoning Department for that appeal if you wish. If there are any others affected parties, that also, if you would contact the Planning and Zoning Department, that is how you appeal. And so we are completed with this hearing. We thank you all that are affected parties and involved with this one for attending. I think we need a break. Okay. Motion
Can we have
for
a 5-minute
10-minute
recess?
5-minute recess. You want to do a
Second.
motion? Do a motion. Yeah, 5-minute recess.
I have a motion for a 5-minute recess.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, can we have quiet in the room, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush,
I motion we begin our meeting again.
we adjourn, okay. Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We are back in session. Okay, so we are on item number 7, which is the application for a preliminary plat subdivision. And this would be the Eleanor Hill Trust as applicant owner. And if an interim manager Taylor will announce it, we will move forward.
Yes, Madam Chair. The applicant and owner is the Eleanor F. Hill Trust. The agent is Brad Hill. Request is for review and decision of a preliminary plat for a 3-lot subdivision and will be subject to conditions identified in zoning ordinance number 2024-017, 017, section 5. Subdivision ordinance number 2019-04, and any further conditions determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Location of the subject property is 131 South Hillcrest Boulevard, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Parcel number is 993-12421. The legal description is Township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 15. Total acreage is 4.064. Property is fully located within the town of Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. The property is currently zoned master plan.
Thank you. Commissioners, we'll move on to the disclosure of ex parte communications and conflict of interest on item number 7. Commissioner Hutchinson?
I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest for 131 South Hillcrest Boulevard.
Thank you. Commissioner Reeves?
I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest for item number 7 on our agenda this evening.
And Commissioner Rush?
I, Commissioner Rush, have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication regarding the quasi-judicial matter for item 7 of the agenda.
Thank you. And I, as Commissioner Williams, have had no ex parte communications or conflict of interest with item number 7 on tonight's agenda. Let's move on to acknowledgement of public notice for this item.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Hutchinson?
I acknowledge that signs were posted and let me find that. Give me 1 second. I'm not seeing that. Well, I guess there weren't any affected parties due to it being in a master plan, is my assumption.
Oh, there are.
I don't have that in here. Maybe I got them confused with some of the others. Hold on. All right, I acknowledge that, that the postings went out correctly.
Thank you. Commissioner Reeves?
I acknowledge public notice for item number 7 on our agenda for, I guess I will say 131 South Hillcrest Boulevard, Edgewood. I acknowledge that affected parties was sent out and signs were posted and the Santa Fe New Mexican was submitted correctly.
And Commissioner Rush?
Madam Chair, if I may ask Interim Manager Taylor, How many affected parties were there for this application?
I do count 28.
Madam, thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, I acknowledge 28 certified notifications were mailed, and I agree that the letter was correct. I acknowledge the publishing in the Santa Fe New Mexican, and I acknowledge one sign was posted.
Thank you, Commissioner Rush. And I, Commissioner Williams, also acknowledge the public postings, the property postings, and the mailed letters to affected parties. Okay, will the agent, Mr. Hill?
I'm here.
I'm sorry. And any affected parties, if you will also please stand. So you can be sworn in.
Perfect. And you all are already raising your right hand, so thank you very much. Do you all swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Hill, if you'll
Okay.
introduce yourself
So,
and.
yes.
Yes.
I'm Brad Hill. We're having a Hill family reunion today, so anyway, I'm just saying, just for disclosure, so the applicant is the Eleanor Hill Trust. The executor of that trust is Ralph Hill, who is here. Ralph is my first cousin. I will just want to disclose that I have no ownership interest in this property whatsoever. I'm acting strictly as an agent. So I just want to make that very clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can't throw a rock in this town without hitting a Bassett or a Hill, so you have to acknowledge that. Anyway, this is a request for a preliminary plat. This property is part of the Hillcrest master plan, so that's a zoned master plan. I came into this project after the initial application, so I did not benefit, and I think staff was not even in place at the time, so we did not have the benefit of the required pre-application review with staff, so that's not something that we benefited from as required by ordinance, but we're willing to move forward. I mean, we have no choice, otherwise we just wait until staff. I just want to commend current staff. They've been extremely helpful and cooperative. And I just want to acknowledge Mr. Brennan also, because you all know who he is. He's going to be a great asset to the department, and hopefully issues going forward will be resolved. So
I'm gonna do a clarification really quickly, because I don't recall that we've actually, Mr. Brennan Williams
Yes.
is here, and
Yes.
he is contracted by the town to assist the Planning and Zoning Department
Right.
for whatever time frame has been
Yes.
contracted.
thank you.
So we just want to make sure that's clarified.
I
to
just said Mr.
everyone.
Williams, I'm sorry. Anyway, so this is a 3-lot subdivision. This is preliminary plat. And again, you know, I didn't have the benefit of coming in at the beginning of this, so there are certain things in the plat that I recognize need to be done and what I would ask is that the commission, again, you acknowledge that preliminary is conceptual, and so this will be presented conceptually. And if you feel that you need to put conditions on what the final plat will show, first of all, we acknowledge that the final plat will be in full compliance, but some of the things that might be shown on a traditional preliminary plat, we assure you that we can correct those before final plat. This is not a complicated subdivision. This is 3 lots. It's fairly straightforward. Zoning, again, is master plan, so the lot sizes are in conformance. The one thing that I did notice on the plat that was deficient is it does not show the zoning of the surrounding properties. We did provide a copy of the zone map. So I think you can infer that, but again, we will show those zoning designations on the final plat when that comes forward. As to, just to give you conceptually how the, and I want to be careful how I state this, but conceptually how I understand a preliminary plat to be, and just generally speaking, not legally speaking, but generally speaking, when a developer comes forward and wants to do a development, you don't want to expend a lot of money until you know that that property is going to be moving forward. Zoning gives you the authority to do subdivision. This zoning gives you the authority to do this subdivision, so it is properly zoned for a subdivision. And in typical land use, as long as you meet all the requirements of the subdivision ordinance, you should be granted the subdivision. So the goal of the preliminary plat is to give you assurance that we understand what the ordinance is going to require, and that before we get to the final plat, which is, we can't sell any property, the subdivision does not exist until the final plat is approved by the commission. And so we acknowledge that this is step one, and so we need the developer owners, and you do understand this is a trust, so this is a property that's owned by an extended family members, and so this is not one developer trying to benefit from development. It's really a family trying to, basically dispose of assets as they age, and so that's kind of the purpose here. So you heard some comments about vested rights, and I don't want to get into that because I think some of the statements may not be as I understand vested rights, and we do have an attorney here, but I don't think we need to get in that. I think you have to spend money, a significant amount of money before vested rights accrue. Am I correct? Somewhat, or not?
Commissioners, Mr. Hill, it's a eye in the beholder thing.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That helps me. Okay. Anyway, the point being, zoning was provided to this property years ago. I think 2002 originally, and then it was revised in 2009, something. Anyway, it's been zoned master plan. So this has been eligible for development for many, many years. And so this is kind of like first little piece of this to begin development. And so I think this is not, it's not an overwhelming development here. This is just a small 3 residential lots coming into play here. The property is, 2 of the lots are adjoining Dinko Road, and one of the lots is adjoining on Hillcrest Drive. You have the plat, the preliminary plat, and like I say, there may be some deficiencies there. I know Commissioner Rush, you're very adamant, and I commend you for that. I think this is a good direction because it protects not only the town, but it protects us as the applicants. We all should be on kind of level ground when it comes. And speaking of level ground, this is level ground. There is no slope here. So so there is no contour work done on this because the slope is less than 3%. So I think you're all aware of what the property across the street looks like, which is basically what this is. So this is not in the hills. This is not in the mountain. It's the hills, but it's not those hills anyway. So it's flat land and doesn't have drainage issues. There is a floodplain adjoining the property, so that is a consideration. The lots are large enough. Again, the issue with septic tanks is always of some concern, although you do not have the authority to really define what the rules for septic tanks are. That's under the EIC of the New Mexico Environment Department. So we have always traditionally made sure that we follow the, I mean, you can't get a building permit until you meet the requirements of the state. So things like soil conditions and area of drainage and all of that has to be approved by the state before you can get a building permit. So. I don't know what more you want from me. I'm glad to answer questions. I know you may have questions regarding the plat, Commissioner Rush and other commissioners. So I'm happy to address those. And if what I would respectfully request is if you would consider putting conditions, approving this with conditions, and I have the assurance of the executor of the trust that they will comply with those conditions. To have a clear understanding in that regard. I do want to also point out this is that this trust was created upon Eleanor Hill's death. So it's a testamentary trust. So it's created by the will. I did get that confirmed by, I had it reviewed, it was reviewed by an estate attorney. And I actually also had a kind of a general conversation with a probate judge to educate me as to what a testamentary trust is. So I kind of understand that mechanism. It's fairly common. And so that's I just want to assure you that that ownership issue has been reviewed and we feel that it's properly addressed.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Hill?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
I have several questions. A lot of my questions are a lot like they were on the previous application, so I won't go into some of those details justifying my question. There's too many Hills to know which one to call Mr. Hill, but I'm going to say congratulations, Mr. Ralph Hill. I'm glad to see you finally get this going. And so I'm going to go through what I think things that need to be corrected, things that we can make conditional. I think will have to be done, and I think common sense you'll agree. If you don't, I'd be glad to. I'd love to hear your side of the story. With that said, let me try to get going. And so I moved because I was trying to find another note. So let me just briefly go back to ownership. I did see. I was a little bit confused. We have a trust. I saw that in a will that Mr. Ralph Hill is the executor, and so then I was looking for a document that says, okay, Mr. Ralph Hill is the trustee. I saw in there that he referenced as trustee, but since you've already gone through this, let's just get to the point. Can you point me to just trying to make sure we follow the details?
Sure.
How Mr. Ralph Hill is has the authority to do this.
So in the will, you'll see that it identifies Ralph Hill as the executor.
Yes.
And so the trust is created upon, I guess, and again, from my understanding, and again, I talked to two different attorneys about this, one in the state, well, they're both estate attorneys, but one's a probate judge and the other is just an estate attorney the estate attorney actually has reviewed this trust and said, no, this is a testamentary trust, and this is typical. It's a fairly common mechanism. I was not aware of it. So this has kind of been a good exercise for me to become familiar with this. So the trust does not exist until the Eleanor Hill passed away, my Aunt Eleanor, and so the trust is created at that point and as the executor of that estate. And then there was also, I believe, Ralph, there was a district court ruling that you are also the executor of the trust. Is that correct?
At the death of my father.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I feel comfortable that I think I saw enough of those documents, and I was having a little bit of trouble tying some things together. And so if the other commissioners are willing to accept that, I'm willing to accept that and proceed. I did see where the agent form is notarized for Mr. Brad Hill, so thank you for doing that. Yes. And so I need to ask Madam Chair, this is a master plan area. I think we're deficient in understanding and executing things in the master plan. And so I want to ask, what master plan documents, since they're not provided, what previous master plan documents are part of today's record that we can reference?
So, yeah. I don't know if we provided you with a copy of the Hillcrest Master Plan?
Not in this application.
Okay, I can give testimony because I'm somewhat familiar with it. Mr. Kevin Hill, who is kind of the, for lack of a better term, the administrator of the master plan, is here also. So there are certain requirements in the master plan that identify certain tracts of land, and some of those tracts are designated for commercial use, and some are designated for residential use. Now, there's a provision in the master plan that there is also a wastewater treatment plant that will be created. But this particular tract of land that we're discussing now is exempt from the requirement to hook up to that wastewater treatment plant. Now, that master plan, as Ms. Winter has educated me in the past, that the courts look at master plans as being somewhat living documents, and that circumstances change, and the needs within a master plan can change, and they should change. And so there may be changes to this master plan going forward, but currently, right now, it is my opinion, and I believe Mr. Hill, well, Mr. Kevin Hill is also here, and he can speak to this better than I can because he's probably more familiar with the master plan than anybody. But this request is in compliance with the master plan.
Can you tell us what the latest version, dated version is? I had it as June 21st, 2003. Is there anything?
No,
more
I
recent?
believe it's, what is it, 2009?
That's actually not an official plan, just the previous one from that.
Okay.
The other one was drafted, but there was never any town action on that.
So 2009, there was a draft, so it's not official, so the 2003 is the official one, is what I thought I heard you say. If you can just get back to us, just so
Yeah.
we'll know, there's a lot of holes in this master plan process for us, at least for me.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to clarify some of those.
I can concur his statement.
Okay. But yeah, if you could get me the latest date, latest version should be following. And so my original question again is back to what master plan documents?
Well, it's even,
Since-
it is consistent with the 2003 original master plan, yes.
So I'm assuming if we need to, we can reference the master plan document.
Yes.
I think there was a 2009.
Revision, but it may not have been
a
finalized.
plat,
Yeah.
but I think it looked like it was official.
And there have been modifications. I don't want to get into that because I'm not,
Okay,
I mean,
so-
I know that there have been modifications that have been accepted by the town, per se, because de facto, there have been,
So since I have so many hills together, do we have a set of documents that we could put together? I don't know if the town has a set, trying to get to a baseline.
It needs to be part of this application, essentially.
I don't believe that so you have the zoning ordinance. That's what's part of it. It is zoned master plan, period, the end.
Right, but we
Correct,
don't have
but
it.
part of the application should include a map of that master plan to ensure that the intention.
So
of-
we can provide you with a copy of that 2003. I know you have them in the planning and zoning office, so there's
Okay,
multiple copies, yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming we can reference that as a part of the application. I mean, it's
Yes.
a part of the record.
Yeah,
tonight
so
that
that's
we
a
can
record the
reference if we
town
need
has.
to.
It shouldn't be part of the application because it's a town document. It's
But-
not an applicant
But
document.
we could reference that as requirements.
Yeah.
Okay,
So when you do take an application for a subdivision, you look at the zoning and you can refer to the zoning ordinance and say, yes, this is what's allowable in the zoning ordinance. And again, master plans are unique. And I think we're struggling with how we're dealing with
Yes.
master plans, but we're gonna have to start getting ahead of those. And I thank you, Commissioner Hutchinson. I think I will refer you to the 2003 document, which is a town document.
So here's an example of where I'm trying to go, is that I know that the master plan addresses this area, for family units, and so we're consistent with that. I also know that there's documents that reference water wells, and so those are an impact, those are an issue, and so I don't know if I can refer to those documents or not, because I was trying to figure out whether they're part of the record or not part of the record.
So
I don't know how to ask my questions, and so.
Okay.
So for the sake of time, I think I know how to answer my question, but we can't continue, we need to get to a good baseline.
So there is a will serve letter from EPCOR specific to this development.
Sure, but there's other impacts for water wells, and that's okay, I'll
Okay.
get to that, so let's try to get going.
Okay.
And I'll also say that this it's part of the Hillcrest Master Plan. We're dealing with track H2, Unit 12, and so there's the other part that's called the track A and B. I thought that Max Hill was the owner of that part of it, but since we're not dealing with that part of the Hillcrest Master Plan, I'm assuming he doesn't need to be a part of it.
He is deceased.
Okay, so I didn't know that, but that's all the documentation I have, and you did say Kevin Hill. So with that, I'm gonna continue on. Let me see where I'm at. Okay. So this application is a change to the master plan. And so I did want to discuss how are we going to document this master plan change? And I know that it's a part of the city's document, but who's managing the Hillcrest master plan? And would it be updated to show this modification?
So yes, it would. And I'm going to, again, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call Kevin Hill the administrator of the Hillcrest Master Plan. Is that a fair?
I refer to myself as the controlling interest.
The controlling interest, so.
I mean, I can answer most of these questions, and I'm happy to do so now or when I have the opportunity.
Because you're an affected party, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So we need to wait until we get to the affected
Okay.
party, so some of these can be answered. I will say, in the master plan, it asks, are any change in land use or any increase in density or intensity of development in the approved master plan requires approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission during a public hearing?
So this does not increase
It doesn't
density or
increase.
intensity?
Okay, that was my question.
Right.
Thank you.
May I make one comment?
Yes.
If you will, Kevin Hill has been established. I would like to just, this doesn't represent a change to the master plan. It's completely within all the bounds of either version of the master plan. If you split hairs on which version, both versions it's compliant with.
Which is why it should have been included in the application, because we need a
We
physical
don't,
paper
so you
to
don't
see.
require a copy of the zoning ordinance, that section of the zoning ordinance for every application. You can't be discriminating against applicants.
I didn't understand your statement.
So for example, the previous application, you did not require them to submit a copy of the zoning ordinance as part of their application.
This is master plan, though. It's a different zone application.
Its master plan is within the zoning ordinance. And so this is identified as it's a master plan's in the zoning ordinance. This is master plan zoned.
Correct. And part of that should be an inclusion of the master plan.
Okay.
Does it actually have that in our?
I don't see it in the subdivision
saw it,
ordinance that
and I didn't
requires
write
a
it
copy
down.
of the
I
master
apologize.
plan, and so I defer to the ordinance. What the ordinance requires is an application.
And we can't search.
Yeah, I don't see it in the preliminary, I don't see it in the
Yeah.
plat requirements for subdivision. The only thing I saw is, that's why I asked the question, are there any changes in the intensity and
No,
density?
there is no change, so the zoning is consistent with what it currently is zoned.
Okay, and I think
In
if-
my review today, I did find that. I didn't write it down as the exact quote, but I did write down the request, so I'll have to go back and find it again.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Mr. Rush?
Okay, yeah, for the sake of, I'm going to proceed and I think we're perpetuating an error, but I'm going to proceed. So my next question is there a water well on tract H2 that is shown on the plat, H2W?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that water well a public well or is that a private well?
It's in, I am not going to make a comment on that because I think there's, I'll let Mr. Hill.
Let me say why, because if it's a public well, then I need a 1,000-foot radius zoning wellhead protection overlay.
It is not a public well.
Okay.
I think I can state that.
Okay.
Is it? It's not it's not owned by a public utility, although they have a,
So let's do this, because
Okay.
we're having an
Yeah,
applicant and
this
an
is
affected party at the
great.
same time, and I don't want to confuse that.
Okay, so let's wait.
So Commissioner Rush, if
Save
there's-
that question.
Yeah, if there's questions that Mr. Brad Hill can't answer, let's wait until the affected party, Mr. Kevin Hill, is up, and we can ask them then, okay?
Okay, so.
So it depends
I
on who you
don't-
ask.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you can see the reason, because it requires a change in addition to the plat if it's a public, well, because it would need an overlay, but I'll ask that question in a second. Well, I have to ask the same question.
So if it is a public well and there is an overlay zone created because it's a public well,
Then you'll ask.
this request is still in compliance with the overlay zone requirements.
Absolutely. We just need to add that overlay on the plat. That's all, that was the whole point.
Okay, yeah,
So-
it would,
so I got the
so if
same-
an overlay zone is created, it would not conflict with what this request is asking for.
Correct, but the point being is I want to see that added to the plat.
But the overlay zone has not been created because the overlay zone is created by the governing body.
That is true.
That is true, but there was a overlay zone for H2W already. If you look at the master plan documents, there's a document that shows that there is what's the word for, a wellhead protection overlay zone on it. Now, it shows that it's 200 feet, but the current requirement is 1,000 feet.
I'm not seeing it on the zone map.
That's irrelevant to the point. The point is there a well on that, or is it private or public? That's all there is to do it, and then.
I'll let Mr. Hill address that because I think there's nuance to that.
Okay.
That I understand, that I think could be maybe clarified, but I'm not going to be.
It's a simple thing. You just add, if you got an overlay.
There is no, I'm not aware that there was there is an overlay zone on a different well.
No, there was a plat that showed that there's an overlay zone on H2W.
Okay, but it was.
That's the reason why I asked.
So if the plat shows an overlay zone, well, I don't want to get into the nuance of that, but if it was not created by the governing body.
I have no idea of knowing that.
It was not created. The governing body did not create an overlay zone there. It's
So if
my
we-
understanding.
If we need to have the governing body add it, then we'll add it, but I need to know what the requirements are.
I think it depends because I don't want to get into this because this
Okay.
is in dispute.
Well, let me ask the same question about Lot 3. Is there a well on Lot 3 or not?
Is it lot 3? No? There's no well.
Okay, no well on Lot 3.
No well.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so I have the same issues and concerns that I discussed earlier about the viability of your easements, adequate fire protection, and possible need for fire hydrants. And so on your plat on Lot 3, you have a 20-foot power utility easement. I don't see how you would get water to that.
So let me kind of go through the process as it really exists. So when you do a preliminary plat, the engineering for certain aspects of that development are done by the utility. So for you to go in and do engineering, and then the utility comes in and goes, yeah, I don't like your engineering, you wasted all your money on that. That's really not fair. Because what really happens is you call Central New Mexico Electric Co-op and they say, we can only use our engineering. We can't use your engineering. We're gonna go engineer it. And so you kind of, so if you show that on the, I mean, you can kind of show generally where those utilities are going to be, and you can have road easements that include utilities. But when you get into certain detail of it, and this is such a simple plat that I don't think it's ever gonna be, could not be an issue. But that's what happens. And then when you get to final plat approval, and I've been through this process, you go to Santa Fe County Fire Department, and they will come out and they will do an inspection. They'll look at your plat and they say, this is where we want fire hydrants, and this gentleman is correct. They'll look at, we don't want to be more than 250 feet from the farthest point that this fire hydrant, I can't remember the exact number, but.
I don't contest anything that you're saying whatsoever.
But what I'm saying is, and these are all things that really beg to be done at the final plat, not the preliminary.
You're absolutely right, but you have a concept, and your concept is not viable.
I agree. You're saying this concept's not viable?
This concept, this plat is not viable the way it's drawn.
Okay.
And so that's all I'm trying to do is get to the point that, to get to a concept that's viable.
What is not viable about?
You can't get water to that property.
To which property?
Lot 3.
Why can't you?
Where are you gonna get the easement? Where's the easement gonna be? You don't show the
The
easement.
water company's gonna tell you where that easement's gonna be. Because you have to give that easement to the water company.
But why don't you just,
Because they wanna know, they wanna decide where that easement goes.
there's no way to get water to it.
The utility company will say, you get your preliminary plat, you go to the utility company and say, this lot needs water. Would you please engineer where you want your easement to go? And that's what the utility companies will do.
And I think what we're battling with is that our preliminary plat requirements, unless waived by the commission, require these things.
I understand, and so what I'm saying is you could make it conditional that those easements will be determined by the utility companies. Because when I do my last subdivision, the utility company came in and said, okay, here's your preliminary plat, so here's our easements, road easements. Can you kind of keep your easements relatively close to the road? And they say yes, and so they cite where the easement needs to be, and you assign that easement to the utility company.
I can live with that option. We'll make it conditional, because what I say is because we're required to have adequate fire protection. You're gonna be on a water system. I wanna make sure that that's supported.
And that should be a requirement, I think, in the final plat.
Yes.
And typically we have done that, just so you know, staff prior, in previous final plats, we said, okay, you have to have the fire department designate where the fire hydrants are going to be.
And we're good, and we'll do that. It will make the condition. I just wanted to make sure that this plat is viable. And if you're saying that wherever the water company wants to run an easement and change it, you're gonna change it to match that?
Yes, so the master plan will show where those water easements are.
That makes it viable in that case.
Yes,
You're willing to change those.
The water company's not going to put those water lines in if it's not going to be within, meet their, yeah, I get where you're coming from. And I think that, I mean, this begs again to the issue where there's probably needs to be more review of the ordinances. We all know that.
We've been trying to do that for 8 months. So.
Right, so if we can get away from these conditions, that would be great. But I think until then, we're kind of stuck with this process where we have these conditional, approvals, yeah.
And so I assume, that the water company will determine, along with the Santa Fe County Fire Chief, where the fire hydrants are gonna go.
Yes.
And if the fire chief decides there needs to be hydrants there.
Yes, and that's what we have been, I'm gonna say, when I was on staff, that was the protocol that we had. We required the final plat to show, they had to go to the Santa Fe County Fire Department. We would send the preliminary plat to the fire department, and they would review it and say, okay, yeah, this is fine, here's where your fire hydrants need to be.
And so we'll make it a condition that you get to meet And this is a design standard, you know, section 9.t for adequate fire protection. We'll get that
So,
input
so
from
the way
fire chief.
what actually happens is they will show you where the fire hydrants need to be. You put them in, and then Santa Fe County will give you a letter of approval that you have met that standard, and that has to be done before you get to final plat approval.
Okay. So I think that addresses the water, the easements, and the fire hydrants. And so I do find the following information missing on the preliminary plat. And I know that you've just been brought on as an applicant, and so we need to, you know, add your name and address as the agent, you know, per section 7.c.6.8.
Right.
So we need to add those, and then I think Ralph Hill's name is obviously on there, but we'll need his address. The next thing I find missing is there's no benchmark or permanent basis, you know, for a permanent survey monuments.
Okay. Make that a condition, we can comply with that.
We'll add that. Then utilities on and adjacent, I don't think I see like, for instance, the power. I'm assuming there's power poles down Dinkle Road. Adjacent is within 300 feet, and so I think those should be added. I think that's helpful information.
Yes. All utility easements will be shown on the final plat.
And, you know, so, you know, and I'm assuming there's phone out there too. And let me see. So I need zoning on and adjacent with the applicable setbacks. And I can give you the section numbers, but I think that works. Ground elevation and mean sea level datum with the contour lines, that would help.
Contour lines are not required if the slope is less than 3%. I believe we can get documentation that the slope is less than 3%.
Yeah, I don't remember now off the top of my head. Do you know which way this land slopes?
5% is 5%.
Is it 5%? I know it's less than 5%.
Yeah, it's,
Well,
if it's
there's-
more than 5%, contour lines
Hang on
are
a sec,
required.
so 7C6J. So, yeah, I should have asked my question better. So, slopes less than
1%.
1% require no more than 1 foot contour lines. So anything less than 1% is still required.
I think if contour lines are required.
Ground elevation on the site based on mean sea level.
If you
datum.
want contours, we can probably comply with that at the,
Well, they're needed and they're helpful. For instance.
but the ordinance doesn't call for it. I disagree with your interpretation of the ordinance, but you know, if that's what, if you want to make ordinance, if you want to, if you're creating ordinance.
Let me just read you the ordinance. This is what's required
Okay.
in the ordinance. Ground elevation on the site based on mean sea level datum as established by the U.S. Coast Guard and Geodetic Survey. For land that slopes less than 1% contour lines at intervals of not more than 1 foot. That's, and that number is section 7C 6J.
Okay, I'm sorry, read that to me again, Commissioner.
The actual section number?
Yes.
It's section 7, uppercase C, 6, lowercase j, .1.
What page is that on?
That's on page 11.
Okay, so it's under section 7.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, if that's, okay, it says. Okay,
The
all right,
reason-
nope,
That's okay.
I'm not gonna argue with you,
we're done
Mr.
that. We're done, we're done. So which way does this land slope? Does it slope towards the floodplain area to the north?
I'm not, I'm not going to give you a definitive answer. That would be my indication, but I think what we'll do is we'll make sure that this contour stuff is done.
Because see, the
I understand where you're going with this.
Well, because then I need to know whether I need an analysis if you're gonna add water to that plan.
Add water.
Yeah, as you do development with the subdivision, is it gonna add water, down slope?
Oh, drainage.
So under state statute, again, I'll defer to state statute because this is what I'm familiar with. So I will tell you that on a 1 acre lot, what the state requires is that you cannot do development that will create drainage off your property. So I will assure you that all construction that is done on this subdivision will meet the state building code.
That's also in the ground, grading and, drainage.
But it's also in the state building code that
Yeah.
if water does not leave your property, that's, you know, just to give you an example, when I built my house, I was on a 40-acre lot. And they said, well, and I was in the middle of 40 acres, and the state said, well, is the water from your roof gonna run off your property? And I told them if it does, nothing really matters to anybody anymore because we're in Noah time. Water does not travel that far. I mean, the amount of water that a residential structure creates as far as flow, if it is determined that it will drain off the property, then the State Construction Industries Division will make you control that. So that is actually enforced by the state. It may be in our statute, but traditionally, if we defer to state statute in these matters, just like septic tanks.
Understand, but it's a requirement in our ordinances. And then the way I look at it is if there's not the slope of the property towards where it makes that an issue, then there needs to be an engineering analysis.
So you want to impose engineering analysis on every residential building in town of Edgewood?
That's what the ordinance says.
So, okay, basically, we need to start sending asking everybody to vacate their residence.
So that's not the point. So the point is that you don't want to wait until you get a house on the property. What you
So
wanna
you
do-
don't wait, that's what a building permit is.
Exactly. What you want to do is when the subdivision is being developed, you want to have the subdivision look at it to see what impact the subdivision has to have to prevent there to be.
So
an
there is
issue.
none, there is none. If there is any, it will be determined at the time you get
But
a
I'm
building
sorry,
permit.
Mr. Hill, you're not the engineer.
I'm not an engineer, but I can tell you what the state building code says.
All I can go, I'll be glad to look at that reference, but I'm just going by what the ordinance says and the
Okay.
drainage and grading and grading. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it while I talk.
So I'm gonna, according to this, I'm gonna advise staff, you need to do a moratorium on all building permits in the town of Edgewood.
That's
No
not,
sheds,
Mr.
no
Hill,
garages, no homes
Mr. Hill,
without
that's-
engineering.
That's not the point. It's the design of the subdivision. It's, because that's the point at which you deal with this. is
I
at the
understand,
point
and that's
where-
what I'm saying, we'll do the contour lines, but I think that's adequate.
I'm not, so Commissioner Rush, where are you finding the engineering requirement? I see storm drainage management. Let's see here. So I'm not finding that portion in our subdivision requirement for preliminary plat. The only,
It says if the applicant shall be required to furnish a plan for storm drainage management if the subdivision lies within a designated flood hazard area. This does not exist within a designated flood hazard area.
there's one adjacent, but
There's
it's
one
not.
But it's not
in.
within.
Right.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. I mean, what we're looking for is protection of the public. I get that. That's what we're basically looking at. And what I'm saying is, Commissioner Rush, that there are state requirements and you don't get your building permit until you show that this runoff is not affecting your neighbor's property. But but specific to this, it's not in a designated flood hazard area.
So if you look at the grading and draining ordinance 2002-1, section 19.a.3 says the the way
Wait, give me that citation again.
2002
No, I know that ordinance, it just,
19.a.3. It says, total surface runoff from the proposed improved site into existing or future developments shall not exceed the runoff from that area of land prior to the development. The engineer may utilize retention, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
So all I'm saying is yes.
So this is done at development review?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Development review doesn't occur until after the subdivision has been approved. You can't get a development review on an unsubdivided parcel.
And so all I'm saying is that analysis has to occur. I'm not saying it has to be done now.
But it's not part of the subdivision ordinance. This is part of the development ordinance. This
no,
is grading and drainage ordinance.
It's part of the drainage and gradage. It's
Right.
referenced in the subdivision ordinance.
Well, it says that, and let me interject here. The purpose under the grading and drainage, it says provisions of this chapter are to complement the subdivision ordinance and the zoning ordinance, and to make the uses permitted by these ordinances more feasible and acceptable in the interest. So I think we are putting, this is to complement, but I would have to agree with Mr. Hill. This is in a development stage part rather than a preliminary plat.
This is done at the development review stage. So you get so you don't know what you cannot predict what runoff you're going to get until the structures are proposed.
I don't disagree. My argument was it's a requirement, and the time to do that is at the subdivision level.
No, I disagree.
The time is at the subdivision level.
You can't show me that in the subdivision ordinance.
Because look, you don't want to do it when you're building a house. You want it to be done when the subdivision.
Well, then you need to
is
change
developed.
the ordinance to show
Okay, and I'm going to
that.
stop that now, and I'm going to ask legal counsel for her opinion on this disagreement.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think we've had this conversation once before, but you cannot pull development review standards into the Section 7 preliminary plat requirement. So, draining and grading and drainage is something that comes at the development review process level, unless you're in the flood hazard zone. He's already testified that they're not in the flood hazard zone. So I think that you can't be pulling things from development review and trying to implicate them here. So.
Okay, does that clarify?
No, it does not, because the commission has the authority to make conditions that have to be shown improved on the final plat.
But those conditions have to be based on ordinance. They can't be arbitrary.
I just gave it to you.
It's not based on the this is what she just said. It's not based on the subdivision ordinance. You can't pull these into the subdivision
She was
ordinance.
pulling it from the portion that said that you have to live in the floodplain.
Okay, so.
I'm just saying, all I'm saying is yes, you're going to, the development review will occur, and all I'm saying is it has to be done before you do the final plat. And you said it's already.
You can't
gonna be
do
done.
development review before you do the plat. How do you, what are you gonna do? You have to have a design for every house?
The
Final
plat.
The final has to be done before development review.
Right, and you don't want to do it when the houses are there, you want to do it as a subdivision.
No, you can't. You cannot. How do you know where the runoff is going to occur until somebody comes in and says, this is my development review to build a house on this lot?
So I think at this point,
You're gonna predetermine where houses are gonna be located and what type of house it has to be?
No, sir.
And what size house it has to be?
No, sir.
How else do you determine what
No,
the
sir.
runoff is going to be?
That's the reason why you have an engineer that does statistical analysis.
So we've
No, you
gone-
don't.
so
No,
I
you
think-
don't.
so
You're
I-
not
I
an
think-
engineer.
I'm not an engineer, and I've built many houses in Edgewood, and I've never had an engineer do this.
I'm going to interrupt here. because we're having an argument, which is not going to be acceptable between any parties within the room. We're going to get back to where we need to be, and it's okay to agree to disagree on this, but we're not going to have the argument
Okay.
here in the hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I agree,
So-
Madam Chair, I
And,
agree
and
to
that's
disagree.
something that, yeah, so we're gonna move on from there, and, this is something that we just cannot have in this hearing,
I understand.
so.
I agree.
I agree. I'm not upset with you or anything.
I'm
just
not
try-
upset with you either,
Okay.
Commissioner.
So let's proceed.
Okay.
Let's proceed. I don't know what we'll do about it, but we'll proceed. So I've got the same level of questions, things that we need to add to the plat if they exist.
Okay.
I don't know if they exist, so I have to ask the question.
Okay.
Is there any existing drainage facilities on or adjacent to the site?
The only thing adjacent is, there's a floodplain adjacent to the site, but that's not technically a
But that's
drainage facility.
But that's documented.
That's documented, yes.
Is there any other significant conditions on the site, such as trees, structures, rock outcroppings that need to be documented?
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Conditions of, are there any conditions on adjacent land significant affecting design of the subdivision, such as gradients, ground slope, character, location of the development?
Not in my, I do not believe so, no.
Okay, so, is there a location of planned water wells, reservoirs, pump stations, location, dimensions, purpose of the easement?
No, this will be served by a water utility. So there will be no, I can't speak to what future property owners may request, but this
No, these-
applicant is not requesting for any wells or of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then finally, I'm assuming your wastewater disposal will be septic.
Yes. In compliance with state statute.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Any other commissioners with questions for Mr. Hill? Mr. Brad Hill?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment. So if you are in favor of the project, you may raise your hand and come up and make public comment. So does anyone have any public comment in favor of the project? Okay, we'll show no hands, so we'll move on to testimony from affected parties. So we have 2 affected parties, I believe. And so, Mr. Kevin Hill, are you prepared? Are you ready to come up? Okay.
Okay, again, for the record, Kevin Hill, land and water owner in Edgewood. I just start by just saying that I support this small subdivision. It's a very simple subdivision. And I don't want to kind of kick the horn, but I did want to bring out a couple specific paragraphs, if you will, in the subdivision ordinance that I think is important. I mean, obviously, the state of, Ralph Hill and the state of Eleanor Hill, they're vested, they have a vested interest in the master plan going back from its inception. My concern is obviously not with the state of Eleanor Hill, but I do want, there's been a tremendous amount of activity. There's been adjudication in district court on various issues. So I do think it's very important that we do at least recognize Section 5A5. And that just points out that, and I'm sorry, I was down on another page because I was trying to keep up with the previous debate. But I just wanted to point out that basically states that, as far as conformance as part of the subdivision ordinance, and I think we're kind of talking around this, but I just wanted to point out that that's where it says that, when the town of Edgewood approves a master plan, which is a very involved process, that actually becomes a land use plan, so it becomes essentially an extension of the ordinance, the way I see that. So I don't think anybody's debating in here whether this subdivision has to comply with the master plan. I'm just suggesting that that's where that ties in and becomes actually a land use plan, you know, almost like an ordinance, right? It's kind of an extension, and it's kind of a weird hybrid of subdivision and zoning. You know, everybody knows it's kind of a weird animal. But this is where the subdivision ordinance ties in that approved master plan. And I'll save the question, you know, there's two master plan versions that are floating out there. The primary one is the April 24th, 2003, and then there's an August 10th, 2003. Now, the town acted upon the April 24, 2003, and that's what a district court judge issued a stipulated order. And I'm sympathetic with the request for a, you know, kind of a packet, if you will, so you know where this master plan is, because there has been a mind-numbing amount of confusion and, well, I mean, it's adjudicated. You know, there's 8 counts of fraud in a judgment of the trial as it relates to the master plan and the Highland Stock Farm properties, including the land and the water, okay? So, you know, that has been adjudicated. There's a judgment that's been issued, you know. So a lot of these issues, you know, if you can't see clear on it, and that's why I've kind of alluded to this a couple of times as I've spoken over the last few months. So, you know, we can clean that up. I would, since you're asking for that, you know, I will be glad to support that, to make sure that you have that. I think it is appropriate that it become a, you know, that it's listed as a condition, as Mr. Radhill has requested that the commission do. You know, I think the reference to the Hillcrest Master Plan, specifically the April 24, 2003, and I will provide that along with the stipulated agreement. The problem is the August 10, 2003 doesn't exactly comply with the stipulated agreement. So really, the governing documents is the April document with the stipulated order from district court, okay? And so we will give you those documents, or I'll pass them to Brad, so that, you know, it'll channel through properly to your desk. But, you know, but all that aside, you know, I want to say that I see nothing in this plan that is inconsistent with the intention and the details of the master plan. Okay, so for what that's worth. All right, the other item of concern would be that the well. So there's actually a well on tract H-2-W. That is a very, very important well to the town of Edgewood. Okay, we've had meetings just this week about that well. There's been meetings going on about that well and protecting it from the new, you know, pipeline rerouting, and, you know, EBCOR is watching after that. I'm watching after that. You know, so I think it is appropriate that, you know, that it might also be a condition of approval, you know, public or private well. Well, there are Hillcrest water rights that have been assigned down to that well by the state, the Office of the State Engineer. And again, it's almost as convoluted as the, you know, some of the master plan activity. Okay, so there's confusion around there, but it should be, you know, if it's presented right, you can see the light of day through the issues. But I would suggest that we do want, you know, you don't want to put a septic system in that zone that you're talking about. It currently does not reflect that. So I guess my intention might be that the town might take a zoning action between preliminary and final to actually maybe get that zone in place, because it is very important. I can assure you, it's important to the community.
For the overlay zone you're referring to?
Pardon me?
As an overlay zone?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, the blue circles that you see around the wells, and so that is close.
Commissioner Rush?
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So I would ask and make that a condition, or that needs to be added to the plat, and a good location, because the New Mexico statute requires for a public well that the septic be 200 feet from it. And so, it'd be nice to know where that's at, so people will know, from the plat. So I'm assuming you don't have a problem adding the well to this plat.
Yeah, I guess that wouldn't be for me to say.
I will answer that, yes. And so I think that, obviously, once the governing body, under its jurisdiction, takes action and creates that zoning action, which is to create the wellhead protection zone, and specifically what that means, obviously, that supersedes and would be required to be on any plat
So, yeah, so I think.
subsequent to that designation.
It's in our best interest, and so, and I think what I had is that it's a 1,000-foot radius around that well.
So you have, yeah, and I will tell you, I'll have to look at it. The town of Edgewood, actually, the way the ordinance read is that all wells have to be within that zone. So gas stations, for example, every gas station has to be within a town of Edgewood overlay zone, the way the ordinance reads. So that's been corrected, but there's still some confusion there. But yes, so what I'm saying, Commissioner Ruff, is you don't even need to put it as a condition, because that's the purview of the governing body. The governing body will create that, and then we have no choice to comply with that. You can't impose that, because you can't predict, you can't say what the governing body is going to do.
That overlay zone doesn't.
But it will probably be created, and once it's created, it will be law, so.
And once it's there, then we can.
We have no choice but to comply with that, and show it on every plat.
But we can't impose it on
You
the
can't make
property.
us do it, because we don't know what the commissions theoretically could do.
Right.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves?
this is just a learning question for myself, Mr. Bradhill. You have seen the governing body do that and require the overlay zones?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and it came from the Planning and Zoning Department requesting this overlay zone needs to be done. And so that was a request made to, and I assume once this kind of is in place, that will be part of a function of staff, and they will go to the governing body and say this needs to be done. And it might be part of the condition of whatever agreement Mr. Kevin Hill makes with the town of Edgewood.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rush?
So the second question I had, I'm assuming, now we know we can get that done, and we can we'll keep records, and we'll have the town do that. So all good progress. So my one question is, you referenced the April 24th, 2003, and then August 2003. I'd actually had a June 21st version. Do you know anything, what about that one? You know anything about that?
June 21st, 2003 or 2002?
I thought it was a 2003. It's dated, yeah, June 21st, 2003.
Okay, I'm sorry. I hope I haven't misspoke. I just, I wasn't expecting to answer this question. I would just try to pull it out of my files very quickly
I'm just
as I
trying to
was
understand
sitting
what we
here.
got.
What I will commit to you is that I will get them the one that I mean. I thought it was the April, I have to go back and look at the date of that stipulated agreement. And, I've got the minutes of the action of the town. I've got that in a file. That makes a good appendix to this piece of information. So I can solve that question as well. So if we just say that, hey, I guess there may be a question as to which one is the right one. I know which one it is. I'm sorry. I will.
Do you want to see this one tonight? I'll leave it with you for the hours more we're going to be here.
Oh, okay, sure. I suspect I've got it in my files. I was just trying to
Let me
do
know.
this quickly but I guess I was going to say, I heard that there's going to be some minor drafting, if you will. There's some minor corrections to the plat. I would just suggest that, you don't actually show the well that's on a separate plat. But I would suggest that what might be appropriate is that arc line that's represented, right? So that's an easy thing to do from
As a
right.
minimum, but you have H2W on the plat.
Okay,
That's.
We'll look at that.
Yeah.
okay, Fair enough.
That needs to be correct. Right, that's the bottom line, it has to be right.
But and again, I just would, the last item I wanted to reference was on page 11 of the subdivision ordinance. And that gets back to, I spoke so passionately, if you will, about the drainage, so I would like to interject that, that's section 6, and keep in mind that as I mentioned previously, the commission can waive these unless waived by the Planning and Zoning Commission, right? So everything that follows under 6, you can use your judgment as to whether it's appropriate. So the default is, you got to have all these things as it is in bullet H, right? H is the one that talks about storm drainage management, okay? I mean, I know the property well. I think it probably crests a little bit and goes to the road and it goes into Bachelor Draw. Drainage is not a big issue. It does say they have to have a drainage plan, but the plan can basically be as simple as it's not gonna leave the property.
Yeah, that is, and that's under state statute. So the plan could be, we're going to follow state statute.
So that's all kind of consistent with what everybody's saying, right? So, do you need to insist that some engineering be done on this when you look at the neighboring properties, which I have a strong interest in as well, right? We're talking about the same Hillcrest master plan that I was speaking of earlier. That took a lot of drainage. This isn't, so if you need to waive that, waive it here. If you look at the site, you're gonna go, hey, this isn't gonna be a thing, particularly if the plan is communicated that the water's not gonna leave site. Okay, there's not a bunch of other water that's gonna drain through this plat. Right, so it's a completely different animal. I'm not trying to play favorites to.
So can I clarify, Commissioner Rush, how this works in state statute? So when you get into a building permit, they look at the house that you are proposing to build, your plan. They look at the roof. They look whether it's flat roof, whether it's a pitched roof, whatever. They do calculus as to how much water is going to come off that roof. I mean, this is what the state does before you get a building permit. They calculate how much water is going to come off your roof, and they determine, okay, this is the amount of water, and it's probably going to go 30 feet and dissipate. And if it doesn't, then you have to put a retention pond there. So that's what the state determines when you get a building permit. They do those calculations. And you have to comply. So basically what the state is saying is you build a house, you can't drain water onto your neighbor's property. So in an urban environment, that becomes somewhat complex, but in Edgewood, it's really not an issue. You could theoretically, and commercial property is different because you've got parking lots and things like that, and then you have to get an engineer to go out there and make a determination what kind of retention you're going to have to do. You've done this, Commissioner, so you know what I'm talking about. But on a residential house on a 2-acre lot, the water, I mean, unless you're building some kind of goofy house that's, like a 50,000 square foot house, you're not gonna have that issue. So the calculations are done by the state. Now, are they engineers? No, but they are trained technicians. And they will not issue you that building permit until they make that determination that the water from your roof is not gonna go on your neighbor's property. So that's the protection that's in place.
And with all due respect, I think both answers are right. It's what's applicable. Okay, so for something like this, a simple plan that says there's only 3 lots, they can communicate a plan that says the water will not leave. Okay, now, if I was to, if I was crazy and I said, hey, here comes, 750 acres that we're gonna, subdivide, 500 lots or something like that, that answer wouldn't be sufficient. You need something better than that, right? So you tailor this to fit what's appropriate to what comes, before the town, right? And in the conditions, 3 versus 8, you say, well, that's not fair. No, the side conditions. So when you read, you just carefully read H, and it makes sense, right? It's an appropriate plan that's communicated. It would be, what I would encourage, people to think through. And in this case, it's very, very simple. It wasn't so simple, unfortunately, for a different occasion, you know. And, you know, and there's some lovely rolling hills. That's why the engineering, the plans for the overall master plan were done. So that was kind of, I guess, my last point. But yeah, I would request that, you know, since it's not on the plat, you know, condition of approval, you know, something that recognizes the importance of that well, say that, you know, final approval will be subject to consideration of the, you know, it's not a public well yet, but it's in progress, right? I mean, it's, you know, as far as sequence of operation, that well and the investment in that well has preceded this request for subdivision. Even though the well is not producing water today, it's still a valuable asset. It still represents a plan. It still represents an investment. You know, so as far as respecting neighboring property rights, I think it's appropriate to recognize that well as a condition.
Commissioners, any other questions for this affected party? And I
Madam
think
Chair?
that you
I have
all
one.
have had an opportunity to, Commissioner
One quick
Hutchinson.
question, please. Since I don't have the master plan to compare this to, the intended use would be indicated on the master plan. Is this just to remain residential?
Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing, is it's approved use. So the master plan will list off all the conceptual units and what their basically equivalent zoning is. So this is equivalent of, you know, the approved use that the town signed off in this report says it's the general use of R1. So, I mean, the other option is, you know, you could you could also match this up with a zoning change and say, you know what, we're gonna do a zoning change and request this to be R1. And really nothing should change. I mean, you know, think conceptually, what should it matter if it's R1 or master plan with an approved use of R1? Right.
What should it matter?
Well, as long as it stays within the master plan densities.
Exactly.
And so forth that was included on the original, the approved master plan.
And that's what I'm saying. So there is no master plan change. You know, there's nothing to change in the master plan. This is consistent with the overall planning of the master plan, if you will.
Do you just have that on your computer you could at least show to us?
Sure. I mean, he's got the version. I mean, you can look at a page. I'll give you a page number here. Actually, give me 1 second. I probably have that very one. Or at least let me double check the,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reeves.
Well, Mr. Kevin Hill is looking for that. Acting Manager Taylor. When you're provided those copies in the court document, I would really like to have a hard copy of that in my possession. Because at this point in time, I do not have anything on the Hillcrest master plan, other than I know it exists as a document. So,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr.
To be
Hill.
technically correct, you don't only need the master plan, but you need all of the court hearing documents. It's gonna be a stack of papers about this big.
and
But
that's,
if you wanna go through those, that technically is what the, identifying master plan documentation. So you can have them.
respectfully, I would disagree, Brad. I mean, the stipulated order, I think, is 2 or 3 pages, and
Okay.
one of them's a
Okay.
signature
So that's-
page.
So the stipulated order is, that we definitely need that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
But you don't have, there's not transcripts of
Okay.
the hearings or?
Who needs it? You got the
Well,
court.
They're
you-
asking for
you-
all of the documentation.
No.
You got an order from a judge.
let me clarify.
You got an order from a judge, right?
Let me clarify my statement. Kevin Hill referred to the stipulated court order
Yes, ma'am.
that went with the April 24th, 2003 master plan.
Yes, ma'am.
And you offered to provide that to us.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
am saying I will happily have that document in my possession, because surely the Hills are gonna come again before the podium and the
No,
master
and that's
plan,
what
and I would
think
like to
that's
have
the
that.
point. I mean, this is setting a precedent.
And that's
This is
why,
giving us guidance as to how we're gonna move forward, and what, not just this master plan, but any master plan in the town.
If there was any
You're starting
adjudication.
to establish these protocols, and I think that's appropriate that, Commissioner Hutchinson, I think you you've hit on something that probably we hadn't thought of, but I think it's gonna be really important.
And if there was any adjudication regarding the property, we need that.
Some kind of,
Yeah.
the final.
Yeah, we need
Yes.
the final,
And that's why I
Judge-
kind of qualified my statement. It's like, Mr. Ralph Hill is has a vested interest in the master plan, but he could have just as easily sold the entire subdivided plat, right? I mean, he could sell 12A, right? And so what I'm asking to be conditioned on his would be, some third party that we have no idea who it is, you are setting precedent to say, hey, look, when you subdivide this, and that's why I made reference to Section 5 to say it is a land use policy that has the, you've got to enforce that the way you are. It's kind of, unfortunately, an extra pain for you guys because now you have to make sure it's compliant with the master plan. As long as I get noticed, and as long as I'm around, certainly I'll, be here and give an
But the
opinion.
master plan is a legal document, and
Yes, ma'am.
it does require us to comply with the approved uses.
Yes, all right, so I've got that document up. Let me give you a page number. A big part of it is compliance with the comprehensive plan. You got zone maps, you got the original plats, you got the ownership documents, water rights documents. Here we go. On page, come on, I'm sorry. Had it bookmarked, but it's on a different computer. Did I pass it? Nope. Where is it? Oh, sorry. It lists out each unit and its approved use. I'm sorry, I'm stumbling to get there.
So when we come in for final plat approval, we'll make sure that we present this hopefully in a coherent manner. So there's no question that you or the public has any concerns whether or not this is compliant with the master plan. I think if that's the protocol we need going forward, I think that's fine. But this is the first time that I know of this has happened in the town of Edgewood. So this is going to happen a lot going forward.
Well, there's 900 acres in this master plan roughly still, right? So
Is there
proposed.
any intent of updating the master plan, or is it still
Or
good?
revising?
A new
there's
fresh
cleanup that
date,
needs to
even if
happen.
nothing changes?
There's cleanup that needs to happen, and actually, that's something that I need to get with planning and say, okay, how do you want to go about this? What do we think we need to do to reestablish where the plan is? Because things were done that have been designated as fraud, okay? And so we need to make sure that there's no confusion of that, and I would, suggest that, but I'm getting off topic because this doesn't apply to Mr. Hill, Ralph Hill's
Right.
subdivision today.
Yeah.
Okay, but, we're asking general master plan questions because it is associated with the master plan. But there's a proposed phasing, I think it's maybe on page 16, and it lists unit 1, so it lists all of the units, and then it, if, I can just give you a quick view if you allow me to approach the
So you're just referring to a document. Do you have the drawing?
Yeah, it's part of the master plan.
It's part of it. Okay, that's what I want to see.
So there's documents and
yes.
there's specific text, specific to each lot.
But I
Oh,
think,
okay, okay.
So,
Yeah, it's
But
like,
do
well, not to
we-
each lot, but
But
to each
each-
conceptual unit.
yes.
My-
So each unit, so like unit 6 is the commercial unit. Unit 4 is a high-density unit. Unit 12, all the unit 12, A, B, C, and D, those are all residential and equivalent to R1. So the density is specified, you've got up on, the northern part, those were 5 acres. Those are equivalent to estate. Which-
residential estate.
Do we even have residential estate anymore?
Yes.
Okay,
My
okay.
property is residential.
so I don't mean to interrupt, but I think in lieu of time management,
Yeah.
that because that document wasn't submitted in the packet, we would have to vote to include that. And with the question of, does this change the density or intensity
Does not.
of the master plan, which they've testified it does not, my suggestion is that we move on without needing to have the actual master plan document tonight.
Well, with all,
If you feel comfortable with that.
We'll make sure that this presentation will be done at the final plat approval.
Okay.
And you will hopefully be, if you're not comfortable at that point, you don't have to approve the final, or you can make conditions, further conditions.
well, I think it's probably appropriate to have this, you know, shouldn't even mention it, but I mean, you know, you've got documents on another master plan that's always in the news, right? But I mean, the point is, you have these documents, you know, whether you can put your finger on them right away, you've got them in your records. You know, the town has taken action, not just the P and Z. P and Z, you know, it's a zoning, so obviously it was an action of the town commission, council at the time. So, you know, you technically do have the documents, whether you can find them or not. Now, there was some theft, and there's a police report on it, so some of these documents were stolen. Okay, so you may not actually have it, okay? I was very upset about that because it was in the middle of our litigation.
Okay,
So-
all right. So, yeah,
Let's
we'll move on from here.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kevin Hill.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see, so do you and Mr. Brad Hill feel confident with your questions and answers between the two of you as an applicant or agent for
Yes.
applicant and as affected party? Questions have gone back and forth, and you are satisfied with that? And are there any, yes, and,
I would just summarize again like I started. I support this subdivision.
okay, and I think, Ralph, you stood up and were sworn in, correct?
I'm sorry?
Were you sworn in also?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And are there any other affected parties on this particular hearing that we need to, that were sworn in? Oh, on this particular one, Mr. Oden? You, I have to apologize. Were you sworn in for this one too? Okay, I did not see you in the back. So we need to also hear from you. So at this point, Ralph is the applicant. So let's have the other affected party come up that was sworn in, Mr. Oden. And so you can actually have testimony as an affected party. So my question, if you'll identify yourself, I'm sorry.
My name is Tim Oden.
And do you have land adjacent to this property?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Tim Oden. I am manager of Hillcrest LLC. Hillcrest LLC is the owner of Lot H2W on what is the well tract that you've been discussing tonight. This property is immediately adjacent to Lot 1, shown on the proposed plat. Madam Chair, if I may.
Oh, approach the meeting? Yeah, you may approach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, commissioners, we have to, and council, with this document, we do have to vote to put into evidence, correct?
Chair, you don't have to
No,
vote,
just accept?
just accept it into evidence.
Okay, thank you.
And make it part of the record.
Okay, so we'll accept the letter that Mr. Tim Oden presented dated July 16, 2026 as evidence in this item number 7 on tonight's agenda.
Thank you. I'm here tonight to bring attention to certain, excuse me, well setback easements located on Hillcrest property and on Lot 3, shown on the proposed plat. Well E761S2 is an existing well that has been identified as one of the primary wells that will provide the water to the Hillcrest master plan. That would include Mr. Ralph Hill's lots, subject to your approval tonight. through EPCOR's distribution system. I'm going to give staff a copy of the well permits permitted in the name of Highland Stock Farm, Hillcrest LLC, and New Mexico American Water, Inc., who was the predecessor to EPCOR. There's 2 permits here to where these people are co-applicants. In other words, Highland Stock Farm, Hillcrest LLC, and New Mexico American Water are co-applicants for the drilling of 2 wells, one of which is the well that you see on H2W. A third document I'm going to give staff, and these are about 30 pages total, and I didn't have time to make copies for the commissioners. The third document I'm going to give you is an agreement regarding water rights that was recorded with the state engineer, with the county clerk's office, between New Mexico American Water Company, Hillcrest LLC, Highland Stock Farm LLC, and the estate of Eleanor Hill. I want to hand those to staff now, if you mind. These 3 documents create this well that's located on H2W. It is, in fact, a public well in that EPCOR, formerly known as New Mexico American Water, is an applicant for the permit, an applicant for the use of all the water that comes out of this well. The agreement regarding water rights has to do with how the water is divvied up between the parties and how it's to be used. It's to be used to provide all the water service to the Hillcrest master plan, all 900 acres or however much it is. That qualifies it as a public well. Some time ago, when the well was drilled and came in to be a good well, asked Karen Mahalik, who is planning and zoning administrator in town, predecessor, pretty much everybody here, to include it on the town's map showing the wellhead protection zone. Hasn't been done today. I've been in contact with Select Right-of-Way, I believe their name is, who is the right-of-way agent for Marathon Pipeline Company, about the proximity, your ordinance, section 13-1 of your zoning ordinance that created the wellhead protection zone in your ordinance. 13-1 says, in that 1,000 feet,
Madam Chair.
you cannot place a liquid petroleum pipeline within that 1,000 feet. They are unaware of it.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? Because,
Sure, I'll yield. Go ahead.
can you tell me which zoning ordinance you're referring to for section 13-1?
I don't know, 2024-17. I don't know what the date of it is. I guess it's 2024.
Thank you, sir.
I'll give you an excerpt. I just have one, if you want it.
Go ahead, we'll resolve that later, but go ahead,
Okay.
please. We have a little bit of conflict, I think, but go ahead.
Okay. Page 2 of the handout that I provided the commission is a plat that was done in 2013 that is the same property that's subject of your application by Mr. Hill tonight. It does show the 1,000-foot wellhead protection zone line, and it also shows the undrilled well up on the north side of, I guess, what would be Lot 3 today. That is a permitted well. It is subject to the agreement regarding water rights that Mr. Ralph Hill signed. It is a backup source. If there's not enough water that will come out of the well that's on H2W, that's C761S2. That one up there is pod 9, I believe it is. It says, it's kind of hard to read, but it's reduced, but it's readable. The permitted location for that well on Lot 3, undrilled well, it's not there. They testified accurately. It's not there today. But it would preclude any septic tank and leach field on all of Lot 3 by the 200-foot setback to a community well. So if Mr. Hill wants to use that lot for a lot for sale or whatever, then the agreement regarding Roddy rights needs to be amended, needs to be changed to find a separate location in case the primary well on H2W doesn't produce enough water for its intended use in all the master plan. So I am not here in favor or against of this application tonight. What I would like to see happen, I would like to see once and for all, because my previous pleadings to the town were ignored in mapping the wellhead protection zone on the lot H2W well. I'd like to see it on some plat that does get approved, and I'd like to see the town take up the baton and go ahead and map it on their map so that the people like the pipeline people who are totally ignorant of the well that's out there that's visible, they say that it's not on the map, so it doesn't count, is what I was told today. And she told me, by the way, that they'd had several conversations with the town of Edgewood, and the town of Edgewood never mentioned anything about all the wellhead protection zones that you see on your map. Two of those wells are EPCOR's wells, and they are within the 1,000-foot. EPCOR's number 1 well is to the northeast of here in that gravel pit that's over there, kind of a gravel pit. The pipeline's going in between us. The well on H2W, and the primary EPCOR well is only about 500 feet, and they're going to snake that pipeline in between us. The number 2 production well in EPCOR's system is the Quail Trail well. It's right at the northwest corner of southeast corner of Quail Trail and Dinko Road. There's a little metal building that you see as a pump station. That wellhead's right there. It's not 50 feet away from the middle of Dinko Road. So it's drawn wrong on your maps. Both of those well location RPZs are drawn wrong. They're in the wrong place. They're not where the actual wells are. They're much closer. These 3 wells are real close together. And that's why we had to have all these agreements with EPCOR, because they didn't want us to drill a well for 600 acre-feet of water use and negatively impact their wells. So we went through a lot of agreements back and forth before we finally got things ironed out between us. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
is it reasonable for me to ask a couple of questions that seem to be in conflict? Mr. Oden, and I could be in error here, I was just trying to clarify, I disagree with your reference to section 13-1, so that's the reason why I assumed that you were in a different zoning ordinance, unless somehow or another I got the wrong zoning ordinance, but I'm looking at 2024-017. The section 13 is for, it defines that's the section for zone R3.
Oh.
But our overlay zone is actually in section 25.
Is that 25?
Yeah, section 25, and
Okay.
and it's like on, that begins on page
55?
Yeah, wait, 54, 55.
Yeah.
So, okay.
You're
so
right.
I just want to make sure we're talking apples and apples and.
You're
you
exactly
confused
right.
my brain.
I have 2024-17 that I printed off, but I didn't print the previous page header, so I didn't know exactly what
Fair
section
enough,
I was
it's
in.
easy to get
I
lost
was
in all this.
juggling a lot of different ordinances and sections and stuff
So,
in the last few days.
I think, agree. You made the claim that you couldn't, lot 3, you could not have a septic system. So that would be a residential septic system, since this is, it's still a master plan zone, but in the master plan, it's intended for residential, so I'm assuming residential septic. So you said residential septic wouldn't be allowed, and so can you justify that for me? Because I disagree with that, from what I can read.
Community well has a 200-foot setback for a residential septic.
Right.
A individual well, a domestic well, regular old domestic well, has a 100-foot setback.
Correct,
In a-
I agree with you.
But in a community well has a 200-foot septic setback on it. And
I agree, that's a state statute, and so I'm looking at, I agree that, for a public well, I agree with the 200 feet, that's a state statute. I've referenced and saw that a while ago, and I talked about that. But in looking at our zoning ordinance, they don't, even within the 1,000 feet zoning, wellhead zone area, I don't see anything that precludes a house septic. It precludes commercial septic.
And I think your wellhead protection zone, section 1, is primarily geared toward the 1,000-foot.
Yes.
It's totally, I agree with
Yes.
you, it's
I was
totally,
I was trying to make sure.
it's
that-
totally silent about a
I just wanted,
residential septic.
I just wanted to make sure you made a claim. I couldn't confirm the claim, and so I was just trying to make sure, I was trying to see if I could iron it out, and maybe I'm not going to be able to, and so, I'll just leave it at that. But thank you for the information. I guess the one elephant in the room that's hanging for me, everybody testified, yes, there's no water well for on lot 3. You said it's a backup well. What would force that well on lot 3 to be drilled?
If, according to the agreement regarding water rights, if there's not enough water that comes out of the well on H2W, that's the well 761S2, if that doesn't produce enough water, there's going to be a need to drill a second well. And by enough water, I'm talking 600 acre-feet of water, which is about enough homes for almost 2,000 homes, or excuse me, enough water for almost 2,000 homes. So if it, I think it'll probably go 500 or 600 acre-feet myself. It hasn't been tested. It's a good well. It's right in the sweet spot of EPCOR's other 2 primary number 1 and number 2 production wells.
Which one are you talking about now? Which one are you talking about now? The one on H2W, or are you talking about lot 3?
I'm talking about H2W. And you
Okay,
said, what would
we-
predicate drilling the
Yes.
second well?
Yeah, okay,
If we
yes.
don't get enough water out of the one on H2W, then Mr. Hill has agreed to let us drill a second well over there on this lot. So if he doesn't want to have it there, that's fine, but he's gonna have to change the agreement that he signed with EPCOR Water and Hillcrest LLC.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
since Mr. Ralph Hill is in the room and Mr. Oden is saying that he has entered into this agreement, is it okay that I ask Mr. Ralph Hill's opinion about those statements? Or I don't know what to say here.
And-
I'm so sorry.
And Mr. Hill, I just want to
I
make
don't know
sure
the
that Mr.
opinions.
Ralph Hill was sworn in.
He
Okay,
was,
thank
yes,
you.
and I don't know that my use of the word opinion is the correct terminology there, but I would like to hear from Mr. Ralph Hill in rebuttal to Mr. Oden's statements.
Frankly, I don't remember, we talked about a conceptual idea for the well on lot 3. We paid, I paid for a third of the well that was drilled on H2W. And then it was agreed with Mr. Oden that that the water would go to EPCOR, and it would furnish water for the Hillcrest. So I gave Mr. Oden the lot also with the understanding that my 1/3 investment in the well and also giving him the 1 acre lot for the well would go to EPCOR for future use, and sounds like they did accomplish that. But frankly, I'm trying to remember, I've seen the drawing for the well, second well on lot 2, or lot 3, I mean. But conceptual, as owner of the land, I'd rather designate it as a building site.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I appreciate it.
So I'm going to say the same thing I said before, because nothing's really changed. I think that's interesting information, but nothing has changed. Again, if the town wants to designate a wellhead protection zone, obviously that's the prerogative of the governing body. They can do that. I will tell you that septic tanks are allowed within, traditionally have been allowed. For example, this building, that restroom over there goes to a septic tank that's within a wellhead protection zone. And there's never been any objection to that. And the commission was very much aware of that when that designation was done. And at that time, the commission, the governing body commission, indicated that they were okay with smaller septic tank systems, including the restrooms that serve this office, so.
So there is no wellhead protection.
It does not currently exist
not
on these.
exist.
There's a lot of speculation here. I think there's, it has nothing, it's not relevant to what we're asking for. We're saying we'll comply with whatever the town does, but currently this stuff does not exist.
Which is most likely why Marathon Pipeline.
I will tell you that when I had discussions with Marathon Pipeline when I was development director, and they were going a totally different direction. And when I left, they changed it completely. I was trying to protect all of Section 16 along with the State Land Office. I don't know what happened since then. Apparently, the town didn't really pursue anything. They were kind of just blind to the whole thing, and I think that's typical of where we're at with the Marathon people.
So,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
I realize my statement goes away from what we're being asked to do here, but just for the record, I asked for to have meetings with Marathon Pipeline, and those meetings never came to fruition.
I had good meetings with them.
And I asked for our commission to continue to be working with them. And just for the record, I tried to get those meetings to go.
So it
and
was going to
nothing
go a
changed.
totally different direction when the last conversations that I had with them. So-
Understood.
So the town just turned a blind eye to it after that. Anyway,
Okay,
I think
all right.
the conditions that we stated are still valid. I assure you, we will bring forth the master plan information so that that's clear. If the town decides that they do want to create a wellhead protection zone, that's fine, we're good with it. We can still do a residential septic tank, that's not an issue. All these other issues regarding pipeline is irrelevant to this application. So I just ask you again to approve a preliminary plat with the appropriate conditions, and if we need to enumerate those, we can. I think they were master plan information,
Monuments,
monument,
contour lines.
lines.
And utility easements and.
No, utility easements will be on the will be on the final, yes. So that's a condition for final. Also, the zoning designations will be on the final plat.
Okay, are we going through the list of conditions?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay, can we start over?
You,
'Cause
yeah, you probably have
I've got-
enumerated them.
I've got the list.
Okay, good.
One thing I do need to check for that we may need to add, I'll add at the end. Okay, so we're gonna add a water well on the plat where applicable.
The
or-
water well is not on the plat.
Right, right. Well, let me, I need to rephrase that. We need to add, we need some kind of a note that says, don't put a, because I don't know where the water well is, but you don't want to put on your lot within 200 feet of that water well. And since I don't know where that well is, I think that you should add something on your plat that protects somebody that uses that lot. That
Okay.
they'll put a set, and how do you want to rephrase that?
Well, here's what I would say, Commissioner, is if that moves forward, right now, it's not.
No, okay, wait, I'm not talking about an overlay zone.
Okay.
I'm just talking about you have a 200-foot septic tank restriction from that water well. And so I don't know where that well is relative to
Okay,
your
we will
property.
state on the plat that we will comply with all water well protections.
Well, okay, but I just want to I'm just trying to get you 200 feet from that water well.
Okay.
Your septic- And how you agree to phrasing that also.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that that's stated in the,
But I need to put it in my motion, so I need to know what you want to say.
that we will
I need some help.
respect a 200-foot separation from
Okay,
any
okay.
public well.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is you're going to respect,
The 200-foot water well protection?
the 200-foot
Septic tank protection distance from
Foot.
any
Is it the
Septic-
septic tank protection or water well protection?
No, septic tank.
septic tank protection for a water well.
Okay, for the water
Tank,
well.
protection.
May we? 'Cause this is,
Yes.
Septic-
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that was my primary comment, is worrying about that well, same well that Mr. Oden is talking about. You know, unless we know 200 is the right number, he had the right verbiage to say we will comply with whatever that is.
With
So
the
please don't use
water
it.
well
So
protection.
let's not specify a number, let's just say we'll comply with whatever, with
The
Well,
water,
state law, ordinances.
state well protection requirements.
there we go, state well protection requirements.
Thank you.
Respect, say it again.
State, state wellhead protections.
Okay. You'll adjust your public utility easements as needed per EPCOR and Santa Fe County Fire Chief? You good with that?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay. You require easement location plan approval from appropriate utilities before final plat per
Yes.
Section 9Q. You require Santa Fe County Fire Chief evaluation and recommendation for adequate fire protection.
It's not the fire chief, it's
Or his,
it's a different designation, but I can't remember what his title is.
what do you
Can
want
you
me to
just do
use?
fire?
Just say fire marshal, Santa Fe County Fire, just say Santa Fe County Fire Department, because they send the letter on their letterhead.
Santa Fe County Fire.
Okay. You're going to add applicant Ralph Hill to the address. You're going to add agent Brad Hill's name and address to the plat. You'll add the benchmark and permanent survey monuments. You'll add utilities on and adjacent to the site. I don't think there's any on, but you need to add the adjacent utilities.
Well, there are utility easements along the south side of the property.
Yeah, and those need to be added. It didn't show the power, that you had power over there.
Right.
You got 300 feet as
Yes.
adjacent. You'll show zoning on and adjacent to the site, including all applicable setbacks. And you'll add the ground elevation based on mean sea level datum with contour lines, blah, blah,
Yes.
blah.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the conditions that I had. Okay.
Yeah,
are we-
you
are
had a
we-
couple more that I didn't.
Those are all good.
I did not add a condition for master plan.
Oh, master plan, yeah.
Yeah, that we will provide,
Master plan and any adjudication documents.
yes.
Okay, okay, so we'll,
applicant will provide master plan, current, relevant master plan documents plus any adjudication documents prior to final plat approval.
Okay, I gotta, because if I don't see it, I don't think it, so provide relevant master plan documents and
Master plan documents, including adjudication documents,
And
appropriate
adjudication
adjudication documents.
documents, okay. Good? You want- you
Yep,
want a
that was all I
motion?
had.
Oh, no, do we need a debate? Or where are we at?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Just a quick thing that I noticed in the packet, there was a document called the agent affidavit, and under the property description, whomever filled this out indicated it's Hillcrest Drive and not Hillcrest Boulevard.
Okay, we can correct that.
So let's just be consistent with the
Thank you.
extension. Thank you.
I think, yeah.
Did you get that one, Commissioner Rush?
No, I did not. I'm
The
sorry.
Hillcrest on what's the name of the document?
It's the agent affidavit,
Ah.
the Edgewood, New Mexico Land Use Agent Affidavit.
Agent affidavit.
What about it?
The property description is listed as Hillcrest Drive instead of Hillcrest Boulevard.
Change drive to Boulevard.
Yes.
Yeah, change drive to
Agent
Boulevard on the agent.
The parcel number is
Agent
correct.
affidavit.
From,
Hillcrest Drive to Hillcrest Boulevard.
Okay, I'm setting up to you. Change drive to what?
okay,
Street?
Okay, we're good.
we need, are we going,
So we need, yeah, well, we need staff report. Hold on.
I'll do a motion, but do
We
we
need-
need any
Do we need any,
commissioner discussion?
so we're gonna, okay, so at this point in time, we're gonna go ahead and close the hearing. And we're gonna go into commission deliberation, including the staff report, examination and discussion of facts and evidence. We've done a lot of deliberation. Do we have additional deliberation?
I do not.
Madam Chair, I do not have additional deliberation.
I do not have additional deliberation.
Okay, all right. So, we'll entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I motion we approve the Brad Hill as agent for the estate of Eleanor F. Hill Trust as owner, application for preliminary plat application to divide Hillcrest Master Plan Unit 12-D into 3 lots referenced as parcel number 99312421 within Section 15, Township 10 North, Range 7 East, NMPM, 4.064 acres, fully located within Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, 87015, upon the following conditions. Respect the state wellhead protections. Add public utility easements as needed per EPCOR and Santa Fe County Fire Department. Acquire easement location plan approval from the appropriate utilities before the final plat per subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 9Q. Acquire Santa Fe County Fire Department evaluation and recommendation to have adequate fire protection for the subdivision conditions required by subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 9.uppercase-T. Need to add the applicant Ralph Hill's address. Need to add Agent Brad Hill's name and address. Need to add to the plat the benchmark and the permanent survey locations. Add utility utilities adjacent to the site, and add zoning on and adjacent to the site, including all applicable setbacks. Add ground elevation based on mean sea level datum established by the United States Coast Guard and Geodetic Survey contour lines. Provide relevant master plan documents and adjudication documents. Change agent affidavit from Hillcrest Drive to Hillcrest Boulevard.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we'll do roll call vote. Commissioner Hutchinson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rush?
Aye.
I, as Commissioner Williams, also vote aye. Aye, excuse me. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for your diligence, and thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you all that participated. I had them look to see if there was some quorum or something. They could keep it, so continue on. Yeah, Julia, Brennan. So, we'll continue on, see if we can plow through this. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves?
I just want to thank the audience for sticking with us. I really do. I know it's late, but we're going to press on and get through these things on the agenda and stay in good spirits. Okay. I may go grab a Snickers, though, so if you see me pop out, that's what I'm doing. I'm joking. I'm joking. Trying to stay awake.
Okay, let's see. So item number 8 on the agenda is application for preliminary plat subdivision, and the applicant owner is Zambrapol Properties LLC. Interim Manager Taylor, will you please announce this one?
Yes, Madam Chair. The applicant and owner is Zambrapol Properties LLC. Request is for review and decision of a preliminary plat for a 4-lot subdivision and will be subject to conditions identified in zoning ordinance number 2024-017, section 5, subdivision ordinance number 2019-04, and any further conditions determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Location for the subject property is 1 East Willard Road in Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Parcel number is 94554240. The legal description is Township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 34. Total acreage is 4.52. Property is fully located within the town of Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. The property is currently zoned R1.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, please provide disclosure of ex parte communications and conflict of any ex parte communications and conflicts of interest on item number 8 on our agenda. Commissioner Hutchinson.
I have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication with 1 East Willard Road in Edgewood.
Commissioner Reeves.
I have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication regarding item, making sure, item number 8 on tonight's agenda.
Commissioner Rush.
Madam Chair, before I give my statement, I need to acknowledge that I unknowingly received a different plat than was originally provided when I asked for a legible version. And the one that I received had contour lines on it, as the subdivision ordinance requires. And that ordinance, that plat was dated April 1st, 2026. The one provided in the electronic package has the same date. The only difference I can find is there's a lack of contour lines in the electronic copy that's been submitted for the record. I have to ask Manager Taylor, I thought they were going to provide a plat with those lines so that it was available for everybody else, so that there wasn't anything miss. I don't think that I committed any ex parte communication or conflict of interest, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware of what has happened, and
So you're just disclosing?
I'm disclosing that, and I leave it up to the commissioners to say if I need to recuse myself.
That would be up to you if you feel as though it influences your decision either direction.
No, other than would need to be specified as a requirement, because I don't understand why they've been removed.
Okay.
So in that regard, I'm not inclined to recuse myself. I don't think that gives me any unfair or legal advantage. And so I, as Commissioner Rush, have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication regarding the quasi-judicial matters for item 8 of the agenda tonight.
Thank you. And I, as Commissioner Williams, have had no ex parte communication or conflict of interest on item number 8 on this evening's agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I'm willing to acknowledge public notices, but I need first to ask Interim Manager Taylor, how many affected parties are there for this application?
Thank you, Commissioner. There are 24.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So, Madam Chair, I acknowledge that I verified that there's 24 certified mailings, and I acknowledge the letter and its content. I acknowledge the publishing in the Santa Fe New Mexican, and I acknowledge that there were 2 posted signs for this application.
Commissioner Reeves.
I acknowledge public notice for the Santa Fe New Mexican, 2 posted signs, and that public notice was done correctly for item number 8 on tonight's agenda.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
Yes. I acknowledge correct publication of all public notices, including Santa Fe New Mexican property and mailings for 1 East Willard Road.
Thank you. And I acknowledge the public postings in the Santa Fe New Mexican, posting on the property, and the certified letters that were sent out. Okay, now we're going to ask the applicant and owner for Zamberpole Properties, Mr. Shumansky. Mr. Shumansky, and any affected parties to please rise. Any affected parties for the item number 8, which is Zamberpole Properties? Okay, so Mr. Shumansky, would you please come forward and we'll get you sworn in? And for the record, there were no affected parties that rose to be sworn in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect. And do you swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
I swear.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Shumansky, go ahead and give us your presentation, and then we will ask you questions.
So I will try to introduce myself. I have an unusual name because I'm Polish, and I'm here in New Mexico because my wife is American and she was born and raised here in New Mexico. And so I would like to divide the property at 1 East Willard into 4 lots. I'm also a builder, and last several years I was working for a custom Adobe builder, which was building big houses, and actually I couldn't afford them. I was building houses which I couldn't buy. So when I became a builder, I got my license, I decided that I would like to build something for regular people, which is affordable. So Zambrapol Properties is a company which I own, and this property, it's structured in a way that this company is buying land. So my building company, where I have my license under, is called Small Scale Construction and Innovation. So just for the reference. My goal as a builder is to build smaller houses, which practically don't exist so much on the market because nobody is building, very few builders are building 1,000 square feet houses. And that's what I would like to do. And the reason for subdivision is because it's allowed and compliant with the zoning, I believe with the zoning and comprehensive plan, which with city of Edgewood. The sizes of lots would be similar to the surrounding area. And if I would be able to build 4 houses on this subdivision, one at a time, it would provide more tax money for the town of Edgewood. And also it would be more efficient use of utilities which already exist at the lot lines. There wouldn't be any road building, anything. There is an access from roads which exist. The proposed homes are intended to function as attainable homes for elderly population or as starter homes for young individuals and small families. Their relatively modest size and phased development in the future approach are intended to help improve housing accessibility and affordability, supporting workforce retention and sustainable growth within the community. So basically, last house which I built by myself. It took me 14 months, and I built it in Rio Rancho. It was, according to the report which my realtor sent me, it was most affordable new construction house built on site on permanent foundation. And my goal is to keep building houses which regular people can afford. And that's my intention with, that's why I would like to subdivide the land, which would be consistent with the planning priorities, increase the supply of diversity of housing types in Edgewood, promote development of quality residential neighborhoods that offer a variety of housing development types. And I would like to create houses which are between mobile homes and regular houses which most developers build, which are like above 1,500, 1,700 square feet. So retirees or people who would like to buy their first house could afford, which would be priced a little bit lower than what is most common on the market right now. In the future, when I will start growing my company, I would like to also include ADUs on some of the houses which I will build, which would allow people to, for example, have their parents next to them, but in separate house. As well as, because the projects which I would like to do are smaller in size, it would be better to provide, for example, build a house which is good for people with disabilities. For example, if I build small house and casita, I can make them ready for somebody who is disabled, for example, in the future when I would grow my company. Because it's a small scale housing, which in the past existed, it just doesn't exist anymore. So in such scale, it would be a beneficial thing for the community of town of Edgewood. Yeah, I think that's everything.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Shumansky?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
I have a few questions, as always. May I do not want to insult you and pronounce your name incorrectly, Shumansky?
Yes.
Okay, so my brain may have shut off for a moment, and I might have missed it, but I thought in your presentation that you provided in the packet, you talked about your schedule. Did you talk about your schedule and how you were going to do that?
So the last house I built by myself because I'm just starting, so I didn't want to hire somebody because that's a huge responsibility. So I would develop it in the future, one by one.
Right. That was what I was. So
yes.
I was trying to answer a question that could be asked down the road. Is that you're gonna start build one, and then you'll build a second one, and so forth as you go along.
Yes, sir.
So good. That was the answer I was looking for. Thank you, sir. And so I did look at the warranty deed. I'm satisfied with that. I did see a disagreement on the warranty deed document versus what's listed on the Santa Fe County tax parcel, but I'm not worried about that. The LLC documentation supports that it's a member manager LLC, and I think that gives you as a member the authority to make decisions for this LLC. I think to be 100% clear, we need to look at the operating agreement, but I'm willing to pass on that. And I noticed in your packet, and I know it's late, but I think this is some useful information that the commission needs to know about. So you actually obtained a Central New Mexico Electric Co-op will serve letter.
Yes.
Can you very briefly tell us what that process was? And I'm curious, was there a charge for that? And you don't have to answer that part of the question, but can you just, how did that, what is that process?
I called EPCORP and asked nicely if they could provide me a letter which would prove that there is a water line which would be accessible from each property. So there is a water line at Edgewood 7 and at East Willard Road.
I'm sorry, I must have stated, the power company, the electricity.
Electricity.
Yes.
The same process. I drove to the cooperative, the power company, and the manager wrote me a letter stating that...
It was that simple?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Because the utilities are like at the side of the road.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. It had some different perspective and had some education that we needed to know. And so I noticed you do have a will serve letter. Notice your letter is different than everybody else's. It said it would serve the 4 lots, and it didn't require water rights. So that also just substantiates that you got better luck than some other people, I guess. As you've heard me discuss tonight, and I'll be brief about it, there is an adequate fire protection requirement that's not required, for this preliminary plat, but it'll be something that you'll need to address with the Santa Fe County Fire Department for their evaluation for adequate fire protection. And so I think we've, that'll be we could add that as a condition for preliminary plat approval. So I'm going to proceed unless you've got any further questions about that. I find the following subdivision ordinance 2019-04 information missing from the preliminary plat. Your proposed applicant name and address. Your agent name and address, and I'm thinking those are probably the same. I must have missed something there. But you just need to make sure the applicant and the agent name and address are on the plat. Can anybody verify that? I've got in my notes that you needed both. You need the proposed benchmark and permanent markers. I was surprised, you know, I let everybody know that I received the wrong plat, and it had contour lines on it. So why did you remove the contour lines from your plat?
I didn't, because originally it was without contours, and then I had to ask the surveyor to edit, and then I provided the plat, the latest was with contours.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, I think, as I understood it, the first one had contour lines, but anyway, okay.
No, the second had.
The
First one didn't, because that's
okay, so
what I had to ask the surveyor, sir, yeah.
Okay, so let me just back up and we'll say, okay, so you have your proposed benchmark. Now I'm drawing a line, it's getting late. In the upper right-hand corner.
I think there are two. There was one on top of right corner and one on the left bottom
Yeah, I
corner.
wasn't sure about that one on the left corner, so I didn't know how to evaluate that one. But I think you've got the benchmarks. Now, is that, but that's not, you didn't do the vertical bench. Is that a vertical benchmark, or is that just horizontal for a permanent marker?
I do not know.
Okay,
I
so-
would have to ask the surveyor.
So, yeah, so it was unclear to me, so we just need to make sure that we have the proposed benchmark, which tells you your height reference. And then when you have your contour lines, you need to know what's the height measurement, or so are those like NAVD, 83, or the GPS measurements. And so what your benchmark does, it gives you a reference height that the surveyor can use. So you just got to make sure that, I don't know why the surveyors aren't putting those on there, but if anybody wants to repeat the height, that's what's required, and it's required in the ordinance. And that's, more specifically, let me give you the reference number since I've kind of messed this up. So that's in section number 7 dot uppercase C dot 6 dot lowercase c. So if you satisfy that requirement, you'll be good. You need to include utilities on and adjacent to the site. You know, I'll have to admit that I drive down that road every time I leave my house. And so I do know that there's power lines that aren't showed on your plat. Adjacent means with anything within 300 feet. Granted, you know, anything running perpendicular away from you, you know, it doesn't make sense. But there's also, you've already got fire hydrants in that area. And so I don't know, you know, how the fire department, Santa Fe County Fire Department is, you know, if they're going to require additional be added because you're adding more lots. I don't know how this is going to go, but at least you need to show those existing ones on the plat because that's part of the ordinance requirement. Lost my point. You need to show zoning and on and adjacent to the site, including setback lines.
Excuse me, sir, setbacks lines for
the adjacent lots.
So the adjacent lot have to be presented on the plat?
Yes. Madam Chair, is that how you interpret that requirement? I haven't ever seen one, so I'm not even too sure how that to be interpreted.
I'm not sure either. I think you and I both are, I think you've talked about that before.
How do you want to proceed at this point, given the question? We'll just leave it as zoned.
Yeah.
We'll reference the subdivision ordinance section number, and we'll try to clarify any further requirements besides just the zoning in regards to the setback at this point, because I don't have a good definitive answer for you. I assume that you would want the requirement is to have the setback lines for the adjacent properties. is my understanding, but I can understand that gets kind of cluttered too.
I will contact the surveyor and ask him as well, because he probably should know.
And then we'll look at the requirement as well, to clarify that. So you'll need to add back the contour lines, or just make sure the contour lines are there with the appropriate spacing for your slope. And I think you're telling me that your plat already has them on it, and we just have some confusion about which plat is the most recent.
Yes, definitely the one which with the lines is the second one, the one which I provided, because
Okay.
that's why there was correction.
Okay, Okay. We'll proceed. I think we're in good shape. And so, again, I could probably answer this since I do drive by, but like I've done with the other applicants, let me run through the questions that we need to determine if there's anything we need to add to it. I'm assuming the answers will be no, but we have to do our due diligence. So are you aware of any existing storm drainage facilities on or adjacent to the site that needs to be added to the plat?
I'm not aware. I checked the federal maps for flood zones, and it doesn't exist on this lot.
Correct, but, they still might have some existing storm drainage facilities that we'd wanted to note. Are there any significant conditions on the site, such as structures or trees or houses
Not
or
major.
buildings?
Sorry.
I'm not aware of any either. Is there any conditions adjacent to the land significantly affecting the design of the subdivision? Such as, are there any other gradients or slopes that would impact the design of your subdivision?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay, and then, are there any water wells, reservoirs, pump stations, location, on the property?
I'm not aware of.
Okay. So, your wastewater, you're gonna use septic?
Yes, sir.
Are there any major rock outcroppings? Well, I already asked all that question, but I'll ask you about rock outcroppings.
Rock outcroppings?
Yeah.
So like accumulation of rock?
Just, are there any big rocks sticking out of the property?
No, sir.
Madam Chair, that's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
Madam Chair, I have no questions at this time.
Madam Chair, I have no questions at this time. I would like to add that I think your statement was delightful, and I think your mission is delightful, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
This also falls well within our comp plan, so thank you for that.
Agreed.
Our comprehensive plan, in case you didn't know.
I have a question, if I may. So those items which I have to include into final plat, could they be conditionally approved, or?
Yes.
So, as we move through this hearing, you will hear motions at the end, and so that will give you that answer, and we'll clarify that for you also.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're not quite done.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So at this point, we're going to ask for any public comment in favor of the project. Anyone that wants to come up and make a public comment in favor of the project, please come now. Okay, I'm gonna, for the record, there was no one that came forward. We did not have any affected parties that stood to be sworn in, so we don't have any affected parties that the commissioners can also question. So we are going to be down to the general public comment for those opposed to the project. Anyone in the room that is opposed to the project can come forward. Okay, let the record show there were no people coming forward to make comments opposing the project. So the applicant rebuttal, there is no rebuttal needed at this point. So we're going to close the hearing. Okay? The hearing is closed. And now it's commission deliberation. So if you'd like to stand up there, you're welcome to, or you can sit, whichever is more comfortable for you.
I can stand, thank you.
So as we deliberate. Okay?
Madam Chair, I have no further deliberation. I think Mr. Rush has a good list of what needs to be added, and I personally think we can proceed with the motion.
I have not a deliberation, but a recommendation. It's not a requirement or anything like that, but just living here for all the 30 years that I've lived here, I like to see the trees and the brush and the vegetation. So please don't go bulldoze your property of existing vegetation. If necessary, yes, that's not a requirement, it's my personal opinion, so I'm just encouraging that.
I'm in favor of this too, of course, because the small housing actually interferes the least with landscape, so.
Yes. But thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Rush?
So I'd like to go through the list of what I think are conditions that we would add in the case of a conditional.
Do you want to do that prior to any motions being brought forward?
I think so, so that we can make the motions appropriate.
Okay.
So we would require the subdivision ordinance 2019-049.t requires adequate fire protection, so we will need, before final plat, a Santa Fe County Fire Department evaluation recommendation for adequate fire protection. And then the items we're missing from the plat includes the applicant name and address. They just happen to be the same. They just need, so you need your business name, and then it needs to say that this is the applicant and here's the name and address. So you could say applicant and agent. Here's my name and address. So on your proposed benchmark, you've included that, but you need to include what kind of height is it? And so I recommend including the NAV D88 orthometric height, which is a mean sea level. But so I'm just going to say that you just need to have a height specified. But does that make sense?
So the lines, the grid, geogrid, it specifies it's 6,700, but then I have to have a benchmark, which.
Yes, so you have a vertical benchmark and you have the lines, but when you have a height, you don't know. We model heights off of different ellipses and ellipsoids and things like that. So, and then we reference height to mean sea level, or it might be the WGS 84 ellipsoid. And so in order to know what that number means, you have to specify what the height type is.
So basically,
Is that elevation?
Yes, the elevation height, yes.
The elevation, yes.
You have to specify what kind of height it is.
Understood, yes.
Okay, you sure?
Yes.
Okay, 'cause sometimes I get some of those words twisted. We need to add utilities on and adjacent, including the fire hydrants. You need to include zoning on and adjacent to the site. And then you already have the ground elevation with contour lines. You just need to, the word is, you need to have the vertical datum is the technical term for that. You don't have a vertical datum on there. And you got two options. It could be GPS or mean sea level, or the layman type terms.
And zoning of the adjacent properties?
Yes.
Would it count the property in the front of the property, like
all four sides?
Over the street as well?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's all I have for conditions.
Is it possible to put it in the vicinity map, or is it, because I'm not sure, can it be added in the vicinity map?
I see that you could attempt to do that, but I think that map is so large and you've got so much fine text, you'd never be able to read it.
Okay.
Would be my opinion. A lot of times somebody, you know, if, there's a good chance I'd have to look at the map, you know, everything, the whole surrounding area may be R1. And so you could just put it, you could just say in the legend that it's, you know, all the zones surrounding are R1. It could be that simple.
But the surveyor still has to add the properties. Or it's...
Well, the ordinance says that you have to have the setback lines. And so I guess I was,
The setbacks from the property line, so it affects your property, not your neighbors.
is that how you interpret the ordinance?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so just include the setback on your property, just the setbacks on your property
Of the utility easements or
of the subdivision.
of the subdivision?
Yes, in each individual lot.
In this case, it would just be your property.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, technically, we're here for subdivision. What affects each, the setbacks on each property as, so it goes from 1 to 4, so it'd be listed on each 4 plats.
So are we talking about building
No, no,
setbacks?
no.
So what kind of setback would it be?
Oh, yes, building setbacks, what your setbacks are from the property line that need to remain clear before you can build in that area.
And that's also for the subdivision?
Yes.
Okay, because for example, when I built house in Rio Rancho, the house had to be 25 feet away from the main street.
That's your setback.
That's the setback.
But, okay, this
It
can be
just needs to
added
be shown
easily,
on there.
yes.
Just from your property line,
Yeah.
from
Okay.
each of the property lines,
Yes.
the setback.
But then, do I have to still add, the surveyor, does the surveyor have to add like lines of the properties which are adjacent?
The zoning.
Zoning, but the zoning,
Only what the zone is for the properties that are adjacent. What is the zoning of the properties that surround your property? Like, is it R1, residential 1? So that's, yeah. Does that make
so
sense?
if in the legend, the surveyor will say that all the properties which are adjacent are R1, is it enough?
That would be, that would suffice. Yeah, that would suffice, yeah.
Okay. Just trying to understand how to communicate with the surveyor. Because if he doesn't have to do like property lines of other properties, just in the legend will state that all the adjacent properties are one, that will
Yeah,
suffice.
if they're all R1, then a statement on there would suffice.
Yes.
That's what I'm, yeah.
Okay, I understand.
And for R1, just so you'll know, the setback for the front of the property is 30 feet. Side setbacks are 10 feet, except for it's a corner lot, it's 20 feet on those sides. If it's a side and not the front.
And that's in the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
As I remember.
Yes. And I have nothing more.
I didn't have anything else on my list either. Okay.
I can entertain a motion if you like.
Okay, are we good with, are we finished with discussion and ready to entertain a motion? Yes. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I motion we approve the Zambra Pole Properties LLC as agent and owner application for preliminary plot to divide one lot into 4 lots referenced as parcel number 945542409 within section 34, township 10, range 7 east, west 1/2, northwest 1/4, northwest 1/4, northwest 1/4, 4.52 acres, at the address on 1 East Willard Road. Property is fully located within Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, 87015, upon the following conditions. Satisfy subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 9.t, to have adequate fire protection. So for final plat, it will require a Santa Fe County Fire Department subdivision evaluation and recommendation. You need to include on the plat the proposed applicant name and address and the agent's name and address, along with your benchmark that you've include the vertical datum, include utilities on and adjacent to the site, including fire hydrants and power. Include zoning on and adjacent to the site, and include setbacks on your own property. And that's all I have.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Hutchinson, second. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Hutchinson.
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves.
Aye.
Commissioner Rush.
Aye.
And I, as Commissioner Williams, vote aye. Motion passes. There
Thank you very much, Commission.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, we have two that disappeared in the night. Okay. I've been drinking this whole thing, so. Oh, have you? Okay, I'm gonna be a little slow in order. Okay. All right. Next. Two more. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is it say Edgewood Water on it? Oh, dear. Okay. All right, she should be back in just a moment, so we'll go ahead and have it introduced. Okay. Okay, we'll continue on to item number 9. And this is an application for preliminary final plat subdivision, and the applicant and owner is the East Mountain Cowboy Church. Agent is Odin and Associates Incorporated. And we will have interim manager Taylor introduce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant and owner is the East Mountain Cowboy Church. Agent is Odin and Associates, Inc. Request is for review and decision of a preliminary/final plat for an 8-lot subdivision and will be subject to conditions identified in the zoning ordinance number 2024-017, section 5, and subdivision ordinance number 2019-04, and any further conditions determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Location of the subject property is 1 Riverview Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Parcel number is 910009028. The legal description is township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 36, Tract A1. Total acreage is 39.88 acres. Property is fully located within the town of Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. The property is currently zoned C2.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, this is the disclosure of ex parte communications and conflict of interest. Commissioner Hutchinson.
I, Commissioner Hutchinson, was not here for the last meeting. However, I did watch the meeting online, and I also, maybe not inadvertently, I was inadvertently privy to some of the public comments on the commission meeting. So I need to disclose that, but I will say that it's not ex parte communication. I did not communicate with anyone on a personal level. We just witnessed what happened in public comment. So I wanted that for full disclosure. I don't believe that at this time it's enough to recuse myself, since I didn't actually have conversations with anyone on a personal level. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Reeves.
I too was not at the last meeting. However, I did not watch our last meeting, and I did not watch town commission meetings. Sorry, my brain is slow. I'm getting very tired. I just want to explicitly state that I have tried extremely hard to avoid anything so that I could be no conflict of interest and no ex parte communication for tonight's meeting.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush.
I also want to disclose that I did receive a email on June 9th containing a complaint from Ms. Wilkes, but I did not read that or discuss that with anybody, so therefore I don't have any ex parte communications regarding that specific email. And so I will state that I, Commissioner Rush, I have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication regarding the quasi-judicial matters for item 9 of the agenda.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to say that I did receive the same email, but I also did not read that email at all. At all.
Thank you. Yes. I also received 2 complaint letters via email from town staff, one of which referenced Cowboy Church. I then requested and attended a meeting on procedural process regarding these letters. The meeting included myself, a planning and zoning staff member, town manager, and land use attorney. It was to determine the procedural process for these letters, whether it was from an applicant or affected party per our ordinance radius or from the general public. For the record, procedurally, it was identified that complainants are not, I repeat, are not the applicant or affected parties per our ordinance radius for this hearing item agenda. Procedurally, a letter from the general public will be entered into the record during the hearing section general public comment. Based on this being a procedural review, I'm not recusing myself from this hearing, as the letters were determined not to negatively or positively impact my decisions in this hearing, and it was for procedural purposes only. Okay, we'll move forward on acknowledgement of public notice.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I'd like to ask Interim Manager Taylor a question. Ms. Taylor, how many affected parties are there for this application?
There are 16, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Madam Chair, I acknowledge that I saw 16 certified mailings. I reviewed the letter, and I think it meets the requirements, and acknowledge the letter. I think the letter did incorrectly specify that the application was a preliminary plat. as opposed to a combined expedited preliminary final plat. I don't think that that's a showstopper, but I did want to acknowledge that. That's what I had in my note here, and that's what I remember. I also acknowledge the publishing in the Santa Fe New Mexican, and I acknowledge that there was 2 signs posted.
Commissioner Reeves.
Again, I'm getting tired. I acknowledge, okay. I acknowledge public notice for item number 9 on tonight's agenda in both the Santa Fe New Mexican, 2 signs posted, and the letter that went out to affected parties.
Commissioner Hutchinson.
I acknowledge all public notices and in all forms, including site signage for 1 Riverview Road.
Thank you. And I, Commissioner Williams, acknowledge public notice in Santa Fe, New Mexican, the certified mail receipts, letters that were mailed out, and public notice signage on the property. Next, we'll have identification and swearing in of the applicant, agents, and affected parties, and any witnesses. So if Mr. Oden's there already. Okay. And so any affected parties, please rise, and we will also swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Oden, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission and staff. We're glad to be back this month. I apologize for the rather drawn-out ending we had last month, and some of our behavior was not appropriate at all. Item 9 on your agenda tonight is a request for preliminary and final plat approval to create 8 tracts varying in size from 2.47 to 6.65 acres for a total of 3988 acres. Property is located between Riverview Road and NM 333 at the eastern edge of the town limits of Edgewood. The south boundary of the property is the Torrance County line. In your packet, I hope you have found an application for preliminary and final plat subdivision dated May 28 of this year. The proposed plat, certified notice and disclosure, and that's kind of a throwback from last month. I think that's handled now. Proof of ownership, authorization to act as agent for the Cowboy Church. As I said, or maybe I didn't say, that I am president and general manager of Oden & Associates, and Oden & Associates is the authorized agent for the East Mountain Cowboy Church, for the record. Thank you. Included in your package, you probably should also have a copy of the property disclosure statement containing the subdivision regulations requirement for supplemental information such as location and installation of utilities, water availability, liquid waste disposal plans, terrain management plan, existing subdivision access, and a description of any adverse or unusual conditions that may affect the proposed development. As I stated, the property is located in section 36, Township 7, Range 7, approximately 2 miles east of 344 on the south side of the highway. The property is currently zoned C2. The plat proposes to divide this 40-acre tract into 8 tracts. Tract A1A, containing 5 acres, located at the eastern tip of the property. Tract A1B, containing 6.65 acres. Tract A1C, containing 2.47 acres. Tract A1D, containing 5 acres. Tract A1E, containing 4.22 acres. Tract A1F containing 5 acres, A1G contains 577, and Tract A1H also contains 5.77 acres. This property is vacant, has a minor arroyo going through from east to west, pretty much in an east-west direction, and then it turns north and goes into a drainage culvert under Highway 66. So the primary drainage is primarily east, and then it falls in underneath the old highway. It has scattered pinon juniper, native shrubs and grasses throughout. Riverview Road marks the southern boundary of the property, as I stated, and has power lines and telephone lines within the road easement. The MAPCO pipeline crosses the very southwest corner, as shown on the plat. Old Highway 66 forms the northern boundary of the property. It has overhead power and natural gas lines located within the right-of-way. All tracks have direct access from NM 333 and Riverview Road. Pocket easements have been created to allow tracks A1A, A1B, and tracks A1C, A1E to share a common driveway, thus minimizing direct access points onto NM 333. Section 13 and the disclosure statements contain some errors. It's a carryover of some previously designated tracks that we didn't use, that we are, it should say A1A, A1B, A1C, and so forth and so on to A1E. Section 13 didn't get edited, it has a typo of the description of those lots in that particular section of the disclosure statement. Water supply will be from groundwater by use of domestic wells installed by the lot purchaser. Well log from the well located on tract A2, that's the church property, the rodeo arena, and included in the disclosure statement estimates that it can produce 200 gallons a minute when it was drilled. The soil is adequate for installation of septic tanks and leach fields as described in the disclosure statement under the terrain management section. There are no floodplains, slope or terrain problems that would negatively impact the proposed development. The submittals demonstrate compliance with current requirements for this type of development. All of the requirements for preliminary and final plat have been met, and we respectfully request approval at this time. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Commissioners, open for questions for Mr. Oden as agent.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I have several questions. Mr. Oden, you just referenced there was an error in section 13 of the disclosure statement. Is that section 13 correct? Because what I see listed is installation of utilities. And so did I misunderstand or misfollow, or are we just stuck on 13 tonight?
I
What are you
had
talking about?
I had 13 twice tonight, haven't I?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
It's 23, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
Well, it was
stuck on
close.
13. I should go to the,
It's just
casino.
It's just a factor of 10.
It's closer than in the last one.
Okay, so 23.
23 describes
Okay.
subdivision access to these tracks.
Okay, the other thing is that you said that there's a drainage management plan in that document. Can you tell me where that's at? I looked at that last night, looked at it today, and looked at it
I
just
said
now.
under the terrain management section of the disclosure statement, section 22.
Okay, I see the drain management. Where in there does it talk about drainage management?
Terrain.
Terrain management.
Oh, I thought you said
Terrain.
drain, I thought you said drain management.
Yeah, terrain.
Terrain. There's those, they sound close, it's kind of late.
I kind of mumble that on
Well,
purpose.
Okay, so okay, so.
Terrain, I'm sorry.
So you don't have a drain.
I say oil and terrain.
You don't have you don't have a water drain management plan, is that correct? You do not?
A what?
A water, wastewater, or not a wastewater, but, a rainwater drain management plan.
Stormwater management.
Yeah, you use
How's
those
that sound?
adjectives too. You
No.
don't have one of those?
No, sir.
Okay, we're now talking apples and apples. Let me begin by saying, who did your survey plat? Did your company do that?
No, this one was done by HSI, Anthony
Okay.
Harris, Tony Harris.
Well, I just wanted to say, I thought it was well done. And I thought the whole application was well done.
Thank you.
And so I
We
thought-
learned a lot from your previous comments
Well,
on
I
the previous
I
plat.
could see that, I appreciated that, and so
And-
I just wanted to acknowledge that, that means a lot to me, and I think kudos are required and needed. So I did see where the Kurt Miller's notarized authorization to represent the East Mountain Cowboy Church who owns the property. I saw the notarized Odin Associates can act as agent, including principals and staff. And I see the warranty deed for the East Mountain Cowboy Church. And so, yeah, I think everything's in line there. And so then I want to begin, were you aware of the subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 7 dot uppercase A dot 4? And so what,
Can you give, what's the header on that one?
re-subdivision?
Okay, thanks.
Yes, I've read that. I probably authored it.
Oh, okay, that might be an interesting story over a whiskey.
More than one.
So that ordinance does not allow re-subdivision within 24-month period. And so this
can you
property's been subdivided.
Can you give me the citation again?
Yes, so it's the subdivision ordinance, and it's section 7 dot uppercase A dot 4.
7A4. Okay. I think you want to read it? You want me to read the whole thing?
Well, I can
I'm
read it.
familiar with
You can read it.
your
or I
question
can
was that?
Or I can paraphrase it.
Okay.
But.
I'll be glad to read it for you. The submittal of a series of 2-lot subdivisions within a 24-month period on attractive land will be considered a subterfuge to defeat the purpose of these regulations. I submit to you that this is not a 2-lot subdivision. This is an 8-lot subdivision. You give me that look?
No, you pulled a word to have another interpretation of it, so I'd have to look at it to see what you just said to me.
I can do some background on that 2-lot subdivisions. At one point, one of your ordinances, I'm
Okay.
gonna say about 4 ordinances ago, the subdivision ordinance had what was called then at the time a minor subdivision. And you could only do like 2 lots at a time. And this is during Karen Mahalick's term as planning and zoning administrator, so I don't know how many years ago that was. But at the time, they didn't want to have people come in with a 2-lot subdivision and next month come in with another 2-lot subdivision and then next month another 2-lot subdivisions. So that language is a holdover from when that minor subdivision definition included a 2-lot subdivision. They didn't want a series of 2-lot subdivisions to get around the ordinance. It needs to be edited out because you don't have a 2-lot subdivision category really anymore, anywhere in the ordinance.
Chair,
That
Chair?
specifically referred only to when you're subdividing 2 lots again. So if you
What it
divide,
says is the submittal of a series of 2-lot subdivisions.
So, and I see how you're reading that. That's not how I read it. You're talking about subdivision if you're just doing 2 lots within a subdivision. I read that as doing 2 consecutive versus, as opposed to 3 or 4 consecutive. So if I go to the last sentence and look at that, I think that gives some guidance, and we have another option, I think, here. And I'm open to what you're saying. It says, therefore, the submission, so this is just clarification on what that means. Therefore, the subdivision of a re-subdivision which creates additional lots within an area or plat which is recording less than 24 months. So I think the way I interpret how that reads is how I read it the first time, and not the same as yours, and we're discussing this, and I'm not saying. So, you know, I continue with, when I read that last sentence, it doesn't support your argument for what you're saying, and let me say this. I'm just trying to follow the law, trying to follow the rules. I have no problem with you guys having a subdivision whatsoever. I just want to follow the rules in the ordinance. And so I think if I have not convinced you that it doesn't read how you're reading it because of the way I read the third sentence, I'm going to defer to my other commissioners and also defer to, we have Ms. Nan here tonight, that I'm open to what they have to say.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Yes.
What in your minds would create a subterfuge to defeat the purposes of these ordinances?
Chair, I can cut to the chase on this.
Okay, thank you.
I would, Chair, members of the commission, Mr. Brendan and I have been through this language quite a bit in the last couple of days. And it does key on that first sentence, which says that the submittal of a series of 2-lot subdivisions within a 24-month period will be considered a subterfuge. There has not been in this case the submittal of a series of 2-lot subdivisions. And if you think about it, there is a summary procedure for a lot split for 2 lots. And I think the intent of this language is that you can't come in for 2-lot split, 2-lot split, 2-lot split. That would be the subterfuge. So what has happened in this case was there was a movement from A to A1 and A2, and now the subdivision of 8 lots. So after conferring with manager and Mr. Williams, our opinion is that there is no implication of this re-subdivision prohibition as it concerns this application.
Thank you for the clarification. We appreciate you looking into that.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair?
Commissioner Rush?
I think that resolves that question, so I'll continue if I may. Mr. Oden, you heard me talk tonight about adequate fire protection.
Yes.
So you know that the ordinance requires that. I think you have a unique situation, you know, you don't have a water system, and so, you know, they're not going to require hydrants. I noticed in your documentation that you talked about fire protection, and your content was that you referenced that there's a volunteer fire department nearby. I think I understand your situation. I don't know what the answer is for adequate fire protection and a subdivision that's on water wells. I think as a minimum, you know, you have to have road access, and in your case, you've got 344, and then you have the other road, which is, I can't see it right now.
Riverview.
Riverview Road. So I still think that we have to, you know, one thing I did want to say that I would have liked to seen this application as a preliminary plat. I think there's still, you did a wonderful job, but I still think there's issues to address that we'll go over here. But this being a expedited combined preliminary final plat, there's 2 things. The document says that all easements need to be accessed by existing roads, and we certainly do that, as I just referenced. The other problem or issue that we need to consider is that we also have to look at this as the final plat. And so we need to look at this as it's met all the requirements, not only in Section 7, but in Section 10, and also all the design requirements and all the engineering analysis that needs to be done. So in that case, I will continue to argue that you will need an evaluation from the Santa Fe County Fire Department to determine what's adequate fire protection for your case.
He was invited to the TAC meeting, and we were very anxious to hear what he would say. He didn't show up.
You know, you got a bigger stick? I don't know what to tell you.
I
But
don't
we-
have
but
a stick at all. You got the stick, not me.
And so I will ask for support that we need to fix, we need to fix that. I don't know what the answer is, but I still think that's a requirement. And so I'll leave it at that for now. And I appreciate your input and knowledge. Do you by chance have any documentation? Well, he didn't say anything, he just didn't show up, right? My next question is in regard, I wanted to discuss your drainage easement. I think it was there probably prior to your subdivision. I see it referenced in a book. Do you know what kind of drainage easement that is?
It's for stormwater.
Okay, it's for stormwater.
Yes, sir. That was
And-
done on the original plat in 2004,
Okay,
when it was a boundary. It was a boundary survey at the time.
okay. So you had the opportunity to hear me and Mr. Brad Hill discuss a engineering analysis. And so I'm going to go through this. I'm not going to pose it upon you because I don't think that everybody else was in agreement. I still think that it's a requirement, especially in your situation. Your slope and grade is, I think, around 5% off the top, or 5-6%, somewhere through there. You're talking about, this is commercial property. You know, I think about a lot of surface area that covers the property, so you're gonna have a lot of runoff. And so I think that it would behoove you to do an analysis of the runoff so that you don't add to the runoff. And I will go back and say, it's easier to make a change to the subdivision before you have individual lots sold. And so in order, if you might have to, change the subdivision. But I think I lost that argument. But I do want to say that in section 10, and I lost my note already. So section 10 dot uppercase B dot 4 dot lowercase f dot 1 authorizes the Planning and Zoning Commission to require I gotta get to it.
I'm sorry, would you recite that for me?
Yes, sir. Give me a second to get to it myself.
I got 10B.
10B, 4F, lowercase f,
4F.
1, supplemental material.
Okay.
So this is for, because this is a combined preliminary final plat. Storm drainage management is what it's titled. The applicant shall furnish a plan for the collection and discharge of storm water from the subdivision. So I think that, I still think that should be a requirement. I think I'm authorized, you know, as a single commissioner, that I would recommend it in your case. And I'll leave it at that and wait till we can discuss that further. Okay, do you have?
It does say, I think there's a caveat there, the following supplemental reports shall be, and I'm reading under F, shall be submitted with the final plat as required by P and Z. So to me, that tells me that it's not an ordinance requirement. It's something that P and Z can determine on their own based on the circumstances, the size of the lots, the proximity, the slope, how much rock it's got on it, and so forth and so on. It looks to me like it gives you latitude to require that or not require that. I don't see that as a hard ordinance requirement, the way it's
Oh,
worded.
you're absolutely right.
I would have to agree.
You're absolutely right.
Yes.
But the Planning and Zoning Commission has the authority to
Yes, sir.
impose
Yes, sir.
that.
I-
It's not, but it's not a hard
I
requirement.
agree that you do have that
Yes.
authority based on the type of development, the size of the lots, all these things, all these environmental things that we've been talking about all night long.
Yes, exactly.
Gives you the latitude to say, yeah, we need one of those, or we don't think we need one of those.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I still think now's the time to do it before you do development, but I'll leave that as my last argument until maybe we get to it later on here. And so do you have an easement plan that was done for the utilities?
We don't intend to extend utilities anywhere. The utilities that are there are within the highway right-of-way and Riverview Road easement. And those utilities can extend up and down Riverview. They're halfway there already. That is an access and utility easement that's already there. It's created by previous plat. So we're not distributing utilities on the interior of the subdivision. They're already there on the outside. There is a power line that comes up from Riverview Road that's shown on the plat, coming through tract A1F that's about where the end of the power line is, and it goes up to the 20-acre piece up there to the, actually goes to the well and the rodeo arena.
So maybe I misunderstood your argument. So you guys are adding easements that were not there. You're adding easements per the subdivision. So actually, it turned out to be 20 foot, because I think it's 10 foot on either side of the line. So you did follow the requirement that they be centered on the property lines. But between A2 and tract A1E, there's a easement that you've added there.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right.
There's an easement that you added between tract A1G and tract A1F. There's a.
You're right.
And so there's another one between A1D and A1B.
So that's our easement plan.
Okay, so.
These new easements, it's getting late.
Yes, sir.
It's been a long week. These easements that you see here have been added on the side lot lines in case they're needed to extend to the back side of some of the front lots or the front side of some of the back lots, if you will.
Right. And
From the
so-
present location, in other words.
And so there should have been, so you should have had a plan, but you haven't had those approved by the appropriate utility company.
We have a signature line for the electric company to sign the plat. It won't get recorded till the electric company signs the plat
Okay,
and the
those-
gas company.
Those are two different things.
You said they hadn't been approved. No, but they will sign the plat approving the easements that we've presented, or they'll make us change them. Does that make more sense? The public utility easement note number 10 under the general note states, public utility easements shown on this plat are not exclusive and are dedicated for the common and joint use of the utilities indicated on this plat, their successors, assigns, and for the use of any other public utilities where use of said easements is deemed to be in the public interest by the town of Edgewood. So by the signature of the CNME and the gas company here on the right-hand side where it says utility company approvals, that's their acceptance of what's presented.
Okay, so.
When and if they sign it.
So I'm just gonna make the following statement, and then I'll wait and see how the other commissioners decide, and we'll see how we proceed. So my understanding is that section 9Q on easements, it establishes the requirements for the easement, and the the utility company evaluates that plan, and when it's approved, it's whether or not the easements are properly located, sized, and suitable for serving. But when section 10.B.4.E is, that signage is just certifying that it's legal. And so there's a distinction there, as I understand it. And maybe we need further clarification, because I did try to understand, you know, those two different sections. And I understand what you're saying, and that was I agree with that first thought. But at this point, my opinion is that you still need a plan approved by each utility company that will use that easement. That's my interpretation.
I would submit to you that the signature of where it says utility company approvals on the face of the plat, when that's signed by the utility companies, that they have approved all the easements that have been offered for dedication.
That's an established.
That's generally how it's done.
Okay.
I can't go to the utility company and ask them for a design.
Yeah, you wouldn't ask them for the design, you would ask them to approve your design. You know, can you put a gas line and a water line there and a power line there?
We don't design their lines. They do their own design. We submit easements, we pepper them, we run them everywhere we think that could be possibly logical to run a line from front to back.
That was kind of what was presented earlier and what we concluded.
And there's a good reason for that.
Right.
So we pretty much cover it.
Yeah. Well,
And then they decide where they're going to extend the lines, if they're even going to extend them. They may not extend them. They may just drop a service line from the street or from the highway to the center of each one of these lots, and not run any lines up any of these easements.
I appreciate your argument. You're the second person to confirm that. That's how I interpreted the ordinance, and I accept your
With the
input.
electric company, it is pretty much a one-step process. It's not a two-step process.
And so, my next question, so there's a water well on tract A2,
Yes, sir.
and I believe you need to, since that's on this plat, I think you need to document that just so that inadvertently, is that a public, I guess I should ask, is that a public or a private well?
It's a private well, and it's shown on the previous plat that's recorded. As a matter of fact, you insisted that it be shown on that previous plat when we split the 40 from the 60. And it is shown on that plat, and it is recorded.
So, and I appreciate that. You know, I can only go by what's submitted that I have with me, and is not on this plat. I think this is the plat that anybody that's going to try to develop A1E, and so it would be good for them to know where that water well is, so that since it's a private well, they have to stay, their septic system's within 100 feet from that. And they can't make that determination if it's not on this plat, so I would just say add the water well to this plat and you're done.
Oh, I'm sorry, you want to run that by me again?
Which part?
The first part. The first part as to
Okay,
why
so-
someone on A1E should be worried about a setback from the well over on a 20-acre piece next door.
Is it within 100 feet of the easement?
No,
Or
it's not.
property line?
It's not within, gosh, it might be within 1,000, it might be 1,000 feet from the well.
Is it within tract A1-H or A1-G?
What, the well?
Within the 200 feet.
Within 100 feet.
Or 100, yeah.
You talking about 200 feet around the well that's on tract A2?
Yeah, I'm asking the question.
Okay.
So-
Just generally, the well on A2 is pretty much in the middle of the thing.
Okay. I don't know that,
So
because it's not on the plat.
Well, it was on the previous plat that you guys
I
signed.
don't have the previous plat.
Well,
I never saw that plat after you.
when we
updated it
record
either.
them, I send them over here to the city. What you do with them, I have no idea.
It's not part of the application, so I can't decide, but, okay.
It
so
is.
you've-
You know, I'll get you a copy of it if you want to see it.
You satisfied, it's not an issue? It's not an issue, and we just determined that.
it's
so that's
probably
good.
at least 500 feet from any lot line that you see on this plat.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm pretty certain of that dimension.
So as I've done with everybody else tonight, I need to ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
Um,
Easy ones, okay? It's late.
I saw in your note on your report that there's no conditions on that property that would significantly affect the subdivision, so I acknowledge you put that in there. So you have quite a few documents, you know, where different utilities are. And are there any utilities that are adjacent or on, that's not documented on here? For instance, I didn't see where the gas line, I saw a paint marking for a gas line. Does that gas line run along 344 or
333?
333? Yes.
Yes, on the south side, yes.
Okay, so, but I don't see it, it's not on the plat, right? I just saw that there was a paint mark.
Well, we can't see the line. We can only locate the markings, the little markers that say it's here.
Okay,
I would be assuming that there's a line under there and that dots are connected by a line under the ground. But if I can't see the line, the surveyor's not gonna wanna show something he can't see on the ground or above ground.
so there's not an easement there for a gas line?
It's within the right-of-way of 333.
So is that what the distance is between your property and the actual pavement on 333?
The actual pavement,
Yeah, there's,
the pavement shown on here, that pavement's more or less centered in the 200-foot right-of-way, so.
yeah, so the plat shows an edge of asphalt, and then there's your property line. And so there's a distance in there where you're actually putting in proposed driveways. I was asking what that space was.
It's about 100 feet.
Well, what is that space? Is that an easement?
It's right-of-way.
It's just a right-of-way, okay.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Okay,
If you look up there at where it says NM 333,
yes.
it doesn't say how wide the right-of-way is, does it? It should, but it's 200 feet, I
Okay.
promise you. The pavements, the road's pretty much centered in the 200-foot right-of-way.
Okay, and so, I'm getting tired and wore down tonight. I would like to see the easement listed on the, I mean, you know there's a gas line there, so it's useful to know that you got a gas line there, nobody digs a hole and hits the gas line. And so I'd like to just see it's thorough, and so I think.
I think we could add the gas line if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so that's,
The markers were on the previous plat, and for some reason, he wanted to clean this one up a little bit.
I could
and he
understand
took a
that.
lot of
There's-
that stuff
There's a
off.
lot going on this
Yeah.
easement, so I can
But
understand
I
that.
don't have a problem with him putting it back on.
Okay, so, are there any existing storage, storm drainage facilities adjacent to this property that's not documented?
Just the ones you see.
Okay. Are there any other significant conditions on the site that we want to document, such as structures, trees, rock outcroppings?
No, nothing preventive.
And I know you said that there's no conditions on the site that would significantly affect the design, but is there anything adjacent that would affect the design?
Not that I can think of. I've mentioned that there is a 50-foot Texas-New Mexico pipeline easement at the southwest corner.
I saw that on there.
And it's kind of just clipping the corner, so I don't think it would really affect the development of that particular tract, but it is shown.
Is that the one they're abandoning for the new gas line?
No, this is a.
That's a different one.
This is MAPCO here.
Okay.
This MAPCO line's a CO2 line. That Marathon line is VOC, volatiles, oil, jet fuel, gasoline, diesel, they run different product in that particular line. But that CO2 line, MAPCO, all they run is CO2, that's it, they don't run anything else.
Are there any public areas or public dedications that will be given to the town of Edgewood?
No.
Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions.
Commissioners?
I have no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
I do have another question. So the drainage easement on this plat is not defined where it's located. Is it defined in the, call it the county easement book? I don't know what else to call that document. But
No, that drainage easement doesn't have any dimensions at all on it. It's centered on the arroyo that's there. I think it's pretty easy to figure out where it is. It's not like you have to go out and look for it. It's right there. There's an arroyo there, a swale, if you will. So, but you're
Yeah,
right, there's no dimensions defining the exact dimensions of the easement.
So is there any disturbances allowed in that easement?
Yes, you could, disturbances would be allowed. That particular easement is a drainage easement, which means structural. You can't put a structure in it and impede the drainage way.
What about a septic tank, septic leach field lines?
I don't believe NMED would permit it in a drainage easement. I believe
Sure,
there's a
sure.
setback.
Good argument.
Standard, your septic tank installer will get a copy of this plat and hopefully has sense enough to stay away from it.
Here's my problem. I'm trying to decide, determine, I don't know where that easement is on your plat. And I don't have access to the, to the easement documentation to determine what's allowed, what's not allowed, who's it's granted to, who's it's not, and what disturbances are allowed. So the only thing I can go by is to ask you, and my preference would be to see this documented on the plat, which is a lot more detailed. I understand that. Do you know if the location is defined in the easement documents?
This is the only easement document that exists, so there's no any additional specific data about the thing other than what, graphic representation from previous plats. It
refers to drainage easement filed June 14th, 2006. Book, I don't know if that's a 526 or a 626.
That's the recording of the plat.
Right.
The book and page of the plat that it's at.
And so it doesn't have grantor, what you can do, who's, what went in there?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That was my last question. I think that information should be on this plat then.
I don't disagree with that. I always like to see a center line bearing and distance along the center line of an easement so you can see exactly where it is when you're trying to lay something out, and I don't have a problem going back to my favorite surveyor here and asking him to put some more stuff on here.
It'd make it easier to read, I agree.
He's used to it by now, pretty much.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
I don't have a problem with it if you want to make a condition. I don't have a problem. He'll do it if I ask him. Put it that way.
Well, it is a final plat. It's a final plat.
Right.
So I think, gas line and the easement.
I was waiting for us to
Yeah.
proceed through the process.
Yeah, I think, I would suggest and feel more comfortable if you were to put the gas line, then the easement on there, so that it's more complete, I guess.
Not a problem.
Because we really don't see it, and easements can
I don't disagree.
Potentially be an issue.
I don't disagree. I sometimes tell these surveyors what I like to see on there, and they say, well, who's signing this, Odin, me or you? And I said, well, you're going to, hopefully, because I'm not going to. But, so I kind of have to, be gentle with them and say, they want this on there, so put it on there and shut up.
So Madam Chair, as we keep going, I'm gonna find, I've lost all structure.
I'm gonna
trying
go
what
sit
I'm
down.
doing. And so,
I'm done.
I saw you had a contour map. I appreciate you having that. And so, you have the same issue. There's no vertical datum specified. And so, what is the vertical datum for those heights? Is that mean sea level or is it GPS?
You've got a TBM on the plat, Commissioner Rush, elevation 6542, and that's going to be WS84. That's what we call today
So that's
satellite.
a GPS,
That's a
height.
GPS satellite datum,
Measurement, okay.
WGS84, yes.
So I missed that on the plat. Where's that at on the plat? Or is that on the other document with the contours?
I'm sorry, there's a benchmark on the plat, would be the northwest corner of the arena property, the rodeo arena.
Absolutely.
And then there's a tie to a benchmark, a grid tie to benchmark SF92 that's kind of extended along the south side of the right-of-way out there ways, like
Yes, sir.
12,000 feet.
Yes,
That's
sir.
2.5 miles.
Is that that rail, found the T-rail?
No, those are SF92s, a control network that Santa Fe County did. And there's about 110 of those monuments that are scattered around Santa Fe County, about 2 miles apart.
But the bottom line, and I appreciate you very much having a benchmark on there.
And
and
under the data, there it says NAT 83. So it's not WS 84, it's NAT 83. And
Okay,
that's
okay. So
that's the datum for the contours
So that's the datum for this benchmark.
and the contours.
Okay, but then when you see the heights and you get that document's not with this. So what I was saying is I would recommend having, when you have heights, there's no heights provided on this besides that datum. So I would say on your contour map, it would be beneficial to somebody when they read the heights to know that those particular heights, whether or not the vertical datum is a WGS 84 or mean sea level. I can only remember the layman's terms. I can't remember at this hour. I was just saying, I would recommend adding that note to your contour map.
To the contour map?
Yes.
No problem.
Because there's no heights here that you're referencing. That's the only place where you have heights.
No problem.
Okay, I'll hopefully won't find any more questions that I missed.
Okay. All right, we can always go back to that. Okay, let's see. So we're going to open this up to public comment in favor of the project. So any of those in the audience that want to come up and talk about their comment in favor of the project, please move forward to the podium.
Should we all just stand and say
You can.
please? At this point in time?
What we could do is a show of hands, as Commissioner Reeves has suggested. So all those that are in favor of the project, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, thank you. That way, thank you in the interest of time. Okay, affected party testimony. Let's see, I do have a list. Let's see. And actually, the first person on the list is, we've determined is not an affected party. Amanda Wilkes. We determined at a previous hearing that, in fact, we had to strike your testimony because we determined.
No, that's the parcel that they're keeping. So the new subdivision, we got affected party letters. the
You
new
did,
subdivision.
or is it Kay Wilkes? Because you are not on the list to get a letter, so we determined that you don't have a property abutting that, but Kay and, I believe Clarence, is it Kay and Clarence? Wilkes do. But Amanda, you are certainly welcome to do public comment.
I am going to have Amanda speak for me and my husband both. My husband had to leave because we have animals and everything else, so the fact that it's going to be 1 o'clock before we get finished with that, so she should be able to talk for both of us.
Okay, so affected parties will have 10 minutes in order to present.
Everyone else has more than that?
Well, we're kind of keeping with what we did before,
So my
where there was a
husband and I
very
both
long.
should have 10
So,
minutes.
excuse
that-
me, let me finish, please. Thank you. 10 minutes to present, and then commissioners can ask questions. That's what we did in the previous hearing also. So we'll do it the same way this time. No, and we're
Madam
in
Chair.
public hearing, so we cannot, at this point, we can't take any comments from the audience. We're in a hearing at this point, please. So we will be very strict on who can come up and actually speak, because we have to maintain some control in the hearing. This is quasi-judicial, so this is a hearing. Thank you.
Madam
Okay.
Chair,
Commissioner Reeves.
I'd like clarification from legal counsel before we begin her testimony, that is, I lack words, that is, that is the correct legal thing to do, and that she can ask somebody to speak for her. I just need clarification.
Yeah, Chair, Commissioners, I don't see any issue with that. It presented itself, it's at the discretion of the commission. And it looks like one lady delegated to another lady.
Understood.
Okay, it's at the discretion.
Okay. Okay. So, thank you for putting the clock up. And go ahead, Ms. Wilkes, Amanda Wilkes.
Is it possible to pull my slides up? So the first thing, and I really resent the fact that I have to keep bringing this up, but we've spoken publicly, all affected parties before, about kind of issues with this particular application. And can we go ahead and play the video on the next slide? This was a recent public video that was released. It's been circulating online, and I do think that the public needs to know kind of the rhetoric that is coming.
I'm going to ask a question about what you're showing. Are you showing this as facts and evidence? Are you presenting facts and evidence, or are you presenting something that someone has said that could be perceived as negative against another individual? I want to make sure that we don't do that in this hearing.
No, and I understand that character attacks are not allowed.
Correct.
It is the
Can
fact.
you speak into the microphone a little better, please?
Yeah, so, and I would be happy to just explain it. If you don't want the video, I'm happy to do that. This video from the applicant's organization recently spoke about how they said that the town of Edgewood had made some mistakes, and with that, they said they've realized they've got to make it right. So on July 16th, I've been assured that they have a plan that will make everything right. I think the public deserves to know that part, because having that type of rhetoric shared in the community, how could the town promise a certain outcome when it has not gone through due process of law?
Okay, so this is a comment that someone made, just a comment that someone made. Something, I mean, if it was something that someone made on Facebook, it's simply a comment on Facebook or a comment in a setting. So is that what you're entering as facts and evidence?
I'm not. I'm asking the commission to be aware that the town is being presented as having given an answer, a guarantee.
I don't believe that's a member of the town staff.
It is not,
the video.
but town staff are mentioned in that video.
Okay, I'm going to have to call that hearsay.
Okay,
At
I
this
will be
point.
happy to remove that. If we can go forward to the next slide, please. Do you want me to just say, oh, awesome, thank you. Last time I asked for it, they didn't have one. Thank you, sir. So I won't go over this again, but under re-subdivisions, I absolutely read it the same way that Commissioner Rush did to begin with. I'm so sorry, would it be
If-
possible to hold the,
Yeah, if we
you know,
can,
let's be respectful.
please no comments. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, and so we have to give respect to all speakers, and we don't need anyone from the audience making comments during their time frame. Thank you.
So the next thing, past that 24-month in Edgewood, because it is the second subdivision in a under 5-year term, my understanding is that does trigger the New Mexico Subdivision Act, which does ask to prove a certain level of infrastructure. The first thing that I want to talk about is, of course, safety. You know, we are not doing this to be the worst neighbors ever, and in fact, I think that should be a common goal. You know, if it's members of your church traveling in that area, we think that it should be common goal. Everybody should want that area to be safe. And we are asking that an updated DOT traffic study be done before, because as Commissioner Rush has kind of mentioned throughout the evening, you can't really put the cat back in the bag. So the approve now, comply later, there are some issues with that.
Are you speaking of, which road are you speaking of?
I am talking about both Riverview and Route 66. So of
Okay.
course, 8 additional lots will bring additional traffic.
And Route 66 is an artery next to a freeway.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Route 66 is an artery next to a freeway, so it frequently has heavy traffic if there are accidents on the freeway, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's already a lot of existing public record. I don't need to go over that. But because the venue that the applicant will be retaining ownership of has large-scale public events that draw a lot of attendance, large crowds, that impacts the traffic in the area. And then I did just want to reference the DOT permit exactly that was done in 2021. You know, that document does not go through anything about public events. It does mention church and riding facility. So with the additional proposed driveways directly off of Route 66, those are definitely a concern. The trip generation data in 2021 said that there was 3 to 7 in and outs during peak hours, but that was before they were open. So that's not really accurate. That doesn't paint an accurate picture of current use. And then Riverview Road has a very unique configuration. All affected parties have spoken in one planning and zoning meeting or another about the near accidents that we experience or that we witness. The Town of Edgewood subdivision ordinance does say that there should be an effort to have a minimum number of intersections with arterials or highways. I think that, you know, having like a feeder road would definitely make a big difference for that. And then I just want to briefly go over this existing public record with what is now DOT, at the time called New Mexico State Highway and Transportation Department. And that was completed in 1996 for another proposed development in the area. But the roads have not changed. So that report mentioned that Riverview Road and Cottonwood Road are both out of compliance for site distance, and the angle of Riverview Road is problematic, especially for further development. They stated acceleration and deceleration lanes would be required. The angle and sight distance of these roads have not changed in that time. What has changed is more growth. Of course, the special events that are held in that area, and now 8 additional lots. So again, we do think it is important to minimize the driveways off of Route 66. The one that concerns me the most is that triangle piece, because that is going to be directly affected by that sight distance. I don't know if anybody here has ever driven east towards Moriarty and then turned right onto Riverview. People do not expect that road. We are almost rear-ended all the time. We think that for safety, that should be addressed. And then I did just want to reference a few things from existing public record in reference to water, because we don't really feel that the current application properly proves water for the subdivision. And of course, it brings up some concerns of impacts of the 8 additional commercial wells and the strain that's going to put on existing wells in the area. I didn't see anything talking about water rights in the packet or how that would work, but a few quick public records. The next street over, just to the east, is Cottonwood Road. That is the start of Melody Ranch subdivision. Right now, as per the governor's office in Torrance County, that is a disaster declaration. Melody Ranch residents have not had water from their private wells in over a year. This is just so that I can reference that this is OSC's language, Office of State Engineer, that this area is a critical management area in the Estancia Valley Basin. Again, the public can reference all of this by going to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Melody Ranch, there's the case number. Last summer, the site visit by the Public Regulation Commission notes one of the wells drilled to 400 feet is reported to be dead, dry, and non-functioning, while the remaining well drilled to 280 feet is apparently dying by recently diminished production levels. And this is a letter to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission from EPCOR president in Edgewood, who stated, in EPCOR's opinion, drilling a replacement well in a challenging area of aquifer is not an adequate solution. This approach may face obstacles related to its location in a critical management area under the Office of the State Engineer Estancia Basin Guidelines, and in any case is at best a temporary fix. This also speaks to the fact that there is not another water service provider in the area. Are they working on that for Melody Ranch? Yes. Again, please refer to the Public Regulation Commission. That is in the works, but there is nothing that has been finalized yet. So that is to say that when these vacant lots are sold, drilling a well is not a guarantee, and there is not a backup. There's not, okay, well, if all your wells go dry, hook on to city water. At this time, there is not any existing infrastructure for that. I did also have concerns about fire hydrants and how the water would work for that, considering that there's not anything existing. And then kind of the other part of water, of course, drainage. I know Commissioner Rush has already kind of talked about this, but very briefly, you know, I'm not a drainage engineer, but just testimony that I can visibly see. The property slopes down completely. It is like a V in the middle of that property, and it goes below road level there in the center. I can visibly see when we get big rains that that water is leaving their property because it is draining onto the property that is owned by Dismute Construction Co. I think that it is also exacerbated by the fact that the property where the arena currently is bare. It was cleared to build the arena. There's not vegetation, there's not native grass, there's not any range land in that area. So I think you do get more water pouring off of that. So I do think that it would be helpful to have engineer oversight there. Again, it's vacant lots, so how do you impose drainage regulations? Really a lot of these types of compliance issues, how do you impose that on a new property owner once it's already been subdivided and sold?
I'm going to go ahead and let you know that I've added 3 minutes for my questions for you, but you've got about 2 minutes left.
Okay, and I am almost done. I just wanted to make a mention on the public record that we did have 2 extra affected parties that came tonight and waited for a long time, but because of the agenda overload, they did leave. So there was 2 people that did not get to speak. And then the last thing is a technical and kind of administrative thing, but right now the GIS is wrong. I understand that a GIS can be an approximation, but right now the Santa Fe County GIS is showing that the applicant owns everybody's front yards all the way down Riverview, and for affected party peace of mind and to prevent any future issues or confusion or inconvenience, we are asking that that be fixed through Santa Fe County.
I believe, I understand it takes a few months in order to do that. They update, I think, twice a year or every 6 months. So that's the reason that there is maybe not an accurate one.
And that may be, we just want to ensure that it is corrected. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions for the affected party?
Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
I have no questions.
I have no further questions.
I did have some questions because you testified about traffic. Do you have any traffic reports stating that your claims? Are
I
you a
do.
certified traffic specialist of any sort?
I do. They're all from DOT. Can I provide you with the file?
No, it's not necessary. I just wondered if you were certified and if you had done studies.
No, I'm not certified, but I have.
So the study you did was from that you pulled was from 1996?
So the first one was from 2021. Is it okay to hand these to staff to provide you with, or?
Madam Chair, were they part of your presentation?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
They were referenced on the
They were
presentation?
in the slides.
Oh, then we can, yeah. Okay, yes. And those are the only questions I had.
All right, thank you.
Let's see. The applicant can also, yes. Thank you. So at this point, because if we have other affected parties, let's go ahead one by one. So we'll have the applicant ask the affected party questions. If you have any questions, or the affected party can ask the applicant questions.
Okay. Do you have questions for me first? All right, so I did have a few questions, and that some of them are kind of, I guess, in progress as far as what the plan is for water drainage. I didn't see that it was listed on the plat which ones were breakdown of commercial versus residential lots. Do you have those?
They're all commercial.
Okay. And the plan for the driveways, how was that determined?
Based on previous experience with NMDOT, that they prefer not to,
Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
NMDOT prefers not to permit a driveway to the center of each lot. They would rather us put these pocket easements on common lots so that there's one driveway for 2 lots. And they prefer to permit that geometry.
And that's definitely shown on your plat.
Yes, ma'am.
So is that being done before they're sold?
For recording purposes, if you'll step to the mic again, yeah.
Is that going to be done before, like permitted, they'll have their driveway permit before it's sold? Or that will be on the responsibility of the new property owner to obtain that?
The lot developer, i.e. the purchaser, will need to permit their own driveway. Until there's a proposed use, a specific use, is this going to be a C2 covers a lot of things that you can do in C2. And so the highway department has got to know what the traffic count is for this particular type of structure. So until you propose a structure, they can't issue a permit. So they do their numbers based on the traffic that you generate through the approval process. Development plan process is what I would call it.
And so just one quick follow-up on that. What does compliance look for that? Like, we say, oh, this is how it's going to be, but how does the town enforcer enforce compliance for that new property owner?
NMDOT enforces driveways on their right-of-way, so you can't just go out there and take off and build one and start cutting the fence and start putting one in, because they'll come get you. So they are responsible for maintaining their database, their traffic counts, and issuing driveway permits. As long as you meet the criteria for the geometry, sight distance, in a certain speed limit zone, they will issue the permit. They will not deny the permit. That permit may cost you a lot of money for accel decel, for instance. If you're going to do a big heavy thing, you need some accel decel lanes. It may cost you quite a bit of money to put in a culvert for the driveway to get off the highway over to your property. But as long as you follow their criteria and make the improvements that they require, they won't deny you a permit.
And then I'm almost done with questions, but will the new lots require water rights to be obtained by the new owners, or they're getting water rights from the existing well and property from the applicant?
Each lot purchaser can get a permit from the state engineer for a commercial well, and they will issue the commercial well permit for up to 3 acre-feet on a commercial well. If they use the property for residential purposes, they'll get much less than that. So the answer to that is no, they don't have to have water rights to get a domestic well.
And then my final question is just, you referred to a volunteer fire department in the area. Can you tell me which fire department that's in reference to?
That's actually one of the questions I had for you. If you had a fire in your backyard, who would you call?
911.
Okay. Kay, do you know where that 911 number rings?
It goes to Stancia, but Torrance County has fire and service.
Yes.
Which is right down the road.
That's right. It goes, 911 will go straight down to statute to dispatch, and they'll look at it, look at the location, dispatch whatever and whomever needs to be there.
So I have one more question. On the 5-year, you can't divide it and then redivide it within 5 years according to the state of New Mexico without triggering certain things. So that's completely different. And my understanding from talking to several other county managers and planning and zoning people, they say that when that happens, that the state puts their ordinances in as a minimum requirement. The cities or municipalities can make their requirements more strict, but they have to be as strict as the state. So how can we do this now when we've already just divided it and the state says that if you are going to redo it, you have to have the traffic impact studies, you have to have proving water, you have to have all of those things. So how can Edgewood approve that when it is a state subdivision rule?
So I'm going to defer to legal counsel on that.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the 5-year, the statute reads regarding the 5 years, All it said was that it triggers the subdivision act. Your ordinance is compliant with the subdivision act. So it's not like there's two layers of accommodation here. It just says you have to comply with the subdivision act. Your ordinance is compliant with that. So there isn't another level. It's still going to be your ordinance.
Okay.
So I do have a question. So according to that, it does say that you have to have a traffic impact study, which we do not require in Edgewood. It says that we have to require water. We have to do so many safety things. So how does that work? Because we are not actually at the same level as what the state says is their minimum.
Madam Chair, Commission, I did not read that there were requirements for, or for traffic studies. All I read was that there was a compliance with the Subdivision Act. It would trigger the Subdivision Act. If she could point me to the statute, I'll look at it again. But based on the presentation, I didn't see a mandatory requirement for traffic.
Then I would ask the commission to delay this and do the research on it, because you can't go backwards. You can't let the cat back out of the bag.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves?
since that statement's been made and that you seem to think that there's a traffic study required and our legal counsel is saying that there is not, can you please cite the state statute that you are referring to?
We'll have it in about 30 seconds. Brendan's already got it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Reeves?
I think we've utilized our 10 minutes and probably should move on. I was hoping that could be done off the top of the head. I apologize.
Yeah. So I believe that council and Mr. Williams, contractor, may be looking that information up. So we'll get back to that in just a moment. Mr. Oden?
I only have one question, and then
Okay.
I think they ran out on me.
I believe Mr. Oden had one more question of the affected party.
Amanda, do you live at home, right? You've testified that you live at home? Your mom's testified you live at home?
Yes, that was my current address.
And you're right across the street from Melody Ranch subdivision, aren't you? Right, I mean, right next door to it, aren't you? Just a little ways.
Could you
Can you-
please speak into the
Oh,
microphone?
yeah. We do definitely need the mic.
She testified about Melody Ranch's water problems, and so I wanted to follow up with that. They live almost across the street from Melody Ranch. Do you have a water well at home?
Yeah, we had to drop our well,
Okay.
so it's already affecting.
We're not drilling any wells. What's affecting you?
I didn't accuse you of affecting the well. I said that based on the water conditions that are affecting the entire area, that has already affected our property.
Okay. Do you have water in your well today?
There's nothing with 13 in it.
Are you drinking the water out of the well?
Yes, we currently have water in the well.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there were some other affected parties, a Sage Wilkes? Sage Wilkes? Okay. Julie Lee? Okay. And Butch Wilkes? Also, okay, thank you. Okay. All right. So since we have no other affected parties, and Mr. Oden, did you have any other applicant rebuttal? No, thank you. Okay, we're going to close this public hearing. We'll go into deliberation, review our staff report, and examination and discussion of facts and evidence presented.
4762.
Okay, commissioners, discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
I can go through what I think could be added to a condition list. I will point out that we really don't expect to have condition lists for the final plat. I know several of these are pretty minor. And so I'll just point that out, and I'll go through them and see which ones you might agree or disagree with, us as a commission. The first I had was requiring the adequate fire protection, and an evaluation and report from the Santa Fe County Fire Chief. The second, this is where I'm looking for input, whether or not we decided we need this. I lost this argument earlier today, but a stormwater drainage and runoff study determine if the 5 to 6% grade along with the commercial zone development estimate would create stormwater drainage and runoff that would exceed the current levels and require a subdivision design change to include solutions such as a retention pond, as one example, to resolve the issue that couldn't be done, for just a single lot owner. So I'd leave that to discussion whether or not we want to do that or not. The next item that needs to be updated, we decided that we would document the 333 highway right-of-way on the plat. We would add the gas utility line along the north side of the property. I don't know where that's at, relative to everything. We would document the drainage easement location, and we would add a vertical datum on the contour map. That would either be an MSL, NAVD 88, or GPS ellipsoid height, just so that we know what the heights are when somebody looks at that map. And then the last thing that I had, given that it doesn't really matter about utilities, the utility companies are going to place the easements wherever they want. There's a distinction between Section 9Q and 10.B.4.E.2. I guess I'm inclined that maybe it really doesn't matter whether or not you have an approval versus the certification signing on a plat. I guess I'm indifferent. Maybe at this hour I don't care. I don't know. But I leave that for discussion to see how we want to proceed with that. And that's all I have.
Madam Chair. Commissioner Hutchinson.
Since this is commercial property, I do support the recommendation for requiring the grading and drainage plan.
And I would say, I'd say be careful with your road words. And so you said plan, and I was saying study.
Right.
Because, you would need a study to see if you need a plan. That's what so are you saying you would support the study to see if you need a plan? Or
The
what?
only thing I've ever seen is resulting as the plan.
That's the result of
Yeah.
Study and plan? Or just the result of it?
Well, the plan will communicate visually what, yeah. And I think the other development issues, such as the acceleration, deceleration lanes, that would be involving NMDOT, I'm sure, are future development issues.
I was looking at the comprehensive plan with regard to anything along 333. And the majority of the properties along 333 are commercial. So this falls in line with the comprehensive plan, which is the growth and development is slated to go along 333, which is commercial. There are other areas of commercial, but that is the majority of commercial that is on the comprehensive plan, which makes sense because that's one of the major thoroughfares. So that's input from what is on the comprehensive plan.
So if you had an appeal, they would say, hey, you got a comprehensive plan, so why aren't you following it?
Yes, yeah, it's very significant, the commercial along 333. And it's been that way for quite some time. I couldn't tell you when it started, but I can tell you it's been that way.
One of the
for quite some
reasons why it hasn't been approved is because it's just been raw land. So, you know, as these things develop and, you know, needs change and requests from the state are made, then those things will be addressed at those times.
Okay, if you reviewed the staff report, do we have any other discussion?
The only discussion I had, Commissioner Hutchison mentioned an acceleration plan. Is that something that we wanted to add?
No, no,
Okay,
that
okay.
would be something when, in the future, when
Okay.
the property is purchased or potentially purchased, and depending on what they want to do with the land, they would have to contact NMDOT for those kind of. But however, I know the activity has changed at the Cowboy Church, and I don't believe they have acceleration, deceleration lanes themselves, so maybe there might be some safety precautions that could be used for events such as traffic control and things like that, just to alleviate potential problems.
So-
But that's not anything we can dictate from this.
So Commissioner Hutchinson, we didn't have any further discussion about the analysis. You preferred the word plan. Would you be okay if we stated it as stormwater drainage and runoff study and possible plan to determine? Would that be language you could support?
Well, I think we need to commit to whatever we're asking for. Do you want us, the grading and drainage plan will have all of that information that you've been requesting with the contours
So you
and
just
all
wanna
of
ask-
that stuff.
You just want to say, go ahead and commit to saying that you want a plan.
I would prefer that, yes.
What are the other commissioners think?
A storm drainage plan? That's the wording in our ordinance. Storm-
Madam Chair, there is no reference to a study in the ordinance. Supplementary material that could be required would include the furnishing of a plan for the collection and discharge of stormwater from the subdivision.
So it just would be a plan?
Just a plan.
Okay.
Grading and drainage plan?
And,
Okay.
and while we got you here, the ordinance, or the statute that was up on the,
Five-year?
Yeah, the 5-year subdivision kicking in with the New Mexico Subdivision Act, that is New Mexico Statute 47-6-2, and it only applies to counties.
Oh,
It's
so
a
not municipalities?
It's not in the municipal code, it's relevant to county subdivision.
County only.
And it did
Thank-
not reference traffic.
Thank you for looking that up for us. We appreciate it.
Can you give me that reference again? Did you have that written down?
47-6-2.
Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Commissioners?
No, I'd like to have the opportunity to make sure I word this correctly. And so it will say storm drainage management plan to manage the 5 to 6% grade along with the commercial zone development estimate. Yeah, I'll just say storm drainage management plan. How's that? And I guess the final decision is, we're just gonna, as far as utilities go and plans, we're just gonna live with whatever the signatures are on the plat.
Yeah.
Okay, which should just occur part of the process, so we don't need to say anything.
Right.
I can provide a motion if we're ready.
Yeah, we can entertain a motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush.
a motion we approve the Odin and Associates Inc. as agent for East Mountain Cowboy Church as owner, application for combined expedited preliminary/final plat to divide one lot into 8 lots referenced as south 1/2 of section 36, township 10 north, range 7 east, tract A1. It's 39.88 acres, address 1 River Road, parcel number 9100009028. Property is fully located within Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, with the following conditions. That through subdivision ordinance 2019-04, section 9.t, acquire Santa Fe County Fire Department evaluation and recommendation for adequate fire protection, a storm drainage management plan, document the 333 highway right-of-way, add the gas utility along the north side of the property on the plat, document the drainage easement location, and on the contour map, add the vertical datum either in MSL or GPS ellipsoid height.
And do we have a second?
I'll second.
We'll take Hutchinson. Okay. Maybe I can hear better out of that ear. I don't know. Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Hutchinson?
Aye.
Commissioner Reeves?
Aye.
Commissioner Rush?
Aye.
And I, Commissioner Williams, also vote aye. Motion passed.
Go get some rest.
Thank you to all who've stayed so late for this particular one, and we have one more that we're going to move right into. Okay.
If you could remain quiet in the hallway, I would greatly appreciate it so that we can keep going.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we want to pay respect to our last applicant. They have waited quite a while. So, item number 10, application for a preliminary plat subdivision. Applicants and owners are Cheryl Hupperts and Dana Bushnell. And interim manager Taylor, would you introduce?
Yes, Madam Chair. The applicants and owners are Cheryl Hupperwoods and Diana Bushnell. Request is for review and decision of a preliminary plat for a 2-lot subdivision and will be subject to conditions identified in zoning ordinance number 2024-017, section 5, subdivision ordinance number 2019-04, and any further conditions determined by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Location of the subject property is 149 Mosley Road, Edgewood, New Mexico, 87015. Parcel number is 91001036. The legal description is Township 10 North, Range 7 East, Section 2, Tract 1. Total acreage is 80.2542 acres. Property is fully located within the town of Edgewood, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. The property is currently zoned as agricultural.
Thank you. Commissioners, disclosure of ex parte communications and conflict of interest. Commissioner Hutchinson?
I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest for 149 Mosley Road in Edgewood.
Thank you. Commissioner Reeves?
I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest for number 10 on our agenda this evening.
Thank you. Commissioner Rush?
I, Commissioner Rush, have no conflict of interest or ex parte communication regarding the quasi-judicial matter for agenda item number 10 on our agenda tonight.
Thank you. And I, as Commissioner Rush, have had no ex parte communication and no conflict of interest on item number 10 on tonight's agenda. We will run right into the acknowledgement of public notice, Commissioners.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
may I ask Interim Manager Taylor, how many affected party are there?
Yes, sir, there should be 7.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, I acknowledge that I counted 7 certified mailings. I reviewed the letter. The letter looked appropriate to me. I acknowledge the publishing in the Santa Fe New Mexican, and I acknowledge 1 posted sign.
Thank you. Commissioner Reeves?
I acknowledge public notice for item number 10 on our agenda this evening. I acknowledge the Santa Fe New Mexican, the letter to affected parties, and the public notice signs, 2 public notice signs.
Thank you. Commissioner Hutchinson?
I acknowledge that all public notices have been complied with for 149 Mosley Road in Edgewood.
Thank you. And I, as Commissioner Williams, also acknowledge public notice on property posted in Santa Fe New Mexican, and certified letters sent to affected parties. And we will do the identification of applicant agent and swearing in of individuals providing testimony. Okay. And thank you. I have to say thank you so much for being patient.
Well, thank you for
We
staying.
really
I didn't want to wait another month.
We appreciate you waiting so long. So if interim manager will swear in affected party?
She's going to assist me.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
Because there's something that might be a problem that she can probably explain better than me.
okay,
as
so
my
we
friend.
will.
So
Okay, so you're gonna you'll assign her to speak for you at certain.
yes, at a certain point. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll swear her in also.
Okay.
Please do raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that statements you are about to give are true and complete to the best of your knowledge and ability?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. So we'll go ahead with the applicant presentation. Whoever would like to begin that.
Okay. Well, I'm Cheryl Hubbard. This is my sister Diana, and this is Kathy Laguna, who will be helping me out with a part of this. About a year ago, our brother passed away. Property belongs to Glenn Bassett, and we had to go through probate, and because he didn't have a will, and we have to divide it. This property has to be divided 3 ways. Originally, there was 155. We're talking about the 80 tonight. And so we have nieces who are getting deeded the 2 40-acre lots that are on the plot. So that leaves we have the 80 acres, and we needed to divide it between my sister and I. Anyway, we want to preserve his home, the shop, and the barn. It was something my brother built himself. All of that was built by him, and we want to be able to keep that, but we don't really have a need for the rest of that, the other 70 acres. And there's a well on that property too. It's actually not on the plot, so when we get this replotted, I'm going to have them do that based on some of your other conversations tonight. So this is just a preliminary at this point because we have to get a road built. Anyway, so we're not able to run cows and do all the things that he did. So we figure it's best for us to sell the property. I have worked with let's see, we talk about the electric, on the south side of the property, all the way on the south side of the property of the 80 acres, and all the way on the east side of the property, there's electric lines. And I went to Central, just so you know how that works, I just went down to Central Electric and asked them to write me a letter. They looked it up, and they have all these maps, and they can see where all their lines are. And they wrote me a letter saying that they can provide electric to that property. And it basically both, either angle, depending on what someone does with it. And it's our desire to sell that 70 acres. Then I worked with the neighbor to the east, which was Bill King. There's a section line between our properties and my brother's land and Bill King's. And we agreed to give each other easements so we could use a section line to build the road. So down the road, he will probably want to do something with his land, and he's fenced that easement off, put a new fence up, so that road easements Mosley would continue. For us, it's only going to be about 700 more feet. We would build the road to the town specs. That's our plan. The little gotcha that we thought of, and I think we've found just because you probably asked the question, I'll try to answer it ahead of time. Let me go back a minute. On the road easement, I found out we had some people here, they were talking to me in the hall and they had to leave. They were here for this one, but I answered their questions out in the hallway earlier. The way the property is now, the road on Mosley kind of goes over into the right into that where the house and everything is, and turns out that's cutting across Mosley property, and they've just always done that all these years. So I gave them assurance that when we build the road, we'll just access off that road instead, so that it'll come straight in off there instead of the way it's coming in currently, which I didn't even think about that, but was one of their concerns, and I answered that for them tonight. And they were concerned about whether there would ever be a road there by the shop and down that way by his house, and I don't know because, well, we can't do that. I would have done that right now because there's not enough room for a road there. We've already looked at that, so, because that would have been a cheap way, wouldn't have had to build a road. So anyway, just try to answer those were the questions those people had, and I answered for them. Anyway, the other issue is this is agricultural zoning. And so we're trying to, the 70 acres is going to be good, but there was a question about the 10 acres, can it remain agricultural? And without it, having to put the house with 25 acres, which is not what we want to do, because we really need to sell more land. And Kathy did a little research on that today for me, and and the ordinance, in the zoning ordinance, you may want to look at it as we talk about it. It's 10E. And I got copies, if it'd be easier. Do you have it up? Or I made some copies in case that's easier for you to look at, because I didn't see this, and Kathy was able to figure that out. Do you all have copies of 10A?
You say 10A or 10E?
10E, I'm sorry, 10E.
Section 10?
I do.
Yeah, it says non-agricultural lots include lots or parcels containing less than 25 acres. So obviously less than 25 acres and containing one or more dwelling units. Lots or parcels of land containing at least 25 acres and which are devoted primarily to agricultural use together with a dwelling and or other accessories shall be considered agricultural. So the way that we understand that is that, you know, Kathy can join in if I'm not explaining that, is that you can have less than 25 acres. You've got a house on it there. And the people I was just speaking with earlier today said they did exactly that, which was kind of nice. They just couldn't stay this late they would have supported me. The land just south of it, they had 4 acres on a house, and they separated it from the rest of their property and kept the agricultural zoning. Have I explained it good enough?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand. In case I didn't get it good enough, I wanted her to be here. So anyway, I think of anything else I need to say? I think that's all that I can think of that needs to be said.
Questions for applicant, commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Rush?
I have questions as usual. First of all, I just want to say I'm sorry for your loss of Glenn Bassett. I'm sorry having to deal with all that. And I did, since you just talked about it, I'll jump to it. I agree with your assessment of the zoning ordinances allows agricultural property. It's really kind of weird because they call it non-agricultural property.
I think this
but
could be
it's
worded better
not
for
a zone,
future
but-
applicants, because I wasn't catching it.
Exactly. Now, the one thing I would ask you is, before, okay, so I think the town incorporated in 1999, and I'm assuming Bassett's and properties, so I'm assuming, were all those properties there before the town?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
so-
was in the county originally.
So the reason why I
agricultural
ask
then.
and where I'm going is that with agricultural property, your front setback is 50 feet and 25 feet on the side, and there's a maximum impervious coverage of 20%, blah, blah, blah. I'm assuming, and going to assume that, you know, what you had there was grandfathered in. And so, but I do think that one building is with, best I could measure from Google Earth, is within less than the 50 feet
The shop,
setback. I'm
the
assuming.
shop, you're talking about the shop that.
I don't know what it is. I got 2 copies of the plat.
Well, I know it's not big
and
enough to put a road
electronic.
through there.
I could not read the plat whatsoever. And so, looking at the, it's whatever the easternmost building is.
Well, the easternmost building is the house,
No.
but the house is actually
It's-
further away from
Shop.
the property line than the shop
It
is.
says shop.
Looking at what I've received tonight, it's shed. It's the shed. That's the easternmost shed. That
Oh,
looks like
there's
that
a
was
little
less-
shed there,
It
you're
looks like
right.
it's less than 50
Yeah.
feet, but I don't think that it,
That's an
nobody
permanent
could,
structure.
it's grandfathered in.
It's it's all been there for
That-
30,
that's-
well, about 27 years, yeah.
And so,
And they were in the county, so it wasn't part of the town at that time.
so you've heard me talk about this all night, so that we'd have to address adequate fire protection, but it's ag property, you don't have a water system.
There's no water
I think-
system there.
And I don't know what they would require other than roads. It did look like the roads are just dirt and not gravelled for adequate fire protection. I don't know, but I still think that it's a requirement, you know, in the ordinance that should be required. And then, like I said, I actually had 3 copies of the plat, and I couldn't read any one of them. I had the electronic copy, I had the one that came with the
I
package.
brought the real one if anybody wants to look at it.
And I received one, like, I asked for a larger one, and I couldn't even read that. And so,
So I haven't paid a survey to mark off that 10 acres because I want to get approval first. We did the feet from the scale on the survey plot to figure out.
So that was
How'd that
going to be
go?
my next question. I just was trying to find a way to phrase it at this late hour that didn't sound unrespectful. But I was going to ask you if you had received a survey that was completed. Did you get a survey by a certified surveyor?
Can I show you? I got it right here. Yes, I have a certified.
Well, I did receive a copy that I can now read.
Oh, okay.
I've tried to evaluate it as best I could during tonight.
It's a recent survey, and it's a professional surveyors or certified surveyors, yes.
So did he set corners monuments for the new property?
Yeah, we have all new, everything's been marked, yes.
Because I
There were
didn't-
a couple caps, I believe, I'd have to look at the map, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe he found some of the capstones, the original capstones.
Well, I'm talking about the 10 acres, to
He hasn't marked the
subdivide
10 acres yet, yes, no, because I have not.
You have not surveyed that part?
I have not, I'm waiting to see if I can get approval, because I can't pay him, surveyors charge you an arm and a leg, so.
Okay,
yeah.
that makes more sense.
So I
'cause
drew
was-
the lines on there, and that's probably why they're hard to see.
Well, but it shows that he surveyed this in April of 2026.
Well, the survey, but the lines for the 10 acres, I just drew on there.
Okay, so he didn't survey those?
No, that 10 acres
Okay,
has not been
okay.
surveyed.
Well, that
Yeah.
makes more sense, because I was thinking, well, something's rotten in Denmark, and I couldn't figure it out.
Right, so
And that-
we'd probably have more information once the actual survey gets done.
So,
And that's why it's only preliminary,
So you've had to listen to me all night long, and so you'll have to listen to me a little bit more. So, the ordinance requires that, the plat shall be an accurate drawing designed specifically to land so laid. That's section 7.c.3, 7.c.5. Such plat shall be produced by computer or printed by hand, and it has to be in a scale not more than 100 feet. I'm sorry, 1 inch to 100 feet. I'm paraphrasing too much. But it's quantified as it has to be an accurate survey, no larger than 18 by 24 inches. It can't be a sketch. And then I will say, I've gone through, and it makes sense now, that I find very little that's required in the ordinance that's on the plat. And so I think, what I will say is I think it's an inadequate application, to be in all honesty. And I think you just testified to that. If that was not the case, I have no problem, in my opinion, in approving this subdivision. But it has to be done first is on a preliminary plat. You have to have an actual plat done, has to be an accurate survey with all the requirements that are listed in the subdivision ordinance.
Well, the plot itself other than the 10 acres, the whole plot got all the land description, everything is
Sure,
accurate.
I don't disagree with that.
But again, and I guess I disagree with you. I came in, now Brandon was filling in, he was the P&Z manager when I first came in with this. And I did talk to him about that initially, and he felt like drawing the lines were fine for preliminary, because you don't want to pay a surveyor to draw this, and I come in here and you're going to turn it down. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, okay, so the way you deal with that is that you come in with the sketch, and you get that approval, and then you have to go through the preliminary plat process. But this is not a plat. This is a sketch.
Well, the main plot is a plot.
Yeah,
I just sketched off the 10 acres. That's
Yeah,
all that's sketched. That is just the 10 acre. I sketched off, using the scale, what 10 acres would be. 650 feet by 650 feet. It catches all the buildings and the well.
And so you're subdividing tract 1, into 2 lots.
Right, that's all I'm doing. And then I would come back with a final plot showing those things that you want
So
on the
we-
10 acres.
We have the boundaries of those 2 lots.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Hutchinson?
can we approach this the exact same way we've done throughout the entire evening and just, Commissioner Rush, you just kind of identify what further you would like to see on that, including existing structures and wells, and then when they come back with the final, that should be satisfied.
You could do a preliminary final. You could do that.
And I could come back with a preliminary final
Because-
plot. Is that what you're saying?
The decision.
I think that would be a better choice to come back as an expedited combined preliminary plat, because if I had to list the problems with this application, I'd basically just hand you the ordinance, because there's nothing in there that matches what's needed to satisfy the requirements. And
Well,
so, first of all, that was to address Commissioner Hutchinson's recommendation, and so I think the better follow-on recommendation is to go have your survey done and submit it as a expedited combined preliminary final plat, and because I don't
The one question
see any issues.
that would be with regard to that, though, it has to already have existing roads.
That is, okay.
For an expedited, that's one of the requirements. It already has to have the existing
Right.
road access.
I need to find a buyer first in order to build the road. I don't have those finances to do that.
Yeah, I'm,
So the
I know
expedited.
we're not in a discussion, but I'll just jump to that and say I can't support this application.
Question?
Yes.
Chair. Actually, question for Commissioner Rush. Commissioner Rush, you mentioned we need you to bring back something to us in the ordinance. Is that called out somewhere, that there's that preliminary meeting?
The actual meeting with the department on what's required on the.
So it would be with the TAC? Or?
Well, so there is supposed to be a meeting prior to, and that's to get guidance from the department.
That was done.
Okay, and the department, well, the way the ordinance reads is the department will provide you guidance upon request. But what it doesn't state in there, that the department will give you everything, that's kind of where the ordinance kicks in. So where the ordinance, it lists all the items that have to be on the preliminary plat. So that's your guide.
Respectfully, I was just trying to understand his comment about bringing something back to him before the preliminary.
No, that would,
no.
I could have misspoke. I'm sorry if I confused you. I was just
It's
trying to
late.
describe that you do take a sketch to this preliminary meeting, with the planning and zoning manager, so that they can then guide you through the proper steps for a preliminary plat application.
So then, help me with the ordinance citation for the,
So if you look at the Section 7 ordinance, you look at the subdivision.
I don't have it in front of me, so you'll just have to give me the citation,
Sure,
respectfully.
I don't mind. So it's subdivision ordinance 2019-04, and so all the procedures, the submission requirements are in Section 7. And it talks about the preliminary plat, the application is in Section B of Section 7, 7B. 7C is all the contents of the preliminary plat. And so the surveyor, and then you would have it surveyed, and then the person that prepares the plat would take that survey information and put together the plat and meet, hopefully, all the requirements that are listed for section 7C, contents of a preliminary plat. And so like in section 6, so 7.C.6, the first requirement is the name of the proposed subdivision, which would just be the name at the top. And then you got to have the name of the address, name and address of the applicant, name and address of the agent, and name and address of the principal person preparing the preliminary plat. You got to have a scale and north arrow number.
Respectfully, I can read it.
Okay.
But my question goes to, you also mentioned that the plat that's submitted could be done by hand. So can you give me that citation, please?
Yes, ma'am.
That would be, I can go ahead and give it to her.
Okay.
Section 7C A, 1A, 7C 1A.
And could you read it for me,
Sure.
please?
Any person or party
Any person or
Any
party?
person or party proposing to subdivide land shall complete and submit a written preliminary plat application together with 10 sets, well, let's see, hold on. It didn't actually say it.
I'm sorry,
Did you
Miss.
find it? I thought I had it.
You were close.
No, I was
So-
close.
So it's section 7C 5, and it's titled Form of the Preliminary Plat. The plat shall include all land owned or controlled by the applicant which is or may be suitable for a susceptible to the subdivision or development. Such plat shall be produced by computer or printed in black ink or drawn by hand in black ink to a scale not more than 100 feet to the inch from
It
an
is.
from an accurate survey. So you have to have an accurate survey.
It's on an
before you
accurate
can-
survey.
I mean, that's, so, you know, that's what I was saying a while ago is if, but you wouldn't, if you're gonna do it by hand, you wouldn't do a sketch. You'd have to do it with a ruler and a slide, you know.
And respectfully, that we have actual certified survey, and the proposed 10 acres was done to scale by
But
hand.
not from an accurate survey.
The survey that we have is actually
So you don't-
certified.
You don't have, no, the subdivision, you have not had your subdivision surveyed. The subdivision is taking 80 acres and dividing into 70 and 10, and you have not had that surveyed. What you've had surveyed is the surrounding area, but you have not had the subdivision that you're applying for surveyed, right? And I'm sorry if I'm getting loud, I'm just
So you
getting
can't do
tired.
anything with your property without actually engaging a surveyor.
No, you cannot submit a preliminary plat without a survey.
Okay, so then the step prior to that is,
I know you're looking for an answer, but I don't understand the question.
well, you happened to mention it earlier, but, so the step prior to that was, a step prior to the preliminary survey
That's where
is,
you would have your pre-meeting with the planning and zoning staff.
that's correct.
And you've had that.
And that's been done.
You had that with Brandon,
That's correct.
yes.
Okay, so this is what he instructed you to do?
Yes, Brandon did.
Okay, all right, so,
And he said there was a TAC meeting.
okay, so
There was a TAC
commissioners,
meeting. So there was a TAC meeting.
so
they
commissioners,
met.
you know, I don't really want to penalize a landowner because of an interaction between a staff member that's not with the town anymore, because they were given this direction. So I don't want to create undue hardship because it's been directions have been given, and so they went back and they did what they were told to do. Discussion?
One option you might be able to do, Madam Chair, is to go have the survey done, have the plat done correctly, with the required information, submit it as a expedited
But
combined preliminary plat, and
The roads.
ask for a waiver for the two-road access.
Okay.
That's,
That's an
that's,
interesting
What do you
way.
say, waiver for?
I mean, I would do that.
I could support that too, because then it takes away that hardship
Yes, it does.
And it makes sure that things are done properly.
that may
Correct.
be a very good compromise.
And the two-road access for ag property doesn't bother me.
Yeah,
That we
the
don't have
concern
that.
is that if you don't have a surveyor doing this, you could get into some trouble later on. And
I mean,
that-
I'm going to have a real I am going to
Yeah.
pay a surveyor to do the 10 acres, but I need your approval that you agreed to this 10 acres, so before I pay a surveyor.
I can't agree to that.
Yeah, it's kind of putting the cart before the horse.
So what we're suggesting is having the survey done, applying for the expedited, I'm losing my words, help
It's,
me
yeah.
here.
It's
Combined, expedited, and that ask for a waiver for the road requirement.
Okay.
That we will need to go into that hearing, but we think that's a good compromise to this hardship.
That comes with risk. There's no guarantees, right?
So the
What if all of us
expedited
disappeared?
preliminary plat
It's a
would be what
preliminary final expedited,
Slash final.
yes.
Yes.
Preliminary
Yes.
slash final. That
So-
would be the next step.
So if you're gonna,
You're recommending.
yes, so having surveyor do that, you wanna make sure that the items that are needed on the final are also there.
Have them go
Yeah,
through
we
the
learned that
subdivision.
Yes,
This
yes.
afternoon.
So
Yes.
you're just
Okay,
putting
good.
everything, you're putting everything in the basket at one point and coming back and asking for us to review it again, and asking for a waiver. Because generally, there needs to be road access to the properties to have an expedited. But again, there's, the commission has abilities to waive certain things.
Correct.
And because of your instructions previously, we don't want to cause any more hardship, really, for you. So
So-
this would boil it down to one hearing and not one and another. Does that make sense? One and then doing another plat with final stuff on it. So
Yes, Madam
this is
Chair.
going to reduce your time and hopefully your cost. I can't say that it will, but
Help me understand the by hand in the ordinance, please. It doesn't actually say by certified surveyor. It
It's
says
an accurate survey.
accurate, and is accurate if I draw it to the scale that is stated
It's-
in the ordinance.
It's drawn, it might be drawn accurate is what your argument is, but you still don't have an accurate survey. You have not surveyed it, period. Has to be surveyed, period.
The division, not the overall property.
Right. You don't even have to bring a plat that shows any of this other property. You could just show a plat that shows the 80 acres with the 10 acres divided. That's all that you would need. And I don't
Well,
know
no, I can't do that because of what I learned and sat here as a lesson for 6 hours today, was that if I bring a plat to you guys, it better reach the boundary conditions of every single
that's,
jot and tittle
Oh.
that is in the ordinance, right? I mean, that's what we
Yes.
learned this afternoon.
yes.
With all these other plats,
Right. The only-
was
the only
make sure
thing I
you
need-
got in front of a fire
And we-
chief, make sure you did this, did that,
And-
did that,
and we-
did that,
and we
right?
tr- And we try to accommodate that with the conditions that we add. We shouldn't do that so much with an expedited preliminary final, but you saw tonight that we did add a few conditions, because the final should be final, period.
So
But-
help me with that, because you sounded to me like you just split some hairs, and that was, look, we don't always do it with, but we did it tonight, every jot and tittle, because.
We've generally done it, we've generally have.
We go line by
done-
line.
Did
Oh,
that.
I agree.
We did that, but theoretically, you know, a final is final and it's not supposed to have a lot of conditions on it. That's the theory. But I don't think that there's going to be anything significant that I foresee that would hold you up. The most that you're going to have to do is that you do need to contact the Santa Fe County Fire Department and have them determine what's adequate fire protection. What does that mean for you for an agricultural property, which you would think is nothing? I
Actually,
would
what
think.
does that mean to you?
I don't know what that means. That's what I said earlier tonight.
Yeah,
It's not-
there's no
it's-
water
it's-
over there, there's
it's
no
not-
water system.
It's not defined in the ordinance.
I think your,
That's where your judgment comes in with regards to.
your surveyor will know how to implement that all into the drawing. And basically, you just need to take this box and see what kind of pie you want to cut out of it. So, they're familiar with working with different entities, municipalities, city, county, whatever. So they'll know. And then also just refer them to our ordinances if they have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Hutchinson.
Question on you're dividing the 10 and the 70.
Right.
And your plan, I think you initially told us that you were going to plan on selling the
70,
70.
mhm.
So with that, you definitely want to have a good survey.
Oh, yeah. Well,
And
the
you're gonna
surveyor that did it before did a great job.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to use the same one. But any changes still is pretty expensive. That's what I'm trying to say, and that's
And
why I
you're-
brought it, I talked to Brandon to,
Yeah, and you're going to have to go through it anyway.
well, I just want to know about the 10 acres, though. You could have said no on that.
Oh.
I wanted to
for-
know that, and I,
oh.
not you, we don't need to know that you're not gonna come back and say, no, I can't do that, because you see, if I didn't do it this way, I could have come here with this plat, spend $8,000 on a surveyor, and you said, no, you can't, that's not gonna work.
But
And
Madam-
I've spent my money, and now what am I gonna do?
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
we can't speak to an application that doesn't exist yet and speak to what we might do. And I'm uncomfortable in doing so because not all of the facts are in front of me for what might exist in the future. So I'm not going to speak to that. I think our suggestions are, I think we're trying to work with this situation.
Yeah, and I understand cost involved.
We do.
We really do. And so we're trying to find a way for you to still accomplish what you want to accomplish, but not have to go through multiple meetings and have a surveyor do things 2 and 3 times. So we can't tell you that we would approve it because and you being former planning and zoning, you know that. So we're trying to find the best suggestion for you so that it doesn't, it just doesn't cause you any more grief. And it really, we're taking into consideration the fact that you were provided information and we apologize for that, that it happened. But there's no guarantee from even the department that we're going to approve it. So that's the other thing, is the department cannot tell you whether or not we're going to approve it.
No, we understand that. Thank you, Commissioner. Chair, I have, I guess, maybe one final question, but I reserve my right to have another one, given the precedence from Commissioner Rush this afternoon. And so, what does the commission say right now about zoning ordinance 2024-17, Section 10E? What do you say of that
What I say is I actually looked at that and wrote it up. Let me tell you what I wrote down.
So from an ordinance standpoint, we can talk about the
Yes.
ordinance, but
So-
not with regards to what you've submitted.
I asked about the ordinance.
So following the proposed subdivision, the 10-acre lot will remain with the ag zone district. Because the tract is less than 25 acres, contains an existing dwelling, it is classified as a non-agricultural lot pursuant to Section 10E. Accordingly, the development standards applicable to non-agricultural lots in Section 10F apply, including, and this is where we got into the setbacks, including a 50-foot front and rear setbacks, 50-foot side setbacks, and a maximum impervious coverage of 20%. And so that's my view. I think you're violating the front 50-foot with the shed, but I think it's grandfathered in. That's my opinion, and that's my evaluation of that portion of the ordinance.
May I please request the same review of 10E from Commissioner Reeves, Williams, and Hutchinson?
No.
I'm
gonna-
not
I'm
gonna
gonna
give
say-
you that.
yeah, I'm gonna say no, because then you're getting into a
1:37
quorum.
in the morning, where,
You're getting in, you're.
Respectfully, we're still here,
Yeah,
so.
you're leading us into a quorum at that point.
Correct.
With regard to your questions. So we're going to have to say no to that.
I respectfully thank you for that feedback.
Yeah. So I would just say, look at that and say, does my property fit that? And then go from there.
Madam Chair?
Does yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, so just looking at the ordinance, it does look like this might have, might be eligible for an expedited review. But that is a decision of the planning and zoning official.
Yes.
She does have the capable assistance of Mr. Williams here. So rather than you offering any opinions or recommendations, I think what we do is ask the applicant to meet as soon as possible with Brennan and Elise, go through the pre-application process, all the requirements. If they've already paid a fee, they might want to request a waiver of any further fees, and just let the planning and zoning official make the decision and put it in front of you again. Because I think, as one of the commissioners just pointed out, it is a little awkward that you're opining as to whether or not this meets anything at all. And you're going to be the final decision maker on this, so I think we do need, planning and zoning official to kind of guide them through this process.
I would agree. I would agree.
And is this a subdivision for just two lots?
2-lot subdivision.
So I would also note that there is like a double expedited procedure under
Yes.
state statute if it's just 2 lots.
Yeah.
There is.
Uh-huh.
So that could take place.
Which would never even come to you.
Would never come back to
That would be
you.
correct.
Yes, and I think that happened a lot here, although we don't see a process in your ordinance for that.
I'm not sure there might be some little verbiage in there.
I swore there was too, and
Yes. Can't find it.
I keep blinking and I
No.
can't. I still can't see.
I'll look, because I'm pretty sure it's there, because it says there's an or in there. It's like this or that can happen.
Right.
And I'll look for that, but yeah.
So if it's just a 2-lot subdivision, there should be a summary procedure in your ordinance somewhere where you will never hear from these ladies again.
Right.
Okay,
You would work through the department.
correct. So I think we've identified 2 options, and I will help Elise and Brennan find the summary procedure language in here somewhere.
I think that would be, yes.
I'm respectful of the job you've done and do, so
Thank
just
you.
know that.
We appreciate it, and sorry you came expecting something a little different, but I think this is a very good route for you to take.
So-
Yeah, another month.
So Chair, I would
Not,
recommend.
and
yeah.
may not be another month, so, yeah.
Chair, I would recommend that
Yes.
Yep.
So at this point, we still need to address the agenda item because it is on the agenda. So,
I would recommend you defer it pending report back from the planning and
planning
zoning
zoning,
official.
okay, so I was going to ask you, what is our, okay.
You okay
Okay.
with that, Brittany?
Madam
So-
Chair,
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we
Ah.
defer this application back to the Planning and Zoning Office and await further instructions, or await a decision
Yeah.
from the Planning and Zoning official.
And that you direct staff to report back no less than 4 weeks from today, something to that effect.
And I would add to the motion that we would direct staff to report back no less than 4 weeks from today on this issue.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Oh,
Respectfully, if you say 4 weeks and there's any delay, then I think you have a problem. Wouldn't you just say next meeting or?
Yeah, I
next
assume,
regularly scheduled meeting
is 4 weeks, right?
is 4 weeks, yeah.
It
We
is,
could-
but
we
if
could
there's
say
a
next-
delay or,
Madam Chair, I'm going to take the advice of
Yeah.
our legal counsel.
Yeah.
Is there a second on my motion?
Yes,
Anybody?
Commissioner
did.
Rush, second.
Rush second,
I did.
and Reeves first. Okay,
So we-
we're just going to do, all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please indicate by
Aye.
saying nay. Okay, motion passes.
thank you, staff and legal and commissioners.
Get some good sleep.
Yes. Okay, quickly, we will, matters from the commissioners, do we want to postpone matters from the commissioners until the next meeting?
The only thing I'd like to go on record for tonight, I had several things on my little
Yes.
Post-it note, but I really want to applaud Elise, and I want that to be on record because
Yes.
I feel like she has just jumped into the fire from the tips of her
Didn't
toes
say
to the
that.
top of her head, and I am incredibly grateful. Thank you. And Mr. Williams, thank you for coming aboard and teaching for this time. I really appreciate that as well.
Yes. I think we all need to give Elise a round of applause.
I agree.
I would like to add to that, I don't know if you guys noticed, but your PDF application packets are searchable, and that's due to Elise.
Yeah.
You made it,
I
you
did
got
see
that done.
Yes. She
That's
really.
fabulous.
She's like,
She
now
really
I'll take
deserves
applause
a
for that.
vacation, I think
Okay.
already.
In matter,
Thank you, but it's,
In
is
man-
that true on our town computers?
yes.
Because I've just been working off my company computer because I have limited tools.
Um,
So,
Madam Chair?
Yes,
And I do have to make one statement, is that, can we assign an action item to the town commission to add a water wellhead overlay zone?
oh,
Thank you for sticking
yeah,
with
well,
us tonight.
we don't need a motion on that. We'll just talk to Manager Hamilton,
Okay, well, I wanted to at least get it in the minutes.
and
that we needed
he
to
can
do.
get that started. Matters from staff, real quick? Nothing?
Extremely fast.
Oh, okay.
I just want to thank Don and his team in Torrance County for allowing me to shadow for a day. From there, I also want to very much thank Brennan Williams, who we are contracting with and bestowing me upon his extensive knowledge of planning and zoning each day. I think that my brain cannot handle anymore, and then it gets a little bit more. And then also to our town attorney, Nan Winters, has been so very helpful with my questions. I am so very thankful for you, so I.
Thank you, Nan, also, and thank you, Brennan. You know, you guys have really helped out a lot. Thank you very much. And we have a motion to adjourn?
Madam,
Next meeting.
There's two listed.
Yeah, so, real quick, and I so apologize. Tonight is an example of how long it took us. So we need to make a decision. Do we go to to, or do we reach out to Planning and Zoning Department and say, okay, how much do we have coming in? How many actions do we have coming in?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
and this is no slight on Elise, if we had a planning and zoning department that did their job, we would not be here this long.
You are right.
And so I'm not going to admit to adding an extra 2 meetings for what's not proven to be needed. So you're not fixing the problem, so fix the problem where the problem lies.
Well put. Well put. Commissioners?
Second.
I agree. You agree? I also agree. I think that we're on the right track, and I think that we're not going to have reoccurring things in the future, so. Okay, so we will cancel the August 6th meeting and continue with the August 20th regular